stellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Spoils of War. Sword cultivators are truly a bunch of lunatics, the giant and demon cultivator cursed inwardly. The Xianjian sex sword cultivators were renowned for their fondness for sword fighting. Perhaps they were truly anticipating a major war in the world of immortal cultivation. If I could just take you down, who would know it was my demon sect who intervened? A pitch-black magic banner materialized in the hands of the giant and demon cultivator, who waved it vigorously. Woohoo! Winds of pitch-black demonic winds, like dragons, charged towards the rainbow-like beam of white light. Pow! The sword's abrupt swiftness, like a dragon's, slashed through the dark demonic dragons one after another. Fang Xing thrust his sword forward, already in front of the demon cultivator. Destroy? His tongue blazed with the force of spring thunder, and the rotten iron sword transformed into a streak of platinum light shimmering with blue, slashing at the magic shield. Crack! A crack appeared on the shield. Impossible. This is a genuine magic weapon. How could it be slashed by a flying sword that's just a prototype of a magic weapon? No, what material is your flying sword made of? The demon cultivator immediately noticed something was wrong and retreated like a whirlwind. Cut! Fang Xing thundered, and the rotten iron sword flashed, actually splitting the magic shield in two. The sword's awe-inspiring light caught up with the black-clad demon cultivator. If you're not afraid, why are you hiding? Unless your demonic body hasn't yet reached full strength and can't withstand multiple blows and splits, Fang Xing chuckled, and the rotten iron sword slashed directly into the black-clad demon cultivator's robe. Puff! The sword light was like piercing leather. The black-clad demon cultivator's body exploded, transforming into countless gusts of wind, like pitch-black chains, not only binding the rotten iron sword, but also tying up Fang Xing's body. Hey! You've fallen into my trap. Even at the risk of damaging my demonic body, I can take your life right now. With his magic weapon destroyed, the giant and level demonic cultivator now considered Fang Xing his mortal enemy, no longer harboring any desire to capture him. From the tips of those dark chains, massive hands suddenly emerged, ready to seize Fang Xing, but the next moment, the chains spontaneously disintegrated, and the demonic cultivator's scream echoed through them. Is this sword intent? Yes, it is sword intent. Fang Xing smiled faintly, and a hazy glow flashed across the rotten iron sword. Wherever it passed, countless black mist chains dissipated like spring snow in the sun. Your demonic body can temporarily transform into wind, but your spirit cannot withstand the sword intent's devastating blow. This is the greatest weakness of your magic. Fang Xing casually formed hand seals, and the flying sword shifted unpredictably. Each wave of sword intent seemed to slice directly into the black-clothed demonic cultivator's consciousness. What's more, your demonic power is far from complete. Your flesh and blood body can be dissolved, but that true pill cannot. The rotten iron sword flew like a star ball, dispelling the vast demonic mist and evil wind, revealing a true pill. The true pill, transforming into a beam of light and flying backward, was struck directly by the flying sword. Ah! The demon cultivator screamed as the true pill exploded. The mist instantly dissipated, transforming into countless limbs and broken bones, showering down from the air with a rain of blood. Without its master's control, the remaining magical artifact, the demon banner, let out a mournful wail. A flash of dark green light flashed, and it disintegrated into a palm-sized banner, falling to the ground. This demon cultivator was unlucky, having not considered the possibility that Fang Xing had cultivated sword intent. After all, his keen vision saw that Fang Xing had only acquired the power of a false pill through external means, and was essentially a Foundation Establishment sword cultivator. For a Foundation Establishment sword cultivator, cultivating sword energy was already a remarkable feat. Even within the Heavenly Sword sect, some sword cultivators at the Fey Core stage, or even the Core stage, haven't yet grasped the sword's essence. Who could have imagined that Fang Xing, only at the Foundation Establishment stage, possessed such invincible core abilities? And so, he was defeated. Furthermore, after Fang Xing grasped the sword hard in sword intention, a single strike not only destroyed his true core, but also annihilated all of his spiritual consciousness and demonic thoughts, rendering all his attempts at escape ineffective. Otherwise, with his magical prowess, he would have at least managed to escape even if pursued by a late core cultivator. That's it, and you still want to ambush me, Fang Xing scoffed, suppressing his sword's light and beginning to search the corpse. No, count the spoils. This core cultivator had no storage bag, but his spiritual sense swept through the debris and revealed a single bone, as glistening as jade. He casually formed a magical incantation, and a flame erupted, incinerating the bloody mess. After the flames died down, the jade-like bone appeared even purer. It was the size of a thumb, and Fang Xing grasped it in his hand. A quick probe with his spiritual sense revealed that with his current spiritual power, it would be difficult to break through the storage treasure. It would be best to let his true self take action. Immediately, Fang Xing put away the magic banner and found the headless corpse of Master Xianyu. Alice. Back then, it was you who sold me that Vajra fruit. I really wanted to get along well with my fellow Taoist, but what a shame. Fang Xing sighed repeatedly and opened the man's sleeve, revealing over a dozen storage bags densely sewn together. Storage bags are incredibly rare, and most hold very little. And puppeteers need to carry around a large number of puppets. Master Xianyu is quite ingenious. I'd like to call you the 18-pouch elder of the beggars sect. The bags were of low quality, and since their original owner was dead, Fang Xing's spiritual sense only required a few manipulations to open them all. The storage bags were mostly filled with various spiritual woods, metal components, and other puppet materials, as well as completed puppets. After examining a few, Fang Xing's expression suddenly shifted. He picked up one of the pristine white storage bags and gently tipped it over. A flash of light revealed two ghost-faced beast-shaped puppets. One resembled a lion, the other a tiger, but both wore devilish masks on their heads. A near third-tier puppet, Fang Xing nodded, continuing his inspection before pulling out a humanoid puppet. This puppet was dressed in green, its skin the same color as a normal human's, yet possessed an air of indestructibility. A third-tier, low-grade physical cultivator's physique is probably no more than this. Fang Xing examined the puppet's face, finding it blurry, with only faint features visible. A third-tier puppet, this Xianyu is truly a kind person, sending me a puppet specifically. With these discoveries, he began to look down upon the remaining puppet remains on the ground. But he had plenty of storage bags anyway, so he immediately put them away, transforming into a streak of sword light and departing. Several hours later, a flying boat passed by. Seeing the devastation, two Foundation establishment cultivators flew out, briefly surveyed the area, and then flew back as if they had seen a ghost, urging the boat to depart as quickly as possible. On the border of Zheng State, inside a cave, Fang Xing toyed with a pitch-black token. The front of the token bore the words Wuxiang, while the back featured engravings depicting wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, as well as yin and yang. It was the token of an elder of the Wuxiang demon sect. Bah! I can't use this thing, throw it away. He tossed the token aside with a gloomy expression, then glanced at a small pile of high-grade spirit stones nearby. Drawing on his own power, he had unlocked the giant and demon cultivator's storage treasure and discovered a considerable amount of space, approximately 4 or 5 cubic meters, second only to the bronze storage ring he had previously acquired. Among the other party's stored treasures, besides dozens of high-grade spirit stones and a large number of mid- and low-grade spirit stones, the majority were items imbued with a sinister aura. These included a few lush green yin dates, some jade-white bones, and even jars of blood essence. Fang Xing, disdainfully, set aside a storage bag specifically for these, intending to find a place to sell them at a low price. Beyond that, there were a few jade slips and letters. Most were incoherent, some completely coded. Fortunately, Fang Xing was an expert at decoding, and with the help of an artificially intelligent computer, he was able to decipher most of them. So, this wind demon envoy covets my body. No, he covets the body of a third-order physical cultivator. The myriad demon sect is preparing for trouble and needs to bolster its strength by refining the 18 heaven-transforming golden corpses. Once these 18 golden corpses are combined to form the myriad immortals formation, they can even trap a nascent soul. Even a few of them alone are enough to dominate the core formation. However, these golden corpses are difficult to cultivate. It's best to use the corpses of third-order physical cultivators as a base. The myriad demon sect has only accumulated 10 over the years, and the formation can only barely trap an early-stage nascent soul. It's not powerful enough, so we've been urging them to do so, if we gather enough 18 golden corpses. I'm afraid the target will be that wandering Supreme Elder, Chu Kuang 2. The reason they have to search outside is naturally because third-order physical cultivators are extremely rare, and breaking through the third-order bottleneck requires even more talent. Even a typical near third-order physical cultivator, even after consuming the Vajra fruit, may not be able to successfully advance. After all, this is the crucial step equivalent to the complete foundation establishment stage and the core formation stage. The number of physical cultivators was far fewer than that of magic cultivators. Most of them were at the lower levels, with very few near third-level physical cultivators. It seems that when I first arrived, Master Xianyu must have been waiting for something unexpected. Perhaps he deliberately displayed the Vajra fruit, a spiritual object for physical cultivation, with the intention of fishing. Wouldn't I have taken the bait? Unfortunately, fishing for a great white shark, he's unlucky. Fang Xing flipped through the book again and was disappointed to find no techniques from the Wangxiang demon sect. He was actually quite interested in the wind evil magic art. In his opinion, this magic art could cultivate a flesh and blood body into a kind of energy creature, avoiding most vital points. While still not comparable to the primordial spirit, it was still quite impressive. Unfortunately, the demon cultivator didn't seem to have brought the basic techniques with him. Fang Xing grumbled to himself and turned to a black jade slip. The god-destroying soul-searching technique. His interest piqued, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a magical spell, quite bloody and brutal. The key is to use powerful spiritual consciousness to first shatter the target's soul, which is unable to resist, and then extract the desired content. Because this requires the soul to be shattered first, the target is likely to die after one use. Furthermore, the fragmented memories shattered aren't necessarily complete. There may be missing or omitted sections. But nonetheless, it's a soul-searching technique, it's just that the requirements are slightly higher. It's best practiced by Jinden cultivators. Soul-searching cultivators of foundation establishment are more reliable. If searching the souls of cultivators at the same level, various means must be employed to weaken the target's soul first. Also, the nascent soul cultivator's nascent souls holding the soul and guarding oneness makes this spell incapable of searching the soul. Not bad, huh? After clearing out the Jinden demon cultivator's stored treasures, Fang Xing began sorting through the storage bags of the dozen or so Xianyu's Hunren, sorting out the elixirs, spirit stones, and jade slips inside. This time, he was lucky. Not only did he find a copy of Yu Guang, the cultivation method of Xianyu's Hunren, but he also found a jade slip that summarized all his puppetry skills, effectively a third-tier puppetry inheritance. If I sell this, I'll definitely get a lot of spirit stones. Fang Xing secretly rejoiced as he began to browse through the third-tier puppetry inheritance. Xianyu's Hunren originally obtained a second-tier puppetry inheritance, specializing in the creation of animal-shaped puppets, with bonuses for handling various gold and jade materials. Later, it seems other puppetry inheritances were mixed in, favoring human puppetry. Puppeteers need to cultivate special spiritual consciousness techniques to divide their thoughts and manipulate large numbers of puppets, and they also need to be able to multitask. Other cultivators could only control one or two puppets at best, and wouldn't be able to fully unleash their power. Well, let's call this puppetry secret book the secret play of pulling the silk thread. Fang Xing had no intention of practicing puppetry. After all, sword cultivation requires the utmost refinement and purity, not to mention the time-consuming and laborious nature of puppetry. If he had the time, he could have smuggled a massive mechanical army from the main universe. Those 3 high-level puppets, however, could be used temporarily. Even if they broke, or if they were sold, they would fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones. Have I become so rich? Unknowingly, Fang Xing muttered. Zheng State. Qingyuan Market. This market, situated at the border of the Qingxuan sect and the Black Sky Monastery, was founded by the Sanai sect, a foundation-building sect. The Sanai sect's founder was said to be a cultivator who had reached perfect foundation building, a member of the Qingxuan sect later, with no hope of achieving Dan, a form of elixir, and unable to even secure a chance to make a false elixir, he left home to establish a family of immortal cultivators. However, as the family's population dwindled, and children with spiritual roots dwindled, outsiders gradually gained power. They secured the support of the then current Qingxuan sect and established the Sanai sect. The Sanai sect represented the influence of the 3 major families within the Sanai sect. However, they still revered the Qingxuan sect cultivator who had achieved perfect foundation building as their ancestor, perhaps hoping to gain the sect's favor through this means. One day, In Qingyangfang, an ordinary shop was opening for business. The sound of sword whistling flashed across the sky. The old shopkeeper, smoking his pipe, paused, stunned. That sword sound must be a Foundation establishment cultivator passing through, the waiter said, his face brimming with envy. Not long after, a silver-robed youth entered the shop. Seeing the old shopkeeper, he nodded and tossed a sword-shaped token to him. "I've left something here. Take it out." His words were calm, yet they held an irresistible power, a sharp aura that pierced him. Upon arriving in Zhang State, Fang Xing immediately abandoned everything else and headed for the Xianjian sect's spies. To him, the Myriad Beast sect and the demonic invasion were certainly not as important as obtaining the sun's true key and allowing himself to condense the Martial Deo golden elixir. Chapter 177 Inspection. Yes, the old man's face was solemn. After verifying the true transmission token, he immediately pulled a box from under the counter and handed it to Fang Xing. He sighed inwardly. The sect's true swordsman was indeed rampant. After this, he was afraid he would have to pack up and flee. Fang Xing took the wooden box and looked at the bright yellow talisman affixed to it. Seeing that the talisman was intact, he nodded secretly and took another talisman from his storage bag. After a slight infusion of mana, the cinnabar ink strokes on this talisman immediately burst into a bright glow, connecting with the strokes on the talisman on the wooden box, forming the image of a large red tiger head lock. With a snap, the tiger roared, and the lock shattered. This was the secret method of the Heavenly Sword sect. Without this talisman of the same origin, the wooden box could not be opened at all. Forcing it open would only cause it to self-destruct. Fang Xing opened the wooden box and revealed a red and yellow crystal stone. Within this crystal, a violent, scorching aura was firmly sealed. Not bad, not bad. It's indeed the sun's true aura. He examined it, feeling quite satisfied. Sun's true aura was far harder to find than many other evil energies, for it emanated from the 9 heavens. Only occasionally, a tiny wisp would penetrate the 9 heavens aura layer and reach the realm of immortal cultivation. To obtain it, one would likely require at least the strength of a fake Danxianrun. It seems the Heavenly Sword sect has deployed considerable forces in Zhang State, but that's none of my concern. With this item, it's enough to propel me to the Martial Deo Golden Core. While it's possible to condense a Martial Deo Golden Core without the cosmic yin and yang energy, the Foundation would be somewhat weaker. Of course, Fang Xing wouldn't do that. Furthermore, his credits in the main universe had long been depleted. He wasn't diligent in his military duties, only meeting the minimum monthly requirement. His military merits were equally scarce, and most of them were used to purchase secret martial arts elixirs. Since he already had connections in the immortal cultivation world, his main world self didn't bother to pay attention. The few remaining military merit points were just enough to redeem for a mansion and a private spaceship. After all, even if he had to work hard to create a clone, his true self could still be free. No. I'm the true self now, my consciousness remains the same. I'm toiling away here, so what's wrong with me enjoying myself a bit? Besides, this Zhangguo is incredibly weak, perfect for testing my sword. Fang Xing was in high spirits upon receiving the sun's true energy. He had initially thought there might be some complications, like the sun's true energy being held hostage by some second-generation immortal. Or perhaps the old shopkeeper was playing tricks, demanding he complete a certain task before releasing it. This was the plot of most vernacular novels. If that were the case, he would have unleashed his sword without a second thought. He'd slaughter so many people that the person behind the scenes would willingly give up the sun's true energy. After all, he was a sword cultivator, and that was the nature of sword cultivators. Unexpectedly, everything went smoothly. You did well. Fang Xing glanced at the old shopkeeper, his expression softening considerably. He tossed a high-grade spirit stone over. This place may or may not have been exposed. You should leave first. With me here, not even a bird can fly out of this Qingyang market for 3 hours. Since the old shopkeeper had done him such a service, he naturally didn't mind rewarding him. One high-grade spirit stone was worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, a sum an ordinary key cultivator wouldn't even encounter in their lifetime, more than enough to compensate for all the other parties' losses. Then, naturally, he would stay in the market, giving them time to escape. While the Zhang State sect might not dare to act so ruthlessly against the Xianjian sect's undercover agents, if they defected to the southern demonic path, that might not be the case. Thank you, Senior, The old shopkeeper's expression was filled with gratitude, and he pulled the waiter with him. "Let's go." Truly decisive, he even abandoned his belongings. Fang Xing watched with a touch of admiration as the old man, leading the waiter, who seemed to be a relative, ran out of the market. They immediately flew away on a kite, and Fang Xing nodded in agreement. He arrived at the market gate, and within the area enveloped by his spiritual awareness, a single voice echoed, "Qingyuan Market is closed for 3 hours. Those who refuse to comply will die." With a roar, his magical power, emanating from the early stages of Foundation establishment, erupted, sending the key cultivators' expressions drastically trembling and their horses falling to the ground. In a small market like this, where most of the traffic was comprised of key cultivators, having a Foundation establishment cultivator in charge was truly remarkable. How could the key cultivators at the market gate dare to challenge a great Foundation establishment cultivator? They immediately retreated into the market, closing the door tightly, fearing the prospect of causing trouble. "Which Taoist are you? Causing trouble in my Qingyuan market?" With a whoosh, a beam of emerald light emerged from the center of the market. Within was an elderly man in a green robe, wearing an ebony hairpin. While he looked impressive, he was only an early Foundation establishment cultivator. Holding a wooden array disc in his hand, a second-level formation rose up, like a large, upside-down green bowl, sealing off the entire market. "I am Sanglu of the Sanai sect. May I know where Yucai Township is?" The old man, struck by Fang Xing's youthful appearance, spoke politely, not wanting to offend this seemingly powerful prodigy. "I am the true sword disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, Fang Xing." Fang Xing, hands behind his back, introduced himself directly. His previous stealth and swift actions were to ensure the preservation of the sun's true energy. Now that he had the object in his possession, he had no reservations. Fang Xing simply announced his name. Broken Sword Master hadn't specified how the investigation should proceed. A covert investigation was possible, but so was an open one. He wanted to see who dared to step forward. This was a tactic to alert the enemy. By revealing himself as a key target, he feared no one would pay attention to the old shopkeeper. It turns out to be the true disciple of the Xianjian sect. The market is closed, but some vendors dare to sell inferior products as good ones and deceive the true disciples. When Sang Lulu heard that Fang Xing was the true disciple of the Yuanying sect, he was immediately in awe and hurriedly bowed to salute. Then he became furious. "I will order the law enforcement team to carefully examine each and every cultivator in the market. Make sure to find the person who wants the true disciple, skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and light his soul on fire." His eyes were a little red. If Sanai sect disobeyed the true disciple of the Xianjian sect because of this incident, then he really wanted to cut that cultivator into pieces. "You're quite cunning, but who could possibly deceive me?" Fang Xing smiled, then suddenly raised his voice, audible far and wide. "I've been ordered by our sect leader to investigate whether the 3 major sects in Zhang State are colluding with a demonic cult. I suspect a demonic cultivator is hiding in your market, so I'm closing it off for 3 hours. Do you have any objections?" He glared at her, and Sanglu quickly shook his head, then wished he could cut his ears off. What had he heard? The Heavenly Sword sect investigating the 3 major sects for collusion with a demonic cult? Could there be a demonic cultivator hiding in his own market? This could be a disaster like the collapse of heaven and earth if he wasn't careful. Is this boy truly a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? Is he a lunatic? Just shouting like that, Sanglu's eyes rolled, and he stroked the array plate, even a hint of murderous intent forming in his heart. When someone is cornered, they always want to fight for their life. Of course, with so many people talking, silencing them wouldn't be much use. As for why he wanted to silence them? Naturally, this matter was too serious, and the Sanai sect wanted nothing to do with it. If killing Fang Xing could completely disengage them, the Sanai sect would undoubtedly have responded in full force. Cultivators are known for their willingness to fight to the death. But Sanglu immediately suppressed his thoughts and bowed. "I will do my utmost to assist the true disciple. I just wonder if there's a token of the true disciple here." He was no fool, and immediately became suspicious of Fang Xing's identity. "Do you recognize this?" Fang Xing casually tossed over his true disciple token. Sanglu examined it, and the last shred of hope in his heart vanished. He spoke in a deep voice, "Law enforcement team, immediately seal off the market. Anyone daring to escape will be killed without mercy." Within the Qingyuan market, a chorus of ghostly cries and wolfish howls filled the air. The law enforcement team searched cultivator after cultivator, finding no demonic cultivators, but they did discover numerous wanted-listed robbery cultivators. These key training-level robbery cultivators were trapped within a second-level formation, with no escape, and could only fight the law enforcement team. The sounds of explosions and the clash of magical instruments echoed continuously. Good tea. Fang Xing sat on the rooftop of an 8th-floor attic in the heart of the market, a serene expression on his face as he savored a cup of spiritual tea. This tea variety was originally ordinary, but was later transplanted to our sect's second-tier spiritual vein. After repeated cross-fertilization and selection by generations of tea connoisseurs, this 3-leaf tea variety was finally created. Sang of Liu smiled broadly. If Fang Xing likes it, I'll give you a few pounds. Thank you. Fang Xing, unfazed, savored a few more spiritual cakes before a graceful female cultivator trotted over. Ancestor, the market has been thoroughly investigated. 13 cultivators have been killed, and there are still 27 whose identities cannot be verified. I'm not sure how to proceed. The market is full of mixed people. I apologize for embarrassing you, fellow Taoist. Sang of Liu bowed apologetically to Fang Xing. In reality, the market tolerates all sorts of robbers and cultivators selling stolen goods. It's practically an unspoken rule. If one truly tolerates nothing, the inferior will drive out the superior, gradually falling behind the competition and declining. That's alright. Fang Xing pulled a black jade mirror from his storage bag. This is a demon mirror, a second grade, upper grade one. The demonic energy of ordinary demon cultivators is difficult to conceal. Take a look. If nothing's wrong, I'll let you go. Yes, the female cultivator held a demon mirror in both hands, unsure of what to do. Sang of Liu stood up and said with a wry smile, I'm afraid no one in the market can activate this spiritual artifact except me. I'd better go and see it myself. He was filled with envy for the true disciples of the major sects. Even he didn't have this second grade, upper grade spiritual artifact, yet one was worth almost his entire fortune. For a true disciple of a major nascent soul sect, it was something they could easily acquire. While this is troublesome, it also presents an opportunity. If I can connect with a Xianjian sect, a great nascent soul sect, what does a mere Qingxun sect matter? Sang of Liu's thoughts shifted, and a smile appeared on his face. I'll go and investigate the demon cultivator. Kinger, you should keep this distinguished guest company. Chapter 178, Questioning. Fang Xing sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, occasionally enjoying tea and snacks. Beside him, the girl named Kinger knelt beside him, offering her meticulous care and attentiveness. Occasionally, she would steal a glance of admiration at Fang Xing. Not bad, not bad. This gesture and expression seemed so natural. It must be the result of special training, especially this kind of flattery. It's rare in the interstellar age, This girl, though a young woman, possesses a hidden allure. I wonder where old Sang found this exquisite treasure. The key is that she was given to him directly. She's so ready to be picked, who could resist? Fang Xing's mind was wandering when his expression suddenly shifted and he looked somewhere. Whoosh! A massive burst of black air erupted, like a pitch-black mushroom cloud, exploding east of the market. Amidst this eerie demonic aura, there seemed to be a multitude of walking corpses, their faces dark blue and their bodies as sturdy as steel. One, clad in copper armor, exuded an aura of extraordinary power, reaching the second tier. Oh? There really are demonic cultivators? Old Sang seems unable to protect me, Fang Xing spoke, a remark that stunned Kinger beside him. Then, Kinger saw her ancestor being sent flying by the bronze-armored corpses below. If he hadn't immediately deployed his formation to protect himself, he might have perished under the onslaught of zombies. Damn it! Sanai sect, and that heavenly sword sect disciple? You just wait for me. A Foundation establishment cultivator in a dark green robe soared into the air, followed by a multitude of walking corpses. With overwhelming momentum, they charged towards the edge of the formation. A flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a talisman, a second-tier forbidden-breaking talisman. While this rare talisman couldn't destroy the formation, it could temporarily create a passage, enough for escape. Idiot, Fang Xing cursed with a laugh, flicking his fingers. A drop of water emerged from the teacup, landed in his hand, and suddenly transformed into a water sword, slashing with a single stroke. The great freedom black gold sword key, catching up with the fleeing demon cultivator, gently wrapped around his neck and the necks of the zombies. Without a word, the Foundation establishment demon cultivator's head was severed. Not only him, but also the corpse refiners, renowned for their sturdy physiques, fell headfirst, even the second-tier bronze-armored corpses. Sword key? Refining the sword into silk, Sang Luliu flew over, his face pale, but his eyes piercing. Fellow Taoist is truly worthy of being a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. This swordsmanship is truly earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. Nearby, King Er gazed at Fang Xing with admiration, eager to cling to him. 10,000 Beast Sect. The Mountain's Gate is located within a third-tier spiritual vein, rich in spiritual energy. The wilds are dotted with exotic flowers and plants, and all sorts of rare birds and beasts wander and frolic. A massive three-tailed white fox, carrying a remarkably gorgeous woman in red clothing, ascends the mountain range. The woman's feet are bare, painted pink with rosy nail polish. On her right wrist, she wears 3 red jade rings, emitting powerful magical energy, evidently a set of exquisite spiritual artifacts. This woman is none other than Shi Wanwen, the Fox Fairy. A genius of the Myriad Beast sect, possessing a giant and seed and earth-grade spiritual roots. The three-tailed white fox traverses the mountains with ease, soon arriving at a deep, ancient cave. It crouches on the ground, whimpering, as if something terrifying lies within. Wanwen requests to see Master. Shi Wanwen telepathically transmits, and soon a giant viper emerges from the cave. It resembles a snake, with 4 claws on its abdomen, but its head is bald, devoid of horns. The aura of a third-rank demon king spread like a savage beast, causing even Shi Wanwen's heart to tremble. Wanwen, you're here, a figure flashed above the giant snake, revealing a burly man in a beastly robe. His body was covered in tattoos of various demonic beasts, and a clawless horned snake, with 2 forked dragon horns on its head, entwined around his right arm. This man was none other than the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Beast sect. Upon seeing Shi Wanwen, a soft look crossed his face. Did your master say I was going into seclusion to comprehend the secret art of bloodline fusion? Don't disturb me unless necessary. It seems something serious has happened in Zhang State. That's right, Shi Wanwen said. Master. Lian Fenqi's life plate has shattered in the wild land. It seems he was murdered. Little Fenqi? He's at the late Foundation establishment stage, and he has the winged tiger. Who can kill him? Who dares to kill him? The burly man named Lian's expression shifted. From what I've learned, it's likely an outbreak of danger in the wilderness, Shi Wanwen said. Indeed, within the Myriad Law's secret realm, there is. The burly Lian shook his head, as if recalling some unpleasant past, remaining extremely secretive about his experiences in the Myriad Law's secret realm. Besides that, there's another major event. A few days ago, a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect arrived in Zhang State, claiming to be under orders from the higher-ups to investigate any collusion between the 3 major sects in Zhang State and the demonic Dao. Shi Wanwen's voice tinged with heaviness. In reality, she was more interested in discussing the latter matter. Such an open and above-board investigation? Isn't this a trap? Waiting to alert the demonic cultivators, allowing them to kill him, and then ambush them with a Heavenly Sword sect's giant and sword cultivators, the middle-aged Lian scoffed. We're fine. We can just keep the situation quiet. Yes, Shi Wanwen saluted again, watching the Lian man return to the cave. Only after descending the mountain did a trace of sadness cross her face. Nothing's wrong. Is our 10,000 Beast sect truly safe? Qinghai Market. Fang Xing, accompanied by a beautiful woman, enjoyed a life of evening readings accompanied by the gentle presence of a beautiful woman. Even better, nearby factions like the Sanai sect were racking their brains to bribe him, seeking to avoid ties with a demonic path. With this righteous cause, the Qingxin sect, the Black Sky Temple, and the 10,000 Beast sect, can each extort at least 1 million spirit stones. Fang Xing folded up a scroll of intelligence, musing calmly. Of course, I can do this because I'm strong enough. If any other true sword disciple had acted so arrogantly, they would have been hacked to death sooner or later. If it were a robbery cultivator or a demon cultivator, what could the Heavenly Sword sect do? He had only displayed his early Foundation establishment stage cultivation, along with unrivaled swordsmanship within the Foundation establishment realm. But if anyone dared to test him, he could make them feel the feeling of despair. Even if he couldn't handle the situation himself, he could still call upon his true self. Now, I'm really shaking. Not only am I at the peak of my outer realm strength, but I also have the trump card of the Great Sun Tathagata Palm, which is enough to crush any opponent. Even if the Wangxiang demon sect sends nascent soul cultivators to block me, they won't be able to defeat me. However, to take on a Foundation establishment true transmission, deploying nascent soul cultivators? Unless all the Wangxiang demon sect cultivators are wiped out, young master, just as Fang Xing was pondering, Kinger beside him lowered her head slightly and poured him a glass of wine. This pot of peach blossom wine has been barreled for 20 years. The age is just right. Not bad. Fang Xing picked up the white jade wine cup, drank it all in one gulp, and continued to look at the information in his hand. Has Master Ziyun returned to Ziyun Immortal City? This woman isn't dead yet? It seems the myriad beast sect's renowned spirit possession technique is just average. Don't even bother looking at the Black Sky Temple. A person who has reached perfect Foundation establishment could be killed even without my 9-aperture golden elixir. Qingxuan sect, Qingxuan sect. Fang Xing glanced at a report, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The pioneering team has suffered another heavy defeat. How many times has this happened? But it seems this time was particularly devastating. I wonder what's become of Su Yi's group still in the wild land. However, the thought was fleeting. They were all old acquaintances, and if they met, he'd be interested in a chat? If not, then it was simply a matter of fate, and it didn't matter. Kinger, I'm leaving. Fang Xing drank another cup of peach blossom wine, set down the scroll, and said with a smile. Where are you going, young master? Kinger's eyes flickered. May I take you with me? Well, I'm going to the Qingxuan sect to ask the sect master if he admits his guilt. Fang Xing smiled proudly. My Xianjian sect's true teachings are here. If he doesn't come to see me, he's guilty. Kinger's breath hitched. There might be many battles on this trip, so I won't keep you. Haha. Fang Xing let out a long laugh, downed the peach blossom wine, and instantly transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring into the sky. With a single, brilliant strike, he headed towards the Qingxuan sect. Qingxuan sect inside the mountain gate. A young man in green clothes trod at a brisk pace, soon arriving outside a cave. The cave was filled with spiritual energy, at the second level, and several acres of spiritual fields had been cultivated outside. A young man dressed as a spiritual farmer was busy planting spiritual rice. Meng Zijin, greetings to senior brother Qingyan, the young man bowed. I heard Elder Su had returned, so I came to pay my respects. Han Qingyan paused his work and glanced up at Meng Zijin. He felt a certain familiarity with this outer disciple, who had come from the wasteland with him. He shook his head. Elder Su is seriously injured and declines to see visitors. I already know your purpose, so there's no need for a greeting. Yes. Meng Zijin nodded, then looked bewildered. Is there really no way back? Of course not. You have no idea how tragic our journey was during this land reclamation. Han Qingyan shook his head. If Elder Su and I hadn't just swapped guards, we wouldn't have been able to escape on our way back to the sect. Su Yi, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was too conspicuous, and even then, he had been seriously injured. Meng Zijin pursed his lips and didn't ask any more questions. I see your ki has advanced to the 4th level of ki training. Don't let An Shen down. Han Qingyan gave a few words of advice, and was about to say something else when his expression suddenly changed. Meng Zijin waited a while longer before hearing the clear sound of a sword. This sound echoed through the 27 peaks of the Qingxuan sect's mountain gate, accompanied by a deep voice. I am Fang Xing, a true disciple of the Xianjian sect. Where are the fake Qingxuan sect elixirs? Come out and see me. Each word was like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of each disciple. Fang Xing? A true disciple of the Xianjian sect. Han Qingyan and Meng Zijin exchanged glances, each recalling a certain person. Then, they both shook their heads. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Meng Zijin instinctively thought of Uncle Fang's barbecue next door. As for Han Qingyan, he thought of Sister Hui, whom he had followed before. Chapter 179 Direct. Outside the Qingxuan sect's mountain gate, Fang Xing flicked his sword with his finger, directly calling for the Grand Elder to come out and meet him, a profoundly impolite move. He gazed at the distant green mountains, the array of formations, and nodded silently. Although the Qingxuan sect is now in decline, this mountain-protecting formation, replenished through generations, is truly formidable. Speaking of which, I have a deep connection with the Qingxuan sect. Not only had he interacted with the many subordinate factions and disciples of the Qingxuan sect during his time in the wilderness land, but even after the death of the Qingxuan sect's giant female cultivator, her flying phoenix hairpin magical artifact remained in his storage bag. Whoosh! Just as Fang Xing was pondering, a shimmering green light flickered from the Qingxuan sect's mountains, suddenly transforming into a cyan rainbow that landed opposite him, revealing a woman in green clothes, seemingly ordinary in appearance. A surge of magical power, at the level of a fake elixir, rippled outward. Fang Xing knew this person must be the King Xuansek's original dam-forming seed, the one who later refined the third-level demon elixir into fake elixir. I'm Lu Ai, young friend, you're from the Xianjian sect. True person Lu Ai's expression was indifferent, using her realm to intimidate, yet she felt helpless. If the King Xuansek's leader wasn't only at the Foundation establishment stage, and easily lost against this swordsman, why would she come out in person? Indeed. I'm here on the orders of the True Person sect master to investigate the demonic atmosphere in Zhang State, Fang Xing replied loudly. The affairs of Zhang State should be decided by the people of Zhang State. Do you, the Xianjian sect, still want to force my King Xuansek to open its gates and allow you to inspect them one by one? True person Lu Ai's magical power grew with every word, clearly aware of the events in Qinghai Market. If you're willing to cooperate, that would be all the better, Fang Xing smiled. If you're not, then please listen to the ringing of my sword. Well, how bold. It's just like the rumors say, the inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect are all sword maniacs, True person Levi said sternly. Today, I'll show you, a Jingdan, cannot be insulted. As one of the most accomplished cultivators in Zhang State, True person Levi possessed a strong sense of place and knew not to surrender lightly. She had to save face. Furthermore, since this true disciple's words were so harsh, she was determined to show off, get rid of this sword master first, and then negotiate properly with a heavenly sword sect. You're a fake Dan, not a Jingdan. Fang Xing, unconcerned, immediately stabbed True person Levi in the lungs, leaving her speechless with rage. Well. Today, I'll show you what. True person Levi pressed her hands together, and a blue and white flower-shaped magical weapon materialized between her fingers. Then, a ringing of swords could be heard. Master Lu Ai's face suddenly paled, then he put away his magic weapon, a smile plastered across his face. I had no idea the true teachings had arrived. My King Xuan sect apologizes for not welcoming you. Please come inside and have tea served. Whatever sword master requests, our King Xuan sect will certainly comply with. Good. Fang Xing carelessly suppressed the sword light and entered the King Xuan sect's mountain gate. As for the other party immediately activating the formation to suppress him, he certainly wasn't afraid. Moreover, if Master Lu Ai still had any sense, he wouldn't do that. All disciples of the King Xuan sect, whether inner or outer sect, true disciples, or even foundation-building elders, must be inspected and passed before being released. Fang Xing bluntly began assigning tasks. After defeating Master Lu Ai with a single sword strike, he acted like the master of the place. Master Lu Ai, though humiliated and shocked, but as the last survivor of the jungle law of the immortal cultivation world, he naturally flexed his muscles and readily agreed. He even took the initiative to complain. Jian Ziren, please report. The Myriad Beast sect is the only dominant force in Zhang State right now. If anyone could shield a demonic cultivator without leaking any information, it's only the Myriad Beast sect. It doesn't matter if you've rebelled or not, as long as you have the ability to rebel, you're guilty. Fang Xing's heart trembled upon hearing this. Of course I'll go to the Myriad Beast sect. Now I'll investigate your sect one by one. Soon, the King Xuan sect's green wood bell rang, summoning all disciples to the main peak. Even the seriously injured or secluded Foundation establishment elders were ushered out one by one and into the King Xuan sect's main hall. As for the outer disciples, they naturally had to stand outside in the square. Meng Zijin and Han Qinghai stood together, feeling something big was about to happen. Brother Qinghai, Meng Zijin couldn't help but move closer to Han Qinghai. Be careful. If anything happens, follow me. Han Qinghai lowered his voice. Inside the main hall, Suyi, pale-faced, followed a group of Foundation establishment elders into the hall. They found their own sect leader standing in the hall, their faces gloomy. The sect's grand elder sat on the sect leader's throne, and before him stood a silver-robed youth. She had actually seen this young man before, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a smile on his lips. Not only had she seen him before, but he had even taken the initiative to help him with the paperwork, allowing him to board a flying boat and leave the wilderness. It's him? Isn't he Fang Yun's nephew? Suyu was deeply surprised, but her face remained impassive. She bowed and stood in a corner. She was actually very curious about Fang Yun, But after asking him to help send this nephew to the wilderness last time, he had seemingly disappeared. Suyu speculated that he was either in retreat or, following a map, preparing to leave the wilderness on his own. This left her feeling depressed for a long time as she prepared for the subsequent transaction. She had never expected that she and the nephew would meet at such a time and under such circumstances. This is Fang Xing, a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. He's here to monitor you all and see if you have any connection to the demonic path. True person Levi said this, then fell silent, like a clay statue. Her mind, already deeply shattered by the previous sword strike, urgently needed to recover. Not only did he successfully establish his foundation, he even became a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. How extraordinary must his aptitude be? Suyu stared at Fang Xing, stunned beyond words. Fang Xing smiled faintly at Suyu, then patted his storage bag. The magic mirror instantly levitated, emitting brilliant rays of light that enveloped the numerous Foundation establishment elders present. Within the mirror's radiance, wisps of black energy emanated from one of the elders. Elder Zhang Xuanzi, what's wrong with you? The two Foundation establishment cultivators nearby immediately retreated, expressions of disbelief plastered across their faces. Even true person Levi's eyelids twitched. Because this Foundation establishment elder was a talent cultivated by the Kingsun sect since childhood, and held the key position of the Dharma transmission hall. If even this person was a demonic cultivator, could the Kingsun sect truly have been infiltrated? I simply stumbled upon an unnamed technique and began practicing, Zhang Xuanzi argued, then suddenly gritted his teeth, and one of his arms exploded, transforming into a blood-red layer that enveloped his entire body. He was about to flee. Swoosh! A flash of sword light passed by. Zhang Xuanzi's protective magic shield instantly shattered, and even his headless body flew a distance before falling heavily. Such a swift sword light? Is this sword energy? It's rumored that once the Heavenly Sword sect's swordsman emerges, he becomes invincible in the Foundation establishment stage. I believe this person is only in the early stages of the Foundation establishment phase, but with his swordsmanship, even a cultivator in the late stages would be hard to resist. Right, the Foundation establishment elders discussed the matter, their expressions becoming solemn, as they nervously greeted the light of the demon-revealing mirror. The light rippled back and forth across the hall, eventually fading away. Fang Xing pinched his fingers, and the demon mirror shrank continuously, dropping into his storage bag. Seeing this, the numerous Foundation establishment cultivators present breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Jianzi, for coming all the way here to clear the demonic aura for our sect. You've been working hard casting spells before. Why don't you rest in the VIP pavilion for a while? The Kingsun sect's leader laughed heartily and stepped out. The demon mirror can only identify those who practice demonic techniques, but it may not be able to identify all demonic spies. For example, someone who only practices authentic Zuinman techniques yet still defected to the demonic path. Fang Xing smiled softly and suddenly pointed at someone. You looked the most excited when I saw the demon mirror just now, and the most relaxed after I identified you. You're the spy? The Foundation establishment elder being pointed at, a head full of white hair and already in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, was stunned, then blushed. You're slandering me. Whether you're slandering me or not, we'll investigate after we apprehend you, Fang Xing said nonchalantly. Master, Grand Elder. This boy is truly ambitious. If he can convict our elders of a random crime, where will the dignity of our Kingsun sect be? The white-haired Foundation building cultivator, wielding a white jade shield to protect his entire body, shouted loudly. The Kingsun sect master's face twitched. The other party's words actually made sense. Seeing Fang Xing's attitude, even he wanted to activate the formation and suppress this boy. But the Kingsun sect master glanced at the Grand Elder and found that he remained silent, like a statue in a temple. His heart sank. Nice tactics, good incitement. Too bad it was useless. That scumbag before might have been secretly practicing demonic arts, not necessarily a demonic spy, but you definitely are. Fang Xing flicked his finger, and a sword aura instantly pierced the white-haired Foundation building cultivator's danshin. The Foundation building elder's magic power immediately dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground in a limp state. He hadn't slandered the man, but he'd concealed his true intentions so well that even a giant cultivator observing with divine sense wouldn't have noticed anything wrong. Fang Xing, however, observed through his sword heart, not divine sense. Throughout his actions, the white-haired elder, no matter how well he concealed his actions, was far from completely silent. He'd caught a flaw and attacked directly. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been so smooth. But since true person Levi had already been demoralized, things were much simpler. If it weren't for the negative repercussions, Fang Xing would have wanted to use his soul-slaying technique on him. However, while it's not allowed openly, it's certainly possible in private. Fang Xing looked at Master Lu Yi and suddenly smiled. Is it okay for me to interrogate this person? The Qingxuan sect's leader was about to refuse when he heard his own grand elder say, yes, thank you very much. As for your many key training disciples, please conduct your own investigations. Fang Xing laughed heartily, swept up the white hair on the ground, transformed into a flash of sword light, and vanished into the distance. A few days later, various rumors circulated in the Zhang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, and undercurrent surged. However, Fang Xing ignored them and continued his cultivation. One day, he glanced at the letter in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Black Sky Temple is truly the softest target. That abbot who has reached perfect foundation establishment has offered me an inspection. Haha, I'm too lazy to go yet. The affairs of Zhang State are inextricably linked to the Myriad Beast sect. The next place we should go is the Myriad Beast sect. Just kill all of the Myriad Beast sect's Jinden and fake Dan true masters, and then investigate whether they have any ties to the demonic sect. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Even if they want to provoke a war, it doesn't necessarily have to be the demonic sect. We, the righteous path, can still strike first. With this thought in mind, Fang Xing calmly stood up and approached the white-haired old man who had reached foundation establishment. The old man was mute and deaf, and upon seeing Fang Xing, a look of fear filled his face. Sorry to have kept you waiting. After all, comprehending the magic takes time. Fang Xing extended his palm and pressed it against the old man's forehead. His powerful spiritual consciousness transformed into a sword, instantly piercing the old man's sea of consciousness and crushing his soul. The old man's facial muscles twitched, his eyes rolled back, and he was barely breathing. A strange dark green hue flashed in Fang Xing's eyes, and he chanted a mantra. His consciousness seemed to have transformed into a massive millstone, grinding the fragments of the old man's soul into pieces. Extracting the information he sought. The lands of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms have long been secretly controlled by the demonic forces. The Wuxiang sect is quite generous. The one contacting this person is the Blood River Hall of the 5 sects. They have 3 hall masters, and the strongest is already in the late Jinden stage. Have the demonic forces gathered, led by the Wuxiang demon sect, intending to start a war with the righteous forces, and, within Zhang State, there are other plots, related to the Wunfa secret realm. Are they trying to release the Wunfa master? Or perhaps the half-human, half-ghost creature? Interesting. Although the information he had received was rather disjointed, Fang Xing managed a smile. Theoretically, this is enough to get the job done, but if I don't go and kill the Myriad Beast sect, it'll seem like I'm afraid of them. But before that, let's strengthen myself. With a snap, the Foundation establishment elder collapsed, a corpse. Main universe. Blue Sea community. Inside a villa spanning 1,000 square meters. Fang Xing lounging on a beach chair by the pool, his expression relaxed and at ease. Not far away, on the helipad, parked a 27-meter-long azure spaceship. Its streamlined form, its azure paint scheme tinged with a psychedelic hue. I finally fulfilled the original owner's wish to buy a house on Blue Star. Fang Xing took a sip of his drink and sighed contentedly. Since the attack on Blue Star, confidence has been shattered, and the real estate market has experienced a downturn. He used his military merits and academic credits to purchase this luxury home at number 69 in Blue Sea District. And a private spaceship, too. From now on, I can take a private spaceship to an alien planet for vacation whenever I want. Fang Xing stood up and walked into the villa. Inside the practice room, a test tube had already been placed. It contained the universe yin and yang qi he had obtained by secretly fusing Xiao Yin Sha Qi and Tai Yang Zhen Gang. It's time to break through to the Martial Dao Golden Collar. Chapter 180 Martial Arts Golden Elixir. Beneath the villa, a vast training room. Blue Star is home to numerous powerful individuals, each extremely private, and even the omniscient brain cannot penetrate this private villa. Fang Xing himself sat cross-legged, before him the test tube containing the universe's yin and yang aura, opposite him sat his immortal clone, accompanied by a large bronze cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles. The immortal clone opened the one-hook cauldron and withdrew a gleaming, black jade-like elixir. This dew pill is truly exceptional. It contains no trace of elixir poison. In terms of value, it's probably comparable to a bottle of Wei Yang water. The dew pill is a top-grade, third-tier elixir in the world of immortal cultivation, and extremely rare. Its primary function is to heal injuries sustained by giant Shenron. Even if a mortal is severely injured or their golden elixir is shattered, it can barely hold their golden elixir together, maintaining a glimmer of life. However, some Foundation establishment cultivators later discovered that if they could prepare a dew pill during their core formation stage, even if the formation failed, they could still survive. Consequently, its value skyrocketed, barely qualifying as a core formation spiritual item. After all, having no worries about their future boosted a cultivator's confidence and also assisted their breakthrough. As a true sword disciple, Fang Xing could directly apply to the sect for core formation spiritual elixirs once he reached Foundation establishment perfection. By then, he would have a giant pill, giving an average Foundation establishment perfection cultivator a 20% to 30% chance of achieving core formation. Besides that, his other configurations were also fully equipped. Requesting a dew pill in advance was naturally a piece of cake for Fang Xing. Furthermore, he had slain so many fake core formation cultivators and core formation cultivators, and was incredibly wealthy, he could have purchased one even for hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. For other Foundation establishment cultivators, a top-grade, third-tier elixir, a daunting prospect, even a whiff of it was a luxury, was readily available to him. This dew pill, which he had also used the one holding to remove the poison, was the pinnacle of the finest. In the world of immortal cultivation, it would make even Foundation establishment cultivators fearlessly risk their lives, and even core formation cultivators would be envious and take action. I'm condensing a martial arts golden elixir this time, and it's a sure thing. I probably won't need it, but Fang Xing toyed with a dew pill for a moment before casually tossing it to his immortal clone. The immortal clone smiled faintly, put the pill away, and raised his hand. Formation flags were planted in the four corners of the basement. The high-grade spirit stones embedded in the formation disc erupted with brilliant light, and array patterns emerged, shrouding the entire basement in a dark cloud. Within the cloud, Fang Xing produced a storage bag and poured it out. Hundreds of high-grade spirit stones poured out, landing throughout the formation, forming a faint spiritual vein. This is all the savings I have earned from all my hard work, raiding and looting. No, it's all the savings I have earned from bravely doing good deeds. The immortal clone sighed as he sensed the surging spiritual energy in the void. He already had a considerable amount of high-grade spirit stones, and then, after defeating the Qingxuan sect with a single sword strike, they naturally suffered a heavy loss. And as for the Black Sky Temple, although he was too lazy to go, the abbot still had to deliver the spirit stones. These two major sects alone brought Fang Xing nearly 200 high-grade spirit stones in revenue. Not to mention the other chambers of commerce, Foundation-building sects, and Foundation-building families in Zheng State. The Myriad Beast sect is truly clueless. They'll definitely be punished later, the immortal clone grumbled, looking at the artificial spiritual vein and nodding. Abundant spiritual energy. If it were a martial arts breakthrough, of course, such arrangements wouldn't be necessary. However, Fang Xing was pursuing the path of immortal martial arts, and when it came to consolidating the martial arts golden elixir, something special happened. While the Federation's martial arts are excellent, there's no path beyond the martial god level. I need to forge my own path. Only then will my chances of breaking through to the martial god level be higher. The Federation currently possesses inheritances like Star Martial, Unique Martial, and Armor Martial, all of which are martial arts beyond the S rank, explored by our predecessors. My understanding of the Myriad Spirits Atlas has already allowed me to stand on the shoulders of countless martial arts masters. Recently, Japanzan had been busy, comprehending each fragment of the Myriad Spirits Atlas in his immortal clone's hands. He had gained insights into various unique skills, nourishing his own immortal martial endeavors. The research findings from Blue Star University's library and even its various laboratories had also provided him with much inspiration. Now, it's time to verify it. Fang Xing stood silently, his energy and blood surging like a furnace. Suddenly, the sounds of dragons and tigers roared. A black dragon and a white tiger emerged from the void, their fur and scales vividly alive, revealing his peak-level cultivation. As Fang Xing silently practiced the dragon-tiger stance, the dragon and tiger began to untangle once more, transforming into a black and white Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram silently swirled, with Fang Xing's true form as the dividing line between the yin and yang fishes. A strange, inexplicable charm, a sense of division, naturally emanated. On the attribute panel, the last point of proficiency in the dragon tiger stance was finally maxed out. At the center of the Tai Chi diagram, not here, not on the other side, not somewhere in between, a mysterious golden light condensed. With the exterior scene complete, Fang Xing ascended to the sixth realm of the martial arts, the golden elixir, without a trace of effort. If it were an ordinary golden elixir, I would have achieved it 100%. There would be no need for the yang returning water. The great sun relic between Fang Xing's eyebrows resembled a halo, radiating spiritual energy in circles, allowing him to clearly observe the process of the golden elixir's formation. His unparalleled spiritual power was rapidly nurturing the golden elixir into form. The illusory golden light solidified, transforming into virtual elixir, its golden light gradually filling. This is none other than the most authentic Dragon Tiger Golden Elixir of Blue Star Martial Arts. It's time. Fang Xing crushed the test tube, and the cosmic yin-yang energy instantly emanated, drawn into the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Within the Tai Chi diagram, the black dragon and white tiger reappeared, their expressions fierce and ferocious, their aura far more powerful than before. Roar. Dragon roars and tiger roars erupted, assaulting the original martial arts golden elixir. Sure enough, there's a reason why universities don't encourage everyone to strengthen their golden elixir foundation. Ordinary students struggle to condense their martial arts golden elixir, and to do so is simply asking for trouble. Those who could have succeeded might as well fail. Fang Xing nodded inwardly, silently practicing the sha, concentrating and refining key technique he had exchanged for subdue the dragon and the tiger. Subdue. 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 The great sun relic between his brows materialized, transforming into a crimson sun mark on his forehead. The terrifying great sun true fire emerged, like a cauldron, plunging the black dragon and white tiger into it, rapidly refining them. The black dragon and white tiger, once imbued with the cosmic yin and yang energy and boasting its might, instantly withered, transformed into strands of black and white energy, reemerging into the black and white Tai Chi diagram. The black and white Tai Chi diagram shrank continuously, merging into the interior of the martial arts golden elixir. The surface of this dragon tiger golden elixir shimmered with light, nearing completion, becoming round and glistening, imbued with a sense of indestructibility. It's done. With such a strong foundation, it can be called the yin-yang golden elixir, even more exceptional than the dragon tiger golden elixir. With this powerful foundation, combined with the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability, reaching the great Vajra realm will be effortless. Fang Xing's heart raced, and a hint of joy crossed his face. This was the limit for even the Federation's top geniuses. But he was different. Having decided to forge his own path, the yin-yang golden elixir wouldn't be enough to ascend to the level of a martial god. Those who are about to fight, all, form a formation, and march forward. Just as the yin-yang golden elixir was about to form, the immortal cultivator's clone formed seals with his hands. The 9-aperture golden elixir in his danshin commanded a void elixir, and magical power comparable to that of a Jinden-level elixir surged out, like a long dragon, pouring into the yin-yang golden elixir. Crack! The yin-yang golden elixir, under the influence of this otherworldly Jinden-level magical power, immediately became unstable and on the verge of shattering. The immortal cultivator's clone snapped his fingers, and the supreme dew pill flew out, refined in mid-air by the Jinden-level magical power. Its medicinal power enveloped Fang Xing's original form, barely holding the yin-yang golden elixir together. Huff, inhale, Fang Xing's original form sat cross-legged, breathing like a dragon and an elephant. The surging spiritual energy in the void was completely consumed and swept away, like the Yangtze River pouring back into the cracked yin-yang golden elixir. My immortal clone and I are one. His mana is too much for my golden elixir to absorb. If it were someone else, switching to the path of immortal martial arts would be incredibly difficult. But my previous assumption was correct. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. With the influx of spiritual energy, the high-grade spirit stones sadly exhausted their spiritual energy and exploded into powder. The yin-yang golden elixir gradually became rounder, absorbing the presence of mana. Suddenly, purple lines appeared on its surface. Purple striped longevity golden elixir. Fang Xing saw the golden elixir and gave it a vivid name. Simultaneously, a large amount of information appeared on the attribute panel: class change, Martial Artist Immortal Warrior. You gain the class feature Immortal Martial Merge. Immortal Martial Merge, you can sense the spiritual energy within the void. Your ki and blood can be transformed into and merged with your mana, flowing simultaneously. Profession, changed. Fang Xing touched his lower abdomen and saw that all the abnormalities in the basement had disappeared. Without caring about anything else, he sat cross-legged and focused his attention on the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 25. Profession, Immortal Warrior. 6th Realm, Golden Elixir, 0/84, Dragon and Tiger Posture. 800 Grandmaster, 4 Absolute Star Martial Arts. 372/800, Grandmaster, Dragon and Elephant Vajra Indestructible Magical Power. 551/800, Grandmaster, Mahavaracana Mantra. 1/400, Master, Cheyenne Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Book. 1/400, Master, Mahavaracana Palm. 1/100, Beginner, Gate of the Heavens. 2/100, Positioning. Sure enough, a breakthrough to the 6th realm of martial arts, Dragon and Tiger Posture cannot be further improved. Sure enough, the perfection of the Grandmaster is the limit of proficiency? Or, some special conditions are required. Fang Xing looked at the proficiency level behind the golden core and discovered it was only a mere 84. Then, a message emanated. Martial arts golden core cultivation requires activating the Sha points and concentrating the Gang meridians, creating 72 acupoints within the body from scratch. At the same time, every 6 acupoints can condense a Gang meridian, for a total of 12 Gang meridians. Once the 72 Sha points and 12 Gang meridians are perfected, will the golden core be complete? Can one extract the immortal substance and ascend to Vajra? Chapter 181 Immortal Warrior. The human body is essentially flesh and blood, no matter how one cultivates the martial arts. However, after condensing the martial arts golden elixir, things become different. The power of the golden elixir is used to open up acupuncture points and meridians within the body. According to Fang Xing, the golden elixir is essentially a mass of pure high energy. After condensing the golden elixir, it must be used to transform itself, establishing a high energy network that covers the entire body, thereby transforming the body into a special semi-energy life form. Therefore, upon reaching the golden elixir realm, Blue Star warriors can truly live without food or drink, deriving energy entirely from the universe. Each of these 84 passes is difficult. If one were to rely solely on the cosmic energy absorbed by one's own golden elixir, it would take a very long time to complete them one by one. That's why golden elixir warriors need to enter the government to obtain more resources, Fang Xing lamented. The early stages of martial arts are a path of evolution that requires minimal investment, but after the golden elixir stage, they also become resource-intensive consumers. Of course, compared to mecha masters, this is still considered very frugal. And the Gate of the Heavens, it's only been about 10 days, and progress has only increased slightly. Doesn't that mean it'll take about 3 years to unlock the next world? But 3 years is just a blink of an eye for me. Fang Xing didn't know how long he could live, but after building the energy network and becoming a semi-energy being, he would undoubtedly live as long as a true person who had achieved the golden core in the immortal realm. Perhaps even, he could live longer. On a cosmic scale, hundreds of years and thousands of years were practically the same, meaningless. He silently practiced his martial arts, experiencing the difference between the martial arts golden core and his previous one. First, the golden core domain has completely crushed the power of the domain. Martial artists outside the realm are nothing but ants before me. Then, the golden core yuan power, Fang Xing felt his own strength, ki, blood, and zenki, through that martial arts golden core, being coordinated and condensed into a single point, like embracing the elixir. This highly concentrated power of embracing the primordial essence and maintaining unity is the golden core yuan power. In terms of rank, it far surpasses the ki, blood, and zenki of the past. Now, Fang Xing could easily deal with warriors below the Jinden level with a single finger. A slight difference in martial arts skill meant the difference between heaven and earth. Unless he encountered a true demon, such as someone who could master the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine art while still in the field, only then would he be slightly impressed. Furthermore, his Jinden foundation was incredibly strong, surpassing even those geniuses who had condensed the universe yin and yang aura. More importantly, it's the Immortal Warrior class. His immortal clone removed the formation, and Fang Xing closed his eyes, silently contemplating the void. The ability Immortal Martial Integration activated. After a moment, he shook his head regretfully. It seems there's no spiritual energy in the main universe. What a shame. Having the dragon slaying technique is useless. Fortunately, I still have my attribute panel. Fang Xing activated another ability of Immortal Martial Integration. The purple-veined one Xiao Jiantan within his body swirled, consuming vast quantities of qi, blood, and energy, and then expelling the magical power of the immortal realm. It even carried wisps of golden energy, surpassing the liquid mana of his immortal clone, reaching the level of golden core true essence. His true self was now shrouded in mana. If he were to return to the immortal realm, no cultivator would mistake him for a third-level physical cultivator. And not just any third-level physical cultivator, but peak third level. Fang Xing's true self became intrigued, casually forming hand gestures and chanting an incantation, and a fist-sized fireball materialized in his hand. Finally, I see you, the immortal fireball technique. His lips curled slightly. While his true self had never practiced this spell, his immortal clone had already mastered these low-level 5 elements techniques to perfection. The immortal clone's consciousness was one with his true self. If the clone knew, so too did the true self. Previously, as a warrior, lacking spiritual roots and, naturally, mana, he could only watch helplessly as the spells were cast. Now, with mana, he could cast them with ease. Fang Xing closed his eyes in deep thought. The purple-veined golden elixir spun slightly, absorbing all the mana in his body. What he exhaled again was once again the warrior's ki and blood. Immortal and martial arts merge? Not bad, not bad. From now on, I can also practice immortal methods in the main universe, without worrying about spiritual energy shortages. Immortal warrior. My path to immortal martial arts has finally been forged. Fang Xing knew full well that the key to his immortal martial arts path lay in his golden finger. Although he had comprehended the myriad spirits atlas and had access to numerous cultivation techniques from the immortal world, achieving a harmonious and indistinguishable integration of martial arts and immortal ways remained a challenge. However, once he met the prerequisites, it was like peaking proficiency, and his stats naturally improved. This time, it proved to be no different. Immortal martial arts. My foundation is still largely in martial arts. Now I've finally achieved my martial arts golden elixir, and I can be admitted to graduate school. Blue Star University had a rule that students who achieved a martial arts golden elixir during their undergraduate studies would be directly admitted to graduate school. Graduate studies last 15 years and also avoid military service. Right now, I'm the only one who knows about my breakthrough. I'm not entirely clear on the various procedures for graduate admission. Perhaps I should ask Teacher Pan Shuang, or could we just use this opportunity to deal with Wei Shentong? He's a martial arts prodigy, after all. Maybe one day he'll recover from his setback and soar to new heights. After so much time, he should have gotten over his slump, right? He's a great Vajra realm warrior, his spirit as strong as iron. I'm starting to have hope. Now's the time to shatter him. Fang Xing had never been one for generosity. Now that he'd reached his strength, he immediately sought revenge. Of course, with a federation now so powerful, surpassing even Blue Star, proper procedures were necessary. He thought for a moment and immediately dialed a number. Hello? Senior Su? I haven't paid for my last treatment yet, and I wanted to thank you in person. Fang Xing had secretly researched the Su family, to which Su Sanayang belonged, and found that Wei Shentong wasn't from the same faction. In fact, they had some issues. Factions are circles. Different groups of people cling together for warmth, and it's normal for larger groups to exploit the interests of smaller groups or individuals. Consequently, relations between factions are often strained. This is a fundamental conflict of interest. If you take more, others take less. There's no way around it. Furthermore, this outlaw is the most appropriate person to consult. Okay, Su Sanayang's voice echoed, that's perfect. Come to Qingshan Mental Hospital. I've just completed my discharge paperwork. A moment later. Above Qingshan Mental Hospital, a private spacecraft froze in mid-air like a dragonfly. A beam of light descended, and Fang Xing slowly descended, catching sight of Su Sanayang waving. Not bad, not bad. You even have a private spaceship. With his hair shaved and dressed in a military uniform, Su Sanayang looked incredibly masculine, a stark contrast to the former psychopath. I'd like to ride your spaceship today, sure, but senior, Would you please wipe the lipstick off your face first? Fang Xing tossed over a pack of tissues. On the spaceship. After transferring the money, Su Sanayang beamed. I just love customers like you, your generosity. Did Senior ever get medical bills owed to him? That's not possible, is it? Fang Xing asked, a little surprised. The universe is so vast, anything could happen. For example, can you imagine a former psychopath like me getting a military degree and then running for Congress? Su Sanayang lounged comfortably on the sofa, casually picking up a bottle of wine and gulping down 2 gulps. His drunken eyes blurred as he looked at Fang Xing. I didn't feel anything just now, but now I do. Your aura is a little different than before. Could it be a breakthrough in your martial arts, Senior? Can you tell? Fang Xing was startled. He thought he had concealed it perfectly. Your aura is well concealed. Normally, Jinden, Vajra, or even Martial Saint wouldn't be able to detect it. I was wrong before. But you know, when I'm not mentally normal, my perception is especially sharp. Su Sanayang took another sip. So you're drunk in just 2 sips? Where do you get the courage to drink my wine? Fang Xing was speechless, then he let go of most of his worries. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Senior, if you want to kill someone openly, how should you do it? Well, warriors like me should take revenge. After a breakthrough, go and kill your enemies. You're very much like me. Su Sanayang laughed heartily. Then he burped. This kind of thing is actually very simple. Do you have a house on Blue Star? Yes, very well. In our private residences, we have a strong right of self-defense. If someone trespasses, we can kill them without any problem. Take me for example. When I was ill before, I broke into a family's home and killed their entire family. If I had been beaten to death there, it would have been a wasted death, Su Sanayang said meaningfully. So, if someone breaks into your home and wants to kill you, and the evidence is recorded, you have unlimited right of self-defense. Even if the case goes to the Federal Supreme Court, you will win. And you won't have to bear any responsibility. But what if that person has a powerful force behind them? Fang Xing continued. No one would take the dead too seriously. After all, the living are more important and need to continue living. Except for the mentally ill, Su Sanayang said. Besides, didn't you come to me? We're all from Blue Star University. I'll definitely protect you from now on. Wei Shentong was now half invalid, half abandoned. If he still had someone supporting him, there would be no further consequences for this matter. Thank you, Senior. I know what to do now. Fang Xing raised his glass. Cheers, cheers. Su Sanayang picked up the bottle and drank it all in one breath. Chapter 182, One Sword, 3 Kills. In the Immortal Cultivation Realm. In the cave. The Immortal Cultivation Avatar was deep in thought. Indeed, the best way is to lure Wei Shentong into taking the initiative and come to Blue Sea Area number 69 to kill me. Once the evidence is confirmed, killing him will have no consequences, not to mention that he's already been semi-abandoned. Even if there are still people from his faction who are resentful. Blue Star University and the Su family will protect me. I'm a student at Blue Star University, so theoretically I'm considered an academic school. The academic school is close to the Su family. Although Wei Shentong is also a counselor, Blue Star University can't intervene, but the Su family can, if the consequences are bearable. The next question is how to lure Wei Shentong to kill me. If I show enough talent in front of him and indicate that I'm about to reach the golden core stage, will that be attractive? He probably has no subordinates by now. I'll have to do it myself. Besides, using high-tech weapons can easily leave a lot of evidence. As a high-level warrior, he trusts his own martial arts the most. He's now regaining his confidence, and he will definitely rely on martial arts to kill me personally. This was Su Sanayang's judgment after he got drunk. As a top-tier spiritual medicine doctor, his judgment shouldn't be too flawless. Truth speaks louder when drunk, especially when sober. So, the key to this battle lies in Wei Shentong's will. Although Fang Xing had previously deliberately provoked Wei Shentong and witnessed his embarrassing behavior, Wei Shentong was now more focused on himself. Even if he harbored a motive, he might not actually strike. Stirring up inner demons, amplifying murderous intent. I'll have to rely on the magical methods of my immortal cultivation world. Next, gather the relevant secret techniques, talismans, and treasures, and have me use them against Wei Shentong. I feel like there's more of these in the magical realm. Let's quickly overthrow the Myriad Beast sect, and then explore the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. Fang Xing smiled faintly, then transformed into a flash of sword light, charging headlong towards the myriad beast sect with unstoppable force. Immediately afterwards, spies near the cave residence desperately sent a message, instructing it to be relayed to Zhang State and even beyond. A mere true sword master from the heavenly sword sect is so arrogant. Even Chu Kuangtu wasn't as arrogant back then. To have conquered the Qingxuan sect with a single sword strike is truly impressive. HMPH, he's just relying on the might of the heavenly sword sect to bully the fake ore cultivators who dare not actually attack, and now he dares to go to the myriad beast sect? The myriad beast sect has true giant and cultivators in command, and there are dozens of fake ore cultivators. Let's see if that brat can still be so arrogant. Numerous discussions echoed repeatedly throughout the major markets and immortal cities. In Xi'an Immortal City, Min Yihan stared at the jade slip in his hand, his face filled with disbelief. Fellow Taoist Fang Xing could actually achieve such a thing. He had watched him build his foundation. Even when Fang Xing left to venture into Qi country, he had thought he had lofty ambitions, but doubted he would ever achieve anything. Now, not only had he become a true disciple of a major nascent soul sect, but he had even returned as a king, conquering the Qingxuan sect with a single sword strike. This truly shamed him. Law Enforcement Elder, the city lord wants to see you, a disciple outside the gate announced. I'll be there right away. Min and his group quickly composed themselves and headed for the city lord's mansion. Inside, all the major foundation establishment elders were present, bowing to the head of the group. Greetings, city lord. No need for formalities. Immortal Xian, clad in a purple robe, looked elegant and regal, though her face remained slightly pale. She had nearly died from the spirit-attaching poison she had contracted, and her condition remained dire. She had been forced to invite a close friend to guard Xi'an Immortal City. With the help of 2 fake Dine Immortals and the Immortal City's formation, she had managed to intimidate the Myriad Beast sect, making them hesitant to act rashly, resulting in a stalemate that persisted until now. While the Myriad Beast sect could annihilate Xi'an Immortal City, the cost far outweighed the gains, and they would undoubtedly hesitate. You should all be aware of the matter concerning Jianzi of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Although Jianzi has not yet visited Xi'an Immortal City, we must also investigate ourselves. Yixing, Immortal Xi'an looked at Min and his group. Please rest assured, City Lord. I've conducted a thorough investigation and am searching for spies in the city daily using demon key talismans. I won't give outsiders any excuse, Min and his group hastily assured. True person Ziyuan actually had a vague impression of Fang Xing after all. It was Fang Xing's elders who saved her from a life-threatening situation. Back then, the junior only dared to kill a few key cultivators below and pick up storage bags. Who could have imagined that he would achieve such great things today? Besides, the situation in Zhang State has been volatile recently. You must be careful. Regarding the city defense, after some discussion, true person Ziyuan dismissed the numerous foundation establishment cultivators. A flash of green light appeared in the hall, and a young man with ordinary features appeared. He was shrouded in the magical power of a fake elixir, and his eyes looked at true person Ziyuan with a hint of admiration. He was the external aide true person Ziyuan had recruited. His surname was Yuan Wei. Fellow Taoist Yuan, what do you think? True person Ziyuan asked. I cultivate the 3 flame true pupils, which have a certain ability to discern demonic energy, but they're not necessarily completely accurate. All I can say is that there seems to be something wrong with Elder Wang. Yuan Wei considered his words carefully. After all, a distant relative couldn't separate them. He was strictly an outsider, while those who had established their foundations were true Immortal Xian's subordinates, even his own disciples. Since fellow Taoist Yuan has said so, let's kill the wrong person rather than let him go. Simply cripple the person's dantian and send him to death row, true Immortal Xian spoke calmly. Only then did she display the aura of a single-handedly building a celestial city. It seems fellow Taoist Xian has made his choice, Yuan Wei smiled. We, the independent cultivators, are nothing compared to the righteous and evil paths, and we have no right to choose. Immortal Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. With a hint of murderous intent, it's just that the 10,000 beast sect chose to side with the evil path and robbed and killed me. How could I possibly let them go? That's right. Others don't know, but you and I do know that the Blood River Hall and the Wood Evil sect have high-level cultivators secretly lurking in Zhang State, Yuan Wei said. This time, the true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect was really reckless. He went to the 10,000 beast sect and narrowly escaped death. Should we go and help them? If it was just the 10,000 Beast sect, we wouldn't be able to take action. Unless there are evil cultivators, Immortal Ziyun chuckled. This time, we have to rely on the power of the Meteon banner in your hand, fellow Taoist Yuan. Haha, fellow Taoist Ziyun, you are too polite. A hint of joy flashed in Yuan Wei's eyes. When shall we act? The day is now, not today. True man, Ziyun said calmly. As far as I know, the Xianjian sect still has a giant sword master operating within Zhang's borders. This time, that sword master might spark a war between good and evil, or at least the beginning of chaos within Zhang. The Wanchao sect. A flash of sword light flew, revealing Fang Xing. He knew he had become the eye of the storm for Zhang, but he was utterly fearless. Now that I've achieved the martial Dao Giant and transitioned to the Immortal Warrior class, I'm worried about finding a target to practice on. Furthermore, having mastered the Immortal and Martial Common Origin, I no longer have to worry about being discovered. Otherwise, if it were discovered that he was truly immortal, possessing a body comparable to a third-level refinement and the combat power of a peak third-level cultivator, I'd bet it would alarm many of the great immortal cultivation sects. Perhaps the major sects in this cultivated wasteland haven't seen much, but the Heavenly Sword sect has its own main sect. The world of immortal cultivation outside is even more vast, and there might even be the rumored God Transformation cultivator. I can't afford to offend them yet. Fortunately, that's no longer a problem. I'm only a third-level physical cultivator. Fang Xing glanced over and saw the rugged architecture of the myriad beasts sect. Numerous scattered buildings dotted the vast mountains, among which were numerous animal pens housing a large number of rare and exotic animals. They'd even specially adapted their environment, creating a mix of grasslands, forests, deserts, and snowfields, perfect for the breeding of various demonic beasts. This was quite a thoughtful effort. He manifested a wrought iron sword in his hand, and as usual, flicked it gently. A clear sword cry echoed, initially silent, but gradually resembling thunder, startling all the beasts. Along with the sword's whistle, a voice rang out. Fang Xing, the true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, has come to investigate the demonic cultivators. Where are the cultivators of the myriad beast sect? Rumble. While sword ki and thunder sound are only a technique for the ki training stage, that doesn't mean they're useless after reaching the foundation establishment and core formation stages. On the contrary, the power of this sword technique increases with the cultivator's advancement. Even at the foundation establishment and core formation stages, it's still a very powerful technique. Rumble. The 10,000 beast sect's mountain gate reverberated, and the ground shook, as if a beast tide had arrived. A dark mass filled the sky. As they rapidly approached, they realized it was a dark cloud formed by a vast gathering of demonic birds. Thunder-winged birds, iron-feathered eagles, killer bees, iron-eating insects. A myriad of spiritual insects and birds converged. Even though they were inherently antagonistic, they were now commanded by the 10,000 beast sect disciples, clearly distinguishing themselves. Above the ground, various jackals, tigers, and leopards gathered, including a three-tailed white fox. Shi-Wan leaned against the fox's enormous tail, her expression languid, her gaze fixed on the sky, yet with a hint of solemnity. Is it him? Most cultivators possess a photographic memory. Of course, she remembered the young cultivator who had emerged from the wasteland. She recalled the distant scene of the other person thanking her, overlaying it with the image of the young man whose sword energy soared into the sky, crushing the fake Dan sect with a single strike, a figure who would be forever remembered by the Zhang state. Shi-Wan's jade-like face was filled with shock. Fang Xing had no interest in these small-time soldiers and generals. He glanced forward and saw three streams of light flying towards him, emitting the magical power of a fake Dan cultivator. Fang Xing, you're going too far. One of them, a white-haired fake Dan true immortal, was riding a giant crimson python and had actually reached the quasi third level. With his fake Dan cultivation level and the power of a quasi third level spirit beast, he was already a top-tier fake Dan true immortal. Even King Sun Sect's Lu Yi held her in deep contempt. They believed that this woman, intimidated by the Xianjian sect's prestige, dared not attack a Foundation Establishment Junior, a disgrace to their fake Dan true immortals. While fake Dan cultivators might not be as good as the others, they were still supreme true immortals when facing Foundation Establishment cultivators. Yes, in their minds, the King Sun sect would be subdued, perhaps by leveraging the power of the Xianjian sect. Fang Xing, a mere swordsman in the early stages of foundation building, was nothing to him. HMPH, if you think we'll be like the King Sun sect, letting you gain fame, You're sorely mistaken. The fake Dan Zhenren on the left was a gorgeous woman, toying with a second-grade, top-grade jade scorpion. The fake Dan burly man on the right remained silent, but his fake Dan aura continued to crush Fang Xing, his malice undisguised. HMPH. How dare the myriad beast sect treat me so lightly, Fang Xing snorted. I, the sword master, have come in person, yet even this old ghost hasn't come out to greet me personally. Furthermore, Jing State's major sects have generously donated before, and even the Purple Kite Immortal City secretly gave him spirit stones. How dare the myriad beast sect refuse to give? Haha. Have you lost your mind, boy? You actually let a giant Henren come to greet you. The gorgeous woman laughed so hard that her bosom trembled, her full breasts threatening to burst. Good, very good, Fang Xing nodded upon seeing this. The 10,000 Beast Sect's Grand Elder avoided meeting me, clearly feeling guilty. Your 10,000 Beast Sect is in cahoots with a demonic path. I can report this to the sect and send troops to raze you to the ground. Taking over the Zhang Kingdom's immortal realm? What? The fake pill elder was stunned. While their 10,000 Beast Sect was indeed linked to the demonic path, you, a righteous swordsman, didn't even investigate and instead directly slandered them? Who, after all, was the demonic path? Seeing Fang Xing about to leave, he panicked and shouted, "Detain this man." Even then, he still didn't dare to kill Fang Xing, only to detain him. Hiss. With that, the Crimson Python, with which he had a deep connection, leaped out, spewing a cloud of red poisonous mist from its mouth. Haha. You, the Myriad Beast Sect, are indeed colluding with the demonic cult. Even after I exposed you, you're still guilty and trying to resist arrest. Your crime is even greater. The many Myriad Beast Sect disciples below only heard Fang Xing's roaring laughter. Following his laughter, the clang of swords rang out. As immortal cultivators, you're even worse than casual cultivators. Just kill them. Why overthink it? Fang Xing scoffed inwardly, and his rotten iron sword emerged, transforming into a thin white gold thread, instantly slicing through the three fake pill cultivators. Crash! First, the massive Crimson Python split in two, scattering in a shower of blood. Then, the three fake pill cultivators, stunned, suddenly lost their heads. The great freedom black gold sword aura, instantly killing. This is the true power of sword cultivators. A single strike of the sword, a snap of the fingers, can slay the enemy. It wasn't until the three fake Dan Masters, along with the corpses of the quasi third-tier Python and the second-tier, top-grade Jade Scorpion, fell from the sky that the Myriad Beast Sect disciples finally understood. Their faces were filled with extreme shock and panic. 3 kills with one sword? 3 fake Dan Masters in a row. She Wanwen covered her lips, finally realizing that during the King Sun sect incident, it wasn't Realizer Luya who was concerned about the Xianjian sect, someone who risked their lives attempting to achieve a giant and wouldn't be so cautious. The other party was truly no match. If they hadn't surrendered quickly, they would have become a headless corpse like this. Grand and numerous foundation establishment and key training disciples within the Myriad Beast sect immediately wailed. The Lian family was a powerful sect, and 2 of the 3 fake Dan Masters were surnamed Lian, descendants of the Jinden Master. Shi Wanwen's expression was complex, knowing this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Roar. At that moment, from the depths of the Myriad Beast sect, a hissing sound, like neither dragon nor snake, suddenly emanated. With it came an aura reminiscent of a savage beast. The countless birds and beasts actually bowed their heads. A third-level demon king appeared, and all demons bowed. A hornless, scaly creature, with 4 claws sprouting from its belly, resembling a dragon, emerged from the depths of the 10,000 Beast Sect's mountain gate, seemingly slow but actually swift. Above it stood a large man in a beastly robe, his rage practically overflowing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 War. Actually, they killed 3 fake Dan Masters with a single sword strike. In the void, a small, gray banner emanated light, enveloping Master Ziyun and Master Yuanwei. The 2 fake Dan Masters stared at each other, bewildered. The might of the Myriad Beast Sect's 3 fake Dan Masters might be known to others, but surely Master Ziyun knew? Especially that old man, whose strength was among the best among the fake Dan Masters. How could they be killed just like that? Though they had relaxed before their own mountain gate, Master Xian saw clearly that the three veteran fake Dan masters still habitually activated their true essence shields. A fake Dan cultivator's true essence shield is powerful enough to withstand the spiritual weapon attacks of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, they were still cut down with ease. Doesn't this mean that swordsman can kill you and me with just one strike? Yuan Wei looked at Master Xian and muttered, I finally understand why Master Luai acted that way. It's just, even old ghost is different. Master Xian looked toward the myriad beast sex mountain gate, a hint of fear in her eyes. This one is a true giant master. The true Dan he condensed back then was only one step away from a top-grade true Dan, false Dan, true Dan, golden Dan, completely different levels. A giant master could easily kill a false Dan master. And that swordsman even killed 3 false Dan masters of the myriad beast sect in a row. No matter how you look at it, it's a fight to the death. Master Yuan Wei looked at Fang Xing. If a giant master had taken action, we too wouldn't have much chance of saving anyone. Master Xian fell silent upon hearing this. They had originally intended to arrive as a force capable of swaying the battlefield, but they hadn't imagined the situation would escalate to this point. How dare you kill a cultivator of the Lian family? Lian Laoge, a burly figure clad in animal skins, flushed crimson. His eyes seemed to instantly transform into the vertical pupils of some animal, a thin line between them emitting a faint golden light as he scanned the scene. At the initial stage of Foundation establishment cultivation, you've managed to refine an external elixir. The Heavenly Sword Sex external elixir technique is renowned, and I've witnessed it today. As a giant and true person, his knowledge far surpassed that of fake elixirs. Having also cultivated a technique known as the Spirit Eye, he could immediately discern that Fang Xing's fake elixir's magical power came from an external source. Furthermore, he confirmed it came from an external elixir. Fang Xing smiled faintly, unsurprised. The Heavenly Sword Sect's numerous texts all derive from the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic, so the spread of external elixir techniques was only natural. But a single external elixir is enough to humiliate my myriad beast sect. Far from enough. Lian Laoge, a horned serpent wrapped around his arm, simultaneously raised the head of the third-level giant viper demon king beneath him, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. Although he was still at the early giant stage, with the addition of this low-grade, third-tier spiritual pet, his combat power rivaled that of an average mid-tier giant and cultivator. External alchemy techniques, on the other hand, could only elevate a Foundation establishment perfection cultivator to a level barely comparable to that of an early giant and stage cultivator. Fang Xing was only at the early stage. Lian Laoge, a true veteran giant and cultivator, not only used his words to stun his opponent's spirit, but also remembered the lesson he'd learned from the 3 previous fake Dan true immortals. He slapped the animal hide pouch at his waist. Buzz! With a flash of light, a strangely shaped set of white bone armor appeared on him. A mid-tier magical weapon, the 10,000 beast armor. A look of fear crossed Xian True Immortal's eyes. This treasure is crafted from the bones of various spirit beasts. It's said to contain the spirit bones of no fewer than 3 third-tier demon kings. Its defense is astonishing. After initially securing himself impenetrably, Lian Laoge produced 2 animal hide talismans and infused them with magical power. Both hides exuded the aura of a demon king. Clearly, the talisman skins were taken from third-tier demon beasts, yielding rare, fine third-tier talismans. If the myriad beast sect weren't so adept at raising demon beasts, they might not have amassed such a treasure. Lian Laoge muttered something and waved his hand. The 2 talismans instantly ignited, emitting a terrifying surge of magical power. One was crimson, the other emerald green. Chirp, then, accompanied by a bird's cry, a somewhat ethereal demon bird with crimson feathers flew out from the crimson light. From the emerald green flames, a demon wolf leaped. Though illusory, its form rapidly expanded, resembling a small mountain. Scorching sunbird, mountain wolf, this is the demon king once enshrined within our sect. Recalling the sect's texts, the faces of many myriad beast sect disciples all showed a touch of pride. I thought you had some trick up your sleeve, but it's nothing more than using soul-binding talismans to seal the spirits of 2 third-rank demon kings. This seems like a bit of a trick. It seems the talisman master who crafted these 2 third-rank talismans for you may only be at the quasi-third rank, or even upper second rank, Fang Xing commented nonchalantly, flicking his rotten iron sword. Even old Ghost's expression darkened. Indeed, Zheng was a small nation, and third-rank talisman masters were extremely rare. The 10,000 Beast Sect's own talisman masters could only reach upper second rank or even quasi-third rank, and it was difficult to advance further. Fortunately, with talisman skins crafted from third-rank animal hides and the spirits of third-rank demon kings, even a second-rank upper-rank talisman master could barely muster the skills to seal them. Even so, they had wasted most of the sect's treasured talisman skins and demon king spirits to create these few soul-binding talismans, their last remaining treasure. Even Shi Wanwen was only given one as a lifeline. Lian Laoga spoke lightly, but in reality, he held Fang Xing in the highest regard, giving his all. After releasing the two beast souls to restrain Fang Xing, he tapped his danshan. A dark light flashed above his head, and a pitch-black claw emerged. This claw seemed to be forged from the claw of some demonic beast, wrapped with a thin iron chain. Tiny runes were inscribed along its edge. Go, Lian Laoga pointed, infusing his Danjin magic power into it. The pitch-black claw was instantly enveloped in a layer of eerie black runes. With a piercing sound, it unexpectedly reached Fang Xing, striking first after the latter. With a flick of his finger, a platinum sword ore with tiny starlight shimmered emerged, enveloping the wrought iron sword. Suddenly, the sword light split into three, engaging the two beast souls and the pitch-black claw. Whoosh! Two sword threads slashed through the beast soul and landed on Lian Laoga's 10,000 beast armor. His vital energy shield shattered instantly, and the sword thread landed on the surface of the myriad beast armor, leaving a shallow mark. Haha! Seeing the power of Fang Xing's sword thread, Lian Laoga's pupils constricted, then relaxed. He pressed a spell, Condensate, the spirits of the fiery sunbird and the mountain wolf, severed by the sword thread, instantly solidified. Aside from a slight decrease in their mana fluctuations, they remained completely unscathed. Swish! At this moment, the third sword shadow collided with the pitch-black claws. The sword shadows and black claws clashed fiercely in midair, reaching a stalemate. Chirp! The fiery sunbird spread its wings, and balls of incandescent fire emerged, sweeping towards Fang Xing. The mountain wolf similarly opened its wolf's mouth, and cyan wind blades converged like a tornado, blocking Fang Xing's escape route. Not good. Upon seeing this, true person Ziyun's face paled. A true giant and cultivator is truly not comparable to a fake Dan cultivator. Even if we faced this kind of formation, I'm afraid we'd be forced to flee. What's more, that sword cultivator is a sword cultivator. Yuan Wei shook his head. While sword cultivators are fierce and known for their ultimate killing power, they also have significant flaws. First, their flying swords are too sharp, yet they rely too heavily on them. If a strike fails, they often find themselves at a disadvantage. Second, the sword cultivators themselves are too fragile. Now, Fang Xing's sword threads are struggling to pierce the myriad beast armor, and his flying sword is entangled, putting him at a complete disadvantage. Great Elder, please, Great Elder, slay this beast and avenge our three ancestors. The myriad beast sect's disciples were overcome with emotion, but only Shi Wanwen, witnessing the scene, had a hint of worry on her face. Regardless of victory or defeat in today's battle, the myriad beast sect is destined to be the enemy of the heavenly sword sect. That's a major nascent soul sect. Boom! Countless fireballs and wind blades converged, the wind fueling the flames, transforming into a crimson tornado of wind and fire that swept Fang Xing in. Seeing this, Lian Laoga's face flickered with a smile, but it quickly faded. The humming of swords in the air hadn't dissipated. After the tornado dissipated, a new figure suddenly appeared in the arena. A humanoid puppet, dressed in a green robe and with a stony expression, stood before Fang Xing, his arms outstretched, radiating a defensive energy shield comparable to giant and cultivators. It was this figure that had just blocked the tornado's attack. A low-grade, third-tier puppet, Lian Laoga was slightly startled. The heavenly sword sect is truly wealthy, but you, a swordsman, are actually practicing puppetry? And you're a true swordsman. My sword Dao has reached a state where everything can become a sword. How could you possibly comprehend that? Fang Xing leered at Lian Laoga and formed a hand seal. Whoosh! The rotten iron sword let out a clear, resonant cry, suddenly bursting with an infinitely sharp edge, forcing aside the pitch-black claws. Hurry! Witnessing this, Lian Laoga formed a hand seal, unleashing the thin black chains wrapped around the pitch-black claw's magic weapon. Like a net, it enveloped the rotten iron sword. This magic weapon was a secret heirloom of the myriad beast sect, and he had even refined it with special restrictions, specifically for retrieving flying swords. Seeing this, Fang Xing sneered, his mana surging once again, faintly surpassing the limits of a fake elixir. Swoosh! The rotten iron sword transformed into a stream of light, severing each chain, effortlessly breaking through the net and even leaving a deep sword mark on the pitch-black claw's magic weapon. Simultaneously, the third-level puppet floated down, its right arm open, and wooden talismans, radiating a chilling glow, frantically drained the puppet's core spiritual energy, transforming into a spell that froze heaven and earth. Whoosh! A bitterly cold wind blew, and countless gusts of wind and snow instantly converged, trapping the fiery sunbird. At the same time, the puppet's figure folded, hovering above the mountain wolf, and delivered a punch. As a low-grade third-rank puppet, its physique was comparable to that of an average third-rank cultivator. Under the terrifying force of the punch, the mountain wolf could only flee in panic. Chapter 184 Hidden. This, Shi Wanwen was in disbelief when Fang Xing actually dominated Lian Laoge. Her master was a veteran giant and true person. When had he become evenly matched with a swordsman? Were all the true disciples of the great nascent soul sects so powerful? On the battlefield, Fang Xing manipulated his rotten iron sword, severing the pitch-black claw magic weapon in two. Then, like a meteor, the rotten iron sword pierced Lian Laoge. The force of the blow was so deafening that even Lian Laoge, clad in the myriad beast's armor, wanted to retreat. This time, I must at least kill Lian Laoge, only then will I have completed this mission. Lian Laoge is most likely connected to the demonic path. In a life-or-death situation, he can always force something out. If my guess is wrong, and the demonic cultivators allow Lian Laoge to die, then we can make the best of it, and simply allow our sect to next the myriad beast sect. Fang Xing's finger gestures shifted continuously. Sword energy roared, sword auras shone, and he continued to tangle with the myriad beast's armor. Suddenly, Lian Laoge snorted coldly, and the third-level giant viper under his steed swung its tail violently. Snap! The terrifying force landed on the rotten iron sword, unexpectedly sending it flying. Then, a cloud of purple-black poisonous mist erupted from the giant viper's mouth, seemingly corroding even the air in its path, enveloping the rotten iron sword. Fang Xing's expression changed, and he recalled the flying sword. The rotten iron sword was pristine, undamaged. Third-level poison, can it even contaminate spiritual consciousness? However, Fang Xing's spiritual consciousness was weak, and faced with a giant viper's third-level poison, it was immediately overwhelmed. Lian Laoge's expression grew more solemn, with a hint of regret. It seemed that his previous anger had been merely an act. This giant-level-old ghost had lived for centuries, his cunning and unfathomable. What a shame. I was hoping to use you to lure out the heavenly sword sect's hidden nemesis, but it seems like you, a true sword disciple, aren't that important. Well, I'll just kill you first, just in time. I'll let you witness the secret technique I've painstakingly mastered after so many days of seclusion. As he spoke, Lian Laoge formed hand seals, and a strange, blood-red flame enveloped him. Hiss! The horned serpent, which had been wrapped around his arm, its body limbless and its head horned, imbued with the blood of an incredibly rich dragon, suddenly hissed. Lian Laoge grabbed it, transformed it into a crimson blood ball, and pressed it onto the head of the third-level giant viper below. Roar! The third-level giant viper, aided by this, suddenly roared and rolled on the ground, its skin ripped apart, and from it flew a cyan dragon. This dragon was 3 feet long, with 4 claws on its belly and a single horn on its head. A terrifying demon king aura, far surpassing even that of the giant viper, emanated from the azure dragon. As the azure dragon emerged, dark clouds thickened the sky, as if it possessed the innate ability to summon wind and rain. It soared into the heavens, its head shaking and tail wagging. Suddenly, a bolt of azure lightning struck the void. The 2 false elixir cultivators, who had been hiding behind small banners, cried out in fear, only to be blasted from the air by the azure lightning, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. What kind of secret technique is this? True person Ziyuan gazed at the dragon, whose aura was already approaching that of a third-tier, mid-grade demon beast. A trace of despair crossed her face. The difference between third-tier demon kings can be as great as heaven and earth. Among demon beasts of the same tier, strength is primarily determined by the quality of their bloodline. Undoubtedly, a third-tier giant viper was no match for a third-tier dragon. This third-tier, mid-grade dragon's true strength might even rival that of a late-stage giant and cultivator. What a wonderful secret technique. It seems to use the dragon bloodline of the horned snake to complement the giant viper's weaknesses. However, this secret technique probably has a duration, and can't last forever, right? And, for the horned snake, the dragon bloodline would undoubtedly be severely damaged. Fang Xing was unconcerned by the appearance of Master Xian, simply chuckling at Lian Laoge. Even if this bloodline fusion secret technique only lasts a limited time, it's more than enough to kill you. Lian Laoge's expression instantly turned ferocious, and the green dragon roared, sending bolts of lightning crashing down. Come, Fang Xing waved his hand, and a third-level puppet immediately blocked him, holding up a hemispherical green shield with both hands. Master Xian and Master Yuan Wei suffered more. After 2 bolts of lightning, they were reduced to ash on the spot, leaving only the embryonic form of 2 magic weapons. A mid-level third-level dragon can easily slaughter fake elixir cultivators. Even an early giant cultivator would likely perish under the dragon's claws, like the unfortunate Kinksuan sect member. HMPH, a worthless, casual cultivator. How dare you get involved in such a major event? Lian Laoge hovered in midair, his hands behind his back. With a 10,000 beast armor for protection and the 3rd-rank Azure Dragon for attack, he believed he could defeat even a mid-giant cultivator. Naturally, he took no heed of a mere swordsman. Now, it's your turn. Lian Laoge looked at Fang Xing, murderous intent in his eyes. As expected, he and I are both using each other as bait, to gain an advantage for those behind the scenes on both sides. Fang Xing's eyes flashed. He no longer hesitated, unleashing his full force. The wrought iron sword cut an elegant arc through the air. Swoosh! A startling flash of swordlight shone, and the strike actually severed the azure lightning. Following a mystical guidance, it landed on the azure dragon's neck, a sensitive scale. Roar! The dragon wept blood as it plummeted from midair. What? A single sword strike severely wounded the azure dragon? This. Sword intentions of the heart. Upon witnessing the scene, Lian Laoge let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated, attempting to retreat into the myriad beast sex mountain gate. Previously, he and the 3 false elixirs, conceited of their status, had emerged from the formation to engage Fang Xing in a duel. Now, faced with a life-or-death crisis, they immediately sought to return to the mountain gate and secure the formation's protection. The Kinksuan sect possessed a 3rd-tier mountain-protecting formation. The myriad beast sex formation was even more advanced, ranked as a top-tier 3rd-tier cultivator. Even if Fang Xing mastered the sword intention and possessed the ultimate combat power of a giant cultivator, he would be absolutely invincible in a moment. Isn't it too late to leave now? Fang Xing and his sword merged into one, like a white rainbow piercing the sun. His great freedom black gold sword key and his sword's swift escape speed were unmatched among sword cultivators, naturally formidable. Fang Xing, having arrived from behind, caught up with Lian Laoge and struck with his sword. After concentrating the sword heart, one can not only unleash sword intent, but also detect the enemy's weaknesses. Following specific sword strokes, one can strike the enemy's vital points with the strongest blade. This is the method of defeating the strong with the weak, also known as the heavenly sword wheel. Just now, the 3rd-level green dragon was struck on its reverse scale in this way, nearly succumbing to the blow. This was of course because Fang Xing had not yet condensed his sword core, and his sword heart was not yet perfect. Otherwise, the sword intent would be a near 3rd-level invincible method, and the green dragon would have been slain with a single strike. At this moment, Fang Xing thrust his sword forward, landing on the myriad beast's armor, causing the mid-grade magical weapon to wail, and cracks appeared on its white bone armor. Simultaneously, a wave of sword intent, ignoring the myriad beast's armor's defenses, slashed directly into Lian Laoge's sea of consciousness, intent on annihilating his soul with a single blow. Huh? Not dead? He even has a treasure specifically designed to protect his soul. Fang Xing struck his sword, only to see that Lian Laoge's expression was dazed. Not dead. He couldn't help but chuckle. Come again. Not good. Quickly rescue master. Inside the myriad beast sex mountain gate, Shiwan witnessed this scene. She gritted her teeth and rushed out on her 3-tailed fox, holding a soul-binding talisman. Unfortunately, she was only a Foundation establishment cultivator, unable to intervene in such a fierce battle at the giant stage. Fang Xing's sword was swift, but as he struck, a surge of blood suddenly surged from the south, seemingly transforming into a long river. From the river, a massive hand stretched out, forming a seal, and attacked him. A giant cultivator, And a mid-giant and cultivator at that. Fang Xing smiled faintly, and as he emerged with his sword, he slashed through Lian Laoge. Then, his body twisted, and the rotten iron sword in his hand transformed into a brilliant sword light, splitting the Blood River handprint in half. Where the Blood River flowed, a giant and cultivator emerged. He appeared middle-aged, dressed like a scholar, and looked remarkably refined, though a lingering, bloody aura lingered. Mid-stage giant? Are you the second palace master of the Blood River Palace? You've rashly crossed borders and sided with the Myriad Beast sect. It seems you're hell-bent on joining the Myriad Demon sect. Fang Xing linked his fingers, shielding himself with 8 sword beams, and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, under his control, a third-level puppet arrived at the spot where the third-level green dragon had fallen. By then, the secret technique of blood fusion had long since failed. The green dragon let out a mournful cry and degenerated into a third-level giant viper. The horned serpent had vanished. The secret technique backfired, dead. The third-level puppet's eyes flickered as it gazed at the weakened third-level giant viper and struck it in the head with a punch. Sigh. I never imagined that years of planning would be thwarted by a reckless brat. The second lord of the Blood River Hall sighed. What a swift sword. I was prepared to save the Grand Elder of the Myriad Beast sect, even at the risk of exposing myself, but I was still too late. After his move was broken, he surprisingly stopped attacking. Haha. This isn't recklessness, it's using a wise sword to cut through the Gordian knot. Accompanied by a resounding laugh, a crimson sword light descended, revealing the figure of a giant and sword cultivator in blood-stained robes. His eyebrows were long, slanting into his temples. Though he wore a slightly cynical smile, the sharp aura of a sword cultivator lingered. Greetings, Elder Fu. Upon seeing this person, Fang Xing solemnly performed a sword salute. This Elder Fu Honggai had once been a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Later, his sword elixir condensed reached the half-step giant level, becoming an inner sect elder. He was also a powerful sword cultivator who had mastered the heart and essence of the sword. Fu Honggai, you've come in person? It seems the Heavenly Sword sect's Dao soldiers are already on their way. The middle-aged scholar sighed, his figure gradually fading. It seemed as if you had already escaped, leaving only a phantom. Since you're here, don't leave. Fu Honggai chuckled softly, and suddenly drew his sword. Whoosh! A flash of blood passed by, and the screams of the second lord of the Blood River Palace seemed to echo across the sky. Chapter 185 6 Desires. Master, she won when cradled Lian Laoge's corpse, tears streaming down her face. Behind her, the disciples of the Myriad Beast sect were devastated. Originally, when the second master of the Blood River Hall appeared, they still had a glimmer of hope. But they hadn't expected that killer's sword to be so swift that even a mid-stage giant and cultivator would struggle to save him. Even more unexpectedly, the Heavenly Sword sect had sent a renowned giant and swordsman. Even the second master of the Blood River Hall seemed to have been slain with a single blow. Fang Xing was accustomed to this. Having already condensed his sword heart, he naturally understood the power of the third-level sword intent. Especially since Fu Honggai had already reached giant and possessed profound cultivation, his wielding power was even more formidable, a true peak giant in force. Furthermore, swordsmen were generally known for their murderous nature, and Fu Honggai was a true leader among them. Consequently, the second master of the Blood River Hall had attempted to escape upon seeing Fu Honggai, but it seemed to have failed. He manipulated his third-rank puppet, leisurely gathering his spoils while his true form stepped forward. Uncle Master. I was ordered by the sect master to investigate Zhang State, and I've completed my mission today. The Myriad Beast sect is indeed linked to the demonic path. Not only the Myriad Beast sect, but the entire 5 sects and 10 kingdoms have been infiltrated by the Myriad Demon sect. He handed over a jade slip containing information on the 18 golden corpses overturning heaven formation, the Myriad Law's secret realm, the 5 sects and 10 lands, and even more detailed information. Fu Honggai glanced at it briefly and nodded. You've done well. This time in Zhang State, you've made a name for our Heavenly Sword sect. You're a true genius in the way of the sword. The Supreme Elder would be delighted to see you. It doesn't compare to Uncle Master Fu's swordsmanship, which single-handedly killed the second palace master of the Blood River Palace, Fang Xing said modestly. For cultivators from such small clans, fake elixirs are like dirt chickens and clay dogs, and even their real elixirs are just average. Fu Honggai seemed to be thinking of something, a hint of aftertaste on his face. With your current external elixir power and third-level swordsmanship, An average giant and cultivator is no match for you. If you want a sword fight, you'll have to find a true disciple from a major nascent soul sect. Those disciples are the real opponents, especially giant and cultivators. Killing them is endless fun. Go kill one and you'll know what Uncle Master said is true. That look, that tone, he sounds like a pervert, Fang Xing complained inwardly, then listened to Fu Honggai say, of course, our sect has always been kind and righteous. We wouldn't easily slaughter the true disciples of other nascent soul sects. However, this time, fighting the Wangxiang demon sect, we do have many opportunities. This was a typical swordsman, delighted at the thought of battle. Fang Xing pondered for a moment, then looked at the stony-faced Shi Wanwen and the numerous other myriad beast sect cultivators. He asked, what should be done with the myriad beast sect? The sect master has ordered us to establish military camps within the myriad beast sect. Awaiting an opportunity to penetrate the territory of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms and engage the demonic path, Fu Honggai said, I am the overall commander of this campaign and have the final say. These myriad beast sect cultivators who have defected to the demonic path were originally to be killed. But considering their hard work and the fact that we're in the midst of a major war, we'll demote them all to slavery, either as minors or beast slaves. We can leave them to the outer hall for assignment. With these words, the myriad beast sect disciples breathed a sigh of relief, especially the Foundation establishment elders. It wasn't that they didn't want to flee, but they knew they couldn't. Soon, the entire myriad beast sect was mobilized. Along with Fu Honggai, a large number of outer hall cultivators from the heavenly sword sect arrived. They used the myriad beast sect as a stronghold, dismantling the existing formation and beginning upgrades and renovations. They planned to make this a permanent base for the battle against the demonic path. If Fang Xing hadn't eliminated the myriad beast sect, Zheng might have become a bridgehead for an attack on Qi. However, the situation has changed dramatically. Fu Honggai, now in charge of Zheng, has issued a blunt decree, mobilizing a large number of cultivators from the Qingxun sect, the Black Sky Temple, and numerous other foundation-building forces to serve on the front lines. The looming conflict between good and evil is imminent. Inside the temporary camp, Fang Xing held a distinguished position, almost second only to Fu Honggai, and thus occupied the second-best, third-grade, superior-grade spirit bane cave dwelling. Jianzi, our outer hall is worried you might be tired of mundane duties, so we've specially selected a maid to take care of your daily life. What do you think? Fang Xing happened to recognize the outer hall deacon who had come to meet him, the fishing enthusiast Deacon Zhu who had introduced him to the heavenly sword sect. Deacon Zhu's smile was so wide that it showed his teeth, and he even winked at him. Maid, to take care of your daily life. Fang Xing glanced at the charming female cultivator behind Deacon Zhu and touched his nose with a guilty conscience. Could it be that I let loose a little in Qinghaian market and my reputation has spread to the outer halls? But looking at the female cultivator's face, Fang Xing couldn't help but speak. Fellow Taoist master, this woman was Shi Wanwen, but at this moment, her face remained calm as she bowed. Wanwen greets Master Jianzi. I hope Master Jianzi will take me in. Ahem. Fang Xing glanced suspiciously at Deacon Zhu, only to find that Deacon Zhu had a serious expression. Forget it. You stay. He waved his hand, and after Deacon Zhu left, he looked at Shi Wanwen. Fellow Taoist master. Is your sect alright? Shi Wanwen shuddered, and glanced at Fang Xing with a complex and inexpressible look. If it weren't for this man who had successively slain the 3 great false elixirs and giant-informing grand elders of the myriad beast sect, how could she have ended up in this state? And now, he was still hypocritically asking about her condition? It's not very good. Many disciples in the sect have been demoted to mining slavery. Those with special skills have been assigned to the outer halls, perhaps raising monster beasts for a living in the future, Shi Wanwen replied with a humble look. She came to serve Fang Xing, unwillingly, yet somewhat willingly. After all, if she could gain Fang Xing's favor, perhaps those disciples would be treated better in the future. Back then, on the flying boat, were you the one who told those 2 key cultivating disciples to stop? Fang Xing asked a puzzling question. So what if you did? So what if you didn't? Shi Wanwen gazed at Fang Xing's youthful face, a hint of confusion in her heart. The sect had worked so hard to finally dominate the state of Zheng, but in the end, what happened? Under this man's sword, it was all a joke. Though those 2 losers would only die if they attacked. I still owe you a favor. Fang Xing waved his hand. Master Taoist, if you wish, you may leave. Leave. Shi Wanwen's delicate body trembled. She had achieved her freedom, and countless Foundation establishment disciples in the sect would envy her. But she ultimately shook her head. One is only willing to be your maid, that won't do. Although your cultivation isn't impressive, I still have no intention of keeping my master's murderer close to me. Fang Xing waved his hand. Even though Shi Wanwen was beautiful, he could have any maid he wanted. Why take in a remnant of the myriad beast sect? Even if some sea of consciousness restrictions, blood pacts, or soul contracts were planted, there was still a chance they could be broken. Even if the probability was small. And if you don't gamble, you can't lose. Shi Wanwen's face paled immensely. After sending Shi Wanwen away, Fang Xing returned to his cave and began to count the spoils. According to the rules of the immortal cultivation world, if one kills an enemy alone, the storage bag automatically belongs to them. Therefore, the storage bags of the 3 fake elixir cultivators and Leon Laoga all belonged to Fang Xing. In addition, the 3rd-level giant viper also belonged to Fang Xing. However, due to its enormous size, Fang Xing only took the 3rd-level demon core, a few of the best pieces of skin, and some essence in blood. The remaining 3rd-tier monster meat was purchased at a discount by the outer hall, as a benefit for the disciples participating in the war. Now that we've taken over the Myriad Beast sect, at least the cultivators going out on the battlefield can eat vitalizing monster meat every day, right? Fang Xing thought with a hint of amusement. He then opened Leon Laoga's storage bag. The Myriad Beast sect's leader was quite wealthy, but the most valuable item on his person was the Myriad Beast armor magic weapon. Beyond that, there were a pile of high-grade spirit stones, a large number of monster furs and bones, and so on. As for the inherited skills and techniques, they'd already taken over such a large Myriad Beast sect. If they wanted them, they could just go to the Sutra library and make copies. The storage bags of the other 3 fake elixir cultivators were similar. Aside from each contributing a magic weapon and a large amount of monster materials, there was nothing that caught Fang Xing's eye. As expected, the Myriad Beast sect specializes in beast control. The secret technique and magic weapon I'm looking for, capable of stimulating the inner demons of immortal cultivators, simply doesn't exist. However, the Heavenly Sword sect should have a collection of such items. Although I can't return to the sect now, this wartime barracks should have a merit list that can be exchanged. Immortal cultivators naturally receive meritorious rewards for their disparate battles. Accumulating these merits can even exchange for Foundation establishment pills, elixirs that increase mana, and even spiritual objects that form the core of the elixir. Therefore, every great war in the world of immortal cultivation, while brutal, also presents a rare opportunity for lower-level cultivators. After each war, countless independent cultivators, once mired in the muck, seized the opportunity to rise, building their foundations and even condensing their golden cores. As for condensing a nascent soul, that's overthinking. Nascent soul opportunities in the cultivated wasteland are still too rare to be awarded as rewards. Even within the major nascent soul sects, such opportunities are controlled by nascent soul true lords, who carefully select nascent soul seeds. Only when a nascent soul true lord reaches old age will they consider bestowing them upon the next generation of nascent soul true lords. Even some nascent soul sects achieve a single nascent soul by sheer luck, lacking the ability to cultivate a second nascent soul true lord. I don't even know if the Heavenly Sword sect has such a chance of achieving a nascent soul, Fang Xing complained before beginning his meditation. News of the impending war between the righteous and evil forces spread rapidly throughout the desolate land, sending many cultivators into a state of shock, fear, excitement, and excitement. The battlefields of both sides were even larger than just the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. However, for Fang Xing, the main focus was on the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Demon sect. The Heavenly Sword sect only needed to focus on the battlefields within the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. After several days of training, Fang Xing emerged from his cave. He transformed into a streak of sword light and soared high into the sky. He saw that the original Myriad Beast sect's mountain gate had been transformed drastically. Even a resurrected old ghost wouldn't have recognized it. Many animal pens had been raised and converted into caves and barracks. Formation flags stood proudly, their sharp aura rising into the sky, projecting the shadows of myriad swords into the sky. Even Fang Xing, seeing the hidden murderous intent, felt a deep sense of awe in his heart. Quasi 4th level, 10,000 swords returning to the origin formation. This was a formation constructed by the sect's formation master, who directly ripped out the 10,000 beast sect's original formation and urgently modified it, The true 10,000 swords returning to the origin formation is actually a 4th level formation, but the 10,000 beast sex spiritual veins are weak, and this was hastily constructed, so having a quasi 4th level formation is a plus. A quasi 4th level formation, with a high level cultivator at its center, could easily hold off nascent soul cultivators for a while. This would be enough to serve as a solid base. If Zhang fell into the hands of the demonic sect, this place would become a fortress, difficult to capture. After his maneuvering, he could barely say that the offensive and defensive situation had eased, and he had gained a certain degree of initiative. Fang Xing glanced around and landed on a square. A large number of cultivators made way in order. Not to mention his heavenly sword sect robes, his face alone was now a household name in Zheng. Defeating the Qingxuan sect with a single sword strike was nothing. With a single sword strike, he slew the myriad beast sect, killing 1 true elixir and 3 fake elixir cultivators. His reputation could calm a child's night cries. The sect summoned so many Zhang cultivators, most likely to be cannon fodder. Fang Xing was speechless. Of course, he knew these low-level cultivators, though seemingly insignificant, were actually quite useful in a major war. For example, they could serve as logistics, mining ore, providing elixirs and talismans, repairing magical instruments, and so on. Furthermore, the elite among them could be trained and formed into battle formations. If dozens of key cultivating cultivators, working in perfect harmony and forming formations, could potentially rival foundation establishment cultivators. Add hundreds or thousands of key cultivating cultivators, dozens of foundation establishment cultivators, and their combined mana could reach the Jinden stage. Of course, this kind of blessing isn't as convenient as my external elixir. But on the battlefield, there's no need for such delicate manipulation. Once your mana reaches a certain level, just bombard them. Fang Xing arrived at the center of the square and encountered a massive, pitch-black stone tablet. The stone tablet was marked with restrictions, revealing rows of rare treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixirs. The carrot in front of the donkey, he glanced at them, a smile breaking across his face as he walked towards the stone houses at the edge of the square. Inside, a fake alchemist monk sat. Jianzi, upon seeing Fang Xing, he immediately came out to greet him. Fang Xing glanced and saw it was Deacon Wang from the outer hall. He smiled, they were familiar faces. How many military merits have I accumulated? Perfect for exchanging for treasures, he said. Well, Jianzi has slain many high-ranking cultivators and gathered intelligence on the state of Zheng. His achievements are remarkable. I wonder what you'd like to exchange for. If it were a cultivator from the state of Zheng, Deacon Wang would have been able to rebut him. For example, rare elixirs like foundation establishment pills were generally settled after the battle. If one was unlucky, the wait could be decades. But true disciples of our sect were different. I see a 6 Desires Heart Demon talisman on the list. That'll be it. Fang Xing waved his hand. Yes, Deacon Wang nodded repeatedly, but a thought crossed his mind. The 6 Desires Heart Demon talisman was a top-grade 3rd-tier item, and even a Jinden cultivator could be easily smitten. Furthermore, it leaned towards the devilish side, not being an offensive or defensive talisman, so its uses were very limited. He wondered who Jianzi was planning to attack by exchanging this talisman. However, thinking of Fang Xing's notorious reputation, he certainly didn't dare even ask. Chapter 186 Induction. At the Blue Star University-affiliated hospital, Fang Xing arrived to visit Pan Shuang, carrying a fruit basket. Pan Shuang was finally no longer in his mummy form. He still looked like a young boy, albeit a scrawny one. He even had bite mark scars on his body and arms. He looked like someone who had crawled out of the hungry ghost hell. It's Fang Xing. Pan Shuang was standing in a stance. Upon seeing Fang Xing, he smiled and withdrew his key and blood. How's your recovery, teacher? Fang Xing asked, putting down his gift. Through Pan Shuang, he could also roughly gauge Wei Shentong's recovery progress. I'm basically recovered, but the power of the moon god that has penetrated deep into my bone marrow is difficult to remove. From now on, I will probably only have the strength of a martial arts golden collar. Pan Shuang sighed. That damn moon god, it's not just my flesh and blood that he bit, but also my soul, and even the mysterious true spirit origin. The fact that I can recover to this point is already a great advancement in federal medical technology. He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, and with a heroic spirit that defied the heavens, however, even if I can only live for a few more years, I will practice martial arts for a few more years. Pan Shuang suddenly looked at Fang Xing again. You kid, you never come to me for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? It's like this, I have recently completed my external vision, and I am ready to break through to the martial arts golden core. I don't know how to stay in graduate school after the breakthrough. Fang Xing asked his own question. Breakthrough to the martial arts golden core? Not bad, not bad. Anyone who can break through to the 6th stage of the martial arts while still in college is a peerless genius. Pan Shuang piqued his interest and immediately offered a few suggestions, then spoke. Have you ever considered using various rare items to strengthen your foundation? I've considered it, but I still want to pursue the purest path of ancient martial arts. Besides, strengthening the golden core foundation will require more resources for future breakthroughs. I'm just a cyborg, so I probably won't have access to such precious resources. Fang Xing looked embarrassed. A strong golden core foundation is naturally a good thing, but it also often means that future breakthroughs will be more difficult and require more resources. This is a path for geniuses with powerful backgrounds. Sigh, Pan Shuang sighed. I'm like Wei Shentong. After this incident, I'm probably going to resign from Blue Star University. No one will speak up for you anymore, so it's a good thing you can have some stability. After this ordeal, Pan Shuang's personality changed significantly. Teacher, are you planning to resign? Fang Xing was slightly surprised. We warriors speak entirely on our strength. The winner stands, and whatever we say is right. The loser lies, and whatever we say is wrong. It's that simple. Pan Shuang shook his head. How can I be a teacher like this? If I get knocked to the ground by a student, it would be more than just my loss of face. Even if Blue Star University offered me a job as a library keeper and supported me, I wouldn't want it. Teacher, Fang Xing was touched. I've reached the golden core stage today, and I'll continue to break through, reaching Vajra, martial saint, martial god. When the time comes, I'll definitely kill as many of my clansmen as possible to avenge you. As for the moon god, since they've long since fallen, there's no need to mention them. He spoke deliberately, his voice rising so high that even the neighbors could hear. Pan Shuang glanced at Fang Xing in surprise, then looked at Wei Shentong, who was silently passing through the door. He couldn't help but ponder. You kid, are you deliberately trying to piss me off? You're a little petty. In his opinion, Wei Shentong was already useless, even abandoned by the faction behind him. But Fang Xing still had a bright future. If you waited a few more years, even decades, crushing Wei Shentong would be like crushing an ant. Unfortunately, Fang Xing was no longer willing to wait. In his sleeve, a pitch-black talisman began to silently burn, the 6 Desires Heart Demon Talisman. An invisible wave spread out, instantly striking Wei Shentong as he passed by. A flicker of cruelty flashed in Wei Shentong's eyes. Damn it! Wei Shentong returned to the ward, barely managing to suppress his rage and avoid smashing anything. Why have I ended up like this? Never again will I reach martial sainthood. And that kid is about to condense his golden core. Wei Shentong's expression gradually grew ferocious. The 6 Desires Heart Demon Talisman only stirs up the demons and emotions already within a person. Furthermore, a true great Vajra Realm Master is impervious to flaws, their spiritual cultivation perfected, making it impossible to harm him secretly. Unfortunately, Wei Shentong was already half crippled, his mental state severely flawed. Kill, 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 wait. I was just casually attacking, giving him a few challenges. It wasn't a fight to the death. A normal person in Blue Star Society, encountering someone like Fang Xing, would naturally prioritize resolving the grudge. Even if that wasn't possible, they would seek other avenging solutions rather than resorting to violence. But Wei Shentong, now under the influence of the magic, was becoming increasingly extreme. This was because his already preoccupied thoughts were now being intensified. Kill him. He's become the inner demon that's holding me back from my martial arts resurgence. If I slay him, I'll surely reshape my martial arts will and achieve martial saint status. Wei Shentong panted, then suddenly revealed a sinister smile. A martial arts master's skill level has nothing to do with his character. And he, clearly, was inherently vindictive and selfish. People with this kind of personality inevitably assume others are like themselves. By this point, the idea of preemptive strike had firmly taken hold of Wei Shentong's mind. Half an hour later, he stood on the rooftop, watching Fang Xing's private spaceship depart, his eyes deep. Then, he shed his hospital gown, changed into normal clothes, hiding the hideous scars on his body, and walked down the street. After turning a few streets, Wei Shentong bought an anonymous communicator from a seemingly ordinary grocery store and entered a long number. Hello. A moment later, a voice spoke, tinged with confusion. ZMN 7821, Wei Shentong typed in a code, transfer me to Jace. Okay, this call is encrypted. The doubtful voice suddenly became firm and powerful. After another wait, a young voice spoke. I'm Jace, I'm Wei Shentong. Wei Shentong lowered his voice. Wei. I'm sorry about what happened to you. But you should know that we did our best to save you. There was a hint of regret in Jace's voice. A sneer played on Wei Shentong's lips at this, but it quickly faded. I know, I need you to do me a small favor, he began slowly. Well, technically, we're no longer related, Jace said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After Wei Shentong was seriously injured and it was confirmed that he would not recover, he was abandoned by his faction. Yes, I'm done with you, but you still owe me one. On Zidwolf Star, Wei Shentong emphasized, do me a small favor, and we'll be even. Okay, what favor? Jace paused for a moment before finally speaking. Wei Shentong replied, please check the information of a man named Fang Xing, a student at Blue Star University. Jace whistled, I saw it. He's an excellent student, possibly on the verge of reaching the Golden Core stage. He recently bought a mansion at number 69 in the Blue Sea District, and a private spaceship. Nice taste. I need you to temporarily block that area, and confirm that his private spaceship isn't carrying any high-powered weapons. Wei Shentong's eyes darkened. Wei, what are you trying to do? Jace's voice was tinged with shock. He knew, of course, that even if Wei Shentong was half invalid, he was no match for a mere Outer Realm warrior. What I'm going to do is none of your business. This call is encrypted, so no one will ever discover your involvement in this matter. And, help me this time, and we'll be even, Wei Shentong emphasized. There was a long silence on the communicator, and then Jace spoke. Okay, but remember, you can't use any high-energy weapons, otherwise, I won't be able to conceal it. The energy fluctuations of a high-energy reaction are easily captured by the omniscient brain. Of course, I'll personally send him off. Wei Shentong hung up the call, a hint of a smile on his face. Blue Sea District, Room 69. In the underground martial arts training ground, Fang Xing stood silently on the Dragon Tiger post, feeling a sense of emotion. If it were a cultivator, encountering something like this, a gentleman would definitely seek revenge even after 10 years, or even hundreds or thousands of years. Even if the enemy is dead, they can still take revenge on his disciples, descendants, or even go to his grave and dance. But I'm a warrior. A warrior must take revenge, otherwise his thoughts won't flow. Back in college, I wasn't strong enough, so I endured it. This time, I simply don't want to endure it anymore. Suddenly, he looked up, as if sensing something, his gaze fixed in a certain direction, and he secretly activated the recording device. Outside the villa. Alright, no news can be transmitted from this area for now. Remember, you only have 5 minutes. After that, the omniscient brain will definitely notice something unusual. Jace's voice rang out from the communicator. After this, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. I understand. Wei Shentong, dressed in black, wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, looked a bit like a thief. He glanced at Villa 69, sneered, and scurried in. Even though he was half dead, having fallen from the great Vajra realm, his vision, insight, and even his golden core domain remained. With a simple sweep of his spiritual power, he entered the basement and saw a young man fleeing. It was Fang Xing. Die, the moment he saw Fang Xing, Wei Shentong's eyes filled with bloodshot, as if all his pent-up inner demons had erupted in an instant. He took a step forward, grasping with his massive hand, and unleashed the Mat 18 Hutch Crazy Eagle style. Although it was only an ordinary A-rank martial art, with the power of the Golden Core, even the most exceptional external talent would be slain. But the next moment, a scene that shocked Wei Shentong occurred. Chapter 187 Revenge. Boom. A golden light emerged from Fang Xing's body, transforming into Jinden domain. The two Jinden domains entangled and counteracted each other. Instantly, Wei Shentong's advantage vanished. Bang! Then, Fang Xing's fingers transformed into gold, and with a flick of his finger, a blade aura emerged, colliding with Wei Shentong's claws. With a swish. Although the blade aura shattered instantly, the emanating blade energy directly shattered Wei Shentong's mask and hat, revealing an ordinary face. Wei Shentong was no fool, of course. The moment the mask shattered, he mobilized his flesh and blood, altering his appearance. Wei Shentong, Fang Xing shouted, no matter how I change my skin and bones, you can't change your eyes. Why did you trespass into my house and attack me? With these words, Wei Shentong felt a surge of anxiety. Don't worry. As long as I kill him first, all the information in the villa can be destroyed. I still have time. Wait. Wei Shentong's murderous intent was initially simmering, but he quickly reacted. Your strength, if I hadn't just broken through to the Jinden stage, you would have succeeded. Die, Fang Xing roared, extending 3 fingers. Xing were 4 absolutes. Wei Shentong flew backwards in midair, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The collision of Jinden Yuanli stirred his internal organs, causing minor internal injuries. Most crucially, the disguise on his face was broken, revealing his true face. It's you, Fang Xing shouted coldly. You barged into my home and tried to kill me. Counselor Wei, you deserve to die. By this point, his murderous intent was undisguised. A trap. I've fallen for it. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wei Shentong's eyes cleared, finally recovering from the effects of the 6 Desires Heart Demon Talisman. But even though he knew he had been tricked, he had no other options. In fact, his hatred for Fang Xing intensified. Regardless of who was right or wrong before, we are destined to fight to the death. Wei Shentong's demeanor was solemn, as if he had returned to his former self, the little martial saint. Rays of golden light emanated from his golden elixir, enveloping his entire body, resembling a golden arhat. However, this golden light seemed dim and fragmented, its hues shifting back and forth between red, yellow, brass, and gold. The wounds left by the moon god's bite continued to affect him. Exploiting my weakness, exerting some influence, making me kill you, quite a plan. Now that Wei Shentong had been discovered, he dropped all pretense. But, even the best of schemes require strength to execute. The principles between us warriors are simple, a horizontal and a vertical line. Today, you must die. As he spoke, his aura surged wildly, his hands outstretched like a giant wheel. This is my own unique technique, the Great Vajra Wheel. To die under this martial art, you should be proud of yourself. Fang Xing had seen the power of the Great Vajra Wheel before. When his immortal clone attempted to assassinate Wei Shentong, not only did his attack fail, but he was also severely injured by the counterattack of the Jinden Yuan energy of the Great Vajra Wheel. This martial art, acquired by Wei Shentong through the fusion of various schools, was considered by him to be the foundation of his ascension to the rank of martial god. This alone demonstrates his talent. Fortunately, his martial arts remained the same. But he was no longer the same person he was then. Wei Shentong, you've weakened. Fang Xing laughed heartily, his body radiating a mighty roar of dragon and elephant. Empowered by the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability, his entire body glowed golden, rivaling even those of a Vajra realm powerhouse in the first 3 stages. Ah! Dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability? You've hidden it so well. Wei Shentong's eyes were filled with deep fear. His right hand, like a giant wheel, slammed down. Wu Xiang wheel. Wu Xiang means formless, invisible, coming and going without a trace. Therefore, this move, a mixture of false and real, skillfully utilized the Jinden realm, appearing almost elusive. Bang! Fang Xing's fingers snapped with thunder, accurately striking the formless golden wheel. A terrifying blade energy erupted, and the shattering force slammed into his dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine abilities defenses with a resounding bell. Seeing Fang Xing's ability to withstand the formless wheel, Wei Jinggang's expression was solemn. He formed seals with his hands, like an endlessly regenerative wheel of no living beings. With a seal, all things in heaven and earth, the cosmic energy, seemed to transform into a strange wheel shape, smashing towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged, and he raised 3 fingers. 4 absolute star martial arts, a continuous flow of Jinden energy converged, piercing the surface with a single point, causing the golden light in the sky to suddenly recede. Wei Shentong seemed to have seen through this move. After unleashing the wheel of no living beings, his aura weakened, and his face darkened considerably. He was already injured, and now he was barely rallying. Yet, this dead silence seemed to harbor an inexplicable danger. A sense of impending longevity suddenly overcame him. Following it, a wheel of decay and decline followed, wheel of the immortal. Bang! The 2 figures collided, seemingly disintegrating into sculptures. Wei Shentong's face darkened as he watched his palm, Having already slashed through Fang Xing's protective magical arts, his membranes, and penetrated his shoulder. Your strength is exhausted. If this move can't kill me, you'll never be able to kill me, and I will kill you directly, in the name of defeating the invader. Despite his injuries, Fang Xing projected the air of a victor. Indeed, his words were just as he'd said. Wei Shentong, after all, was only severely wounded. The fact that he'd been able to fight him this far was truly remarkable. Unfortunately, he hadn't realized Fang Xing had already cultivated a martial arts golden elixir. Once dragged into the fray and the stalemate reached, his defeat was inevitable. Yet, I'm going to lose, but you won't have an easy time either. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from Wei Shentong's eyes. I want you to fall into the endless purgatory like me, and never be reborn. Two golden lights emerged from his eyes, and then Fang Xing felt that some kind of unknown thing was drilling into the wound on his shoulder. His expression was strange. Are you giving me initiation? He could feel Wei Shentong's martial arts experience, along with his spiritual power and flesh and blood essence, constantly flowing into him. And with it came the terrifying moon god contamination. This initiation was a secret technique practiced only by martial artists who had reached the golden core stage. It was a way of sacrificing oneself for the benefit of others. However, when Wei Shentong was tainted by the evil god, it became a secret technique that harmed others. Fang Xing was about to inherit the moon god contamination. Even more terrifying, this initiation couldn't eliminate Wei Shentong's own evil god contamination, but only doubled it, failing to even reduce the contamination in Wei Shentong. This was the terrifying power of the extraterritorial evil god. Otherwise, they could get rid of the contamination by killing another person, and Wei Shentong would have done so long ago. Yes, go to hell. Wei Shentong's eyes were mad, and suddenly, as if he had seen something incredible, his expression instantly distorted. You are. The expression on his face changed from ecstasy to shock, and then to despair. He felt the spiritual pollution that accompanied him, as if he had encountered a red sun and was completely burned. This kind of secret technique has become a normal initiation. Everything he has, including his martial arts experience, will become the other party's food. Wei Shentong hated it. If he had discovered Fang Xing's identity as a believer of the evil god earlier, he would not have come here alone. Just a phone call can make him fall into eternal damnation. But unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Fang Xing pointed out with one finger and hit Wei Shentong's forehead. Wei Shentong, who had already lost most of his blood and strength, could hardly maintain his physical strength, and a golden light shattered on his forehead. Then, the back of his head exploded, and red and white sprayed all over the ground. Today, our grudge is over. Fang Xing looked at Wei Shentong's body on the ground, and suddenly sighed. He then picked up a camera from the side, took a look, and cut out the beginning part that was favorable to him. He didn't know how to forge the video, but he could excerpt it and cut out all the parts that were unfavorable to him. After doing all this, Fang Xing called the Public Security Bureau. Hello. I want to report a case. I encountered a home invasion and murder. A few hours later, Fang Xing walked out of the Public Security Bureau and saw Su Saniyang waiting on the side of the road. Senior Su, he hurried forward to say hello. After all, the case has a clear chain, and he is still a victim. He can come out after taking the statement. Well, good news, Wei Shentong has been abandoned long ago, and there is no need to protect you. They have no intention of taking action. Su Saniyang shook his head. Alice. The current Federation is full of profit creatures. Once you can't bring them benefits, you will be ruthlessly abandoned. Even I feel a little chilled. It turns out that a mental hospital is the best. Fang Xing let out a long sigh. In that case, I will go to Blue Star University to handle the procedures for graduate school. You don't have to go to university, but you still have to study for a master's degree. Moreover, if you can break through the Vajra realm during your graduate studies, you can continue to study for a doctorate. Although the university's graduate students are good, the supply of resources can only be said to be average, Su Saniyang suddenly said, within 15 years. I'm afraid it will be good if I can help you condense dozens of evil points. Why not come to the army? I guarantee that you will become a Vajra within 10 years. No, I still prefer a quiet life. Fang Xing's face was full of calmness, and he didn't feel sorry for rejecting such a great opportunity. Just study further in the graduate stage first. Since everyone has their own ambitions, I won't persuade you. When I run for a member of parliament in the future, you have just graduated, you can come to be my campaign secretary, and I will take care of the military service for you. Su Saniyang waved his hand. Let's have a drink together if there is a chance. I won't use your private spaceship today. Looking at the back of the half-mentally ill man leaving, Fang Xing shook his head. In fact, if there were no other worlds, Su Saniyang's side would definitely be a golden road. But since there are other options, it is naturally better to live in peace and stability in the main universe. Sure enough. To be free, the most important thing is to have a way out at any time. No more updates today, no need to wait. Chapter 188 Strategy. Blue Star University. Fang Xing successfully completed the paperwork, transferring his student status to graduate school. Graduate students at Blue Star University have a lot of freedom. It all depends on which research group you can join, and how much resources you can access. In this regard, the advisor is crucial. If you follow the wrong advisor, you'll be working like a slave, and even your resources will be deducted. Although he had just killed a counselor, Fang Xing knew there were definitely more than one like Wei Shentong at the university. I wonder which advisor I'll be assigned? If it's a terrible one, the worst that can happen is I'll just lay off. I wasn't expecting much anyway. If graduation is delayed, wouldn't that be like winning the lottery? Fang Xing felt that killing Wei Shentong had been a bit too much. He thought it would be best to settle down for the next decade or so. Perfect, I could devote myself wholeheartedly to exploring my second world, Ling. Just then, he received an email. Clicking it, his expression changed slightly. Have you assigned an advisor? It's him. Looking at the contact information on the email, Fang Xing thought for a moment before sending a message. A communication request arrived shortly after. After clicking on it, he was greeted by an elderly man in a navy blue mouse suit. He had short, silver-white hair, an elegant appearance, and a gentle demeanor, resembling a scholar of profound learning. Hello, Fang Xing, I'm your graduate advisor, Na Ying, the man in the mouse suit spoke calmly. Principal. I didn't expect it would be you, Fang Xing quickly feigned flattery. Xiao Shuang recommended you to me. Of course, that was before you killed Wei Shentong. Na Ying's expression remained calm, unremarkable. You've become quite the celebrity at Blue Star University, even though you were. Fang Xing had a certain reputation, but it was only among the students. For teachers at the Vajra realm, or even the martial saint realm, what genius had they not encountered? Their martial arts prowess and longevity. A mere ranking on a battle list wouldn't even register. But a college student killing their counselor. That was news of a completely different kind. Fang Xing probably knew he was probably famous not just at Blue Star University, but also at other universities. Of course, it wasn't necessarily a good reputation. But he didn't care. This was the confidence that came from having more options and ways out. He was wrong about Wei Shentong. Na Ying shook his head, concluding, I don't want to say much about this matter. I've been busy lately and can't personally guide you, but I can introduce you to a few research groups, and you can also get some Shaki crystals. Thank you, Professor. After chatting for a few more words, Na Ying took the initiative to hang up the phone, and Fang Xing looked thoughtful. This Professor Na Ying. I'm afraid his attitude towards me is a bit complicated. Yes, for him. Wei Shentong is also an outstanding graduate of Blue Star University and a counselor, but he didn't make things difficult for me on the surface, and gave me everything I deserved, which is very rare, Shaki crystal. This is the most needed resource after the martial arts golden elixir. It can absorb the evil energy within and accelerate the concentration of the 72 Shaki acupoints. That's right, after the martial arts golden elixir, the main purpose of cultivation is to draw on the heavenly and earthly evil energy of the universe. That's why Fang Xing only needed the title of graduate student and didn't care about other resources at all. The world of immortal cultivation abounds with Shaki and Genki. Soon, emails arrived one after another, containing information about several research groups. Fang Xing, after reading them, paused. These research groups don't have much of a future. Even if I went, I'd probably just be an assistant, and the amount of Shaki crystals I'd receive would be quite small. Still, this is pretty standard for graduate students at Blue Star University. At other second or third-rate universities, I might not even get that. Based on this level of resource accumulation, even graduate students can only condense a few dozen acupoints, and Su Saniyang guaranteed me promotion to Vajra after 10 years in the military because the military has more abundant resources. Besides Shaki crystals, They probably also have Gang crystals. It's just more dangerous, requiring a life-threatening risk, haha. I have my own resources in the world of immortal cultivation. Gathering Shaki and Genki is a piece of cake. Fang Xing shook his head, then went to the school's spaceship docking station and departed on his private spaceship. Since he already had Villa number 69 in the Blue Sea District, he didn't apply for graduate student housing. After all, with the speed of his private spaceship, even if he lived on the other side of the Earth, he'd still have plenty of time for a daily commute. Living in a separate residence makes it easier to stir up trouble. Next, it's up to the Immortal Cultivator's clone. Immortal Cultivator Realm. Outside the 10,000 Beast Sex Mountain Gate. The demonic path is deliberately provoking war, but we, the Heavenly Sword Sect, must let them know. There's no telling when this war will end. Fu Hongai's brows were thick with murderous intent. Today, we will charge directly into the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms, destroy their sects, and seize their spiritual veins. Fang Xing, mingling with a group of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples, listened with boredom to his uncle's pre-war declaration. The 5 sects and 10 kingdoms have been controlled by the demonic path. This time, we don't have to be restrained. We can destroy everything. As Fu Hongai finished speaking, the eyes of the recruited cultivators below lit up. Immortal cultivators are essentially mercenaries, the all-round kind. This time, their shackles are even looser, and there are no taboos. The land of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms is home to the 5 major giant forces, the Blood River Hall, the Wood Demon Sect, the Sky Waterfall Sect, the True Return Dao, and the 5 Elements Sect. The land is fragmented, with 10 small kingdoms, 7 or 8 of which combined are only about the size of the state of Zheng. Fu Hongai was clearly more skilled at killing, so when it came to the actual strategic deployment, he stood aside and let Deacon Zhu take the lead. Of these 5 sects, the Blood River Hall is the leader. Its Grand Master has reached the late Jinden stage, making him the most powerful cultivator in the 10 kingdoms. Furthermore, its location further south allows it to quickly gain support from the Myriad Demon Sect, making it the most difficult to defeat. Over this period of time, the Sky Sword Sect had gained a general understanding of the land of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. After all, it wasn't just the demonic sects that could send spies. Fang Xing listened to a few of these words and couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. This great war in the world of immortal cultivation is indeed different from the mortal battlefield. In mortal battlefields, one must seize strategically advantageous locations with strategic advantages. But immortal cultivators can soar through the air, making ordinary natural barriers completely unstoppable. What they must fight for are the lands of high-level spiritual veins. High-level spiritual veins provide a place for cultivators to meditate and restore their mana. They're also indispensable for daily practice, cultivating spiritual fields, and growing spiritual rice and medicinal herbs. Compared to any dangerous pass, high-level spiritual veins are the most crucial locations for military strategists. Whoever controls more spiritual veins has greater potential for war, tipping the scales of victory. This tilt is because this is a world where power is vested in the individual. Even if the Heavenly Sword Sect continues to triumph, if a nascent soul True Lord is defeated, what has been swallowed must be spitted out. I've heard that True Lord Chu enjoys wandering, but at this critical moment, he should definitely return and take charge of the sect, right? Fang Xing began to daydream. Then, Deacon Zhu said, "We've seized the 10,000 Beast Sect spiritual veins and established a 10,000 swords returning to the sect formation. We've already taken the initiative. Next, our army will march into the territories of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms, seize the high-level spiritual veins, and at the very least, destroy the 5 sects." His voice carried a hint of military might. A nascent soul True Lord is difficult to defeat, and even more difficult to kill, after all, possessing the uncanny ability to escape from the nascent soul's body. And if a nascent soul True Lord commands a 4th order formation and remains entrenched, it's impossible to destroy without a heavy price. The Wangxiang Demon Sect is one such major demonic sect. Even the Xianjian sect isn't sure it can be annihilated, but it can certainly chip away at its power. Especially this time. The 5 sects and 10 nations, originally designated as a buffer zone and supposedly neutral, have defected to the demonic path. They must be annihilated one by one to serve as a warning to others. In other words, annihilating the 5 major giant sects is the minimum objective of this war. Fang Xing's heart trembled upon hearing this. Although the 5 major giant sects are just a bunch of ragtag enemies, the enemy won't just stand there and wait for us to kill them. They will definitely unite with each other and also have the support of the Wangxiang demon sect. Deacon Zhu spread out a map. The Musha sect is located in the northernmost of the 5 sects and is also the front line of the confrontation with us. Recently, a large number of formation masters have been increasing the power of the formation at all costs. According to spies, the other 4 sects have at least one giant and true person leading a large number of disciples to defend the Musha sect. The Grand Elder of the Musha sect was at the peak of the middle stage of the Jinden period, second only to the Grand Master of the Blood River Hall. He is a shrewd and calculating person. This time, not only are the other 4 sects involved, but the Wangxiang demon sect may also secretly support them. It will be difficult to deal with, therefore, I will personally control this front battlefield. I will take away all 3,000 gold sword soldiers of the sect, Fu Honggai said. There are 3,000 Taoist soldiers in the military formation. Unless a nascent soul cultivator takes action, it will be absolutely difficult to defeat me. In other words, this is the first battle between good and evil. We must defeat the Musha sect cleanly and decisively to show my style as a righteous swordsman. Good, Deacon Zhu and Deacon Wang applauded. Besides that, we can also split up our forces and attack the Xianpu sect and the 5 element sect on their flanks, creating a lateral battlefield and taking the pressure off the main battlefield. The 5 sects are at odds with each other. If their own sects come under heavy attack, they will definitely call back their giant and true masters, Deacon Zhu said, but this journey is dangerous. Not only will we encounter those giant and cultivators, but we might also encounter true disciples from major demonic sects. It will take a warrior of great wisdom and courage. The sect has also sent junior brother Fang, who is capable of leading an entire army. Fu Honggai glanced at the others below. Another detachment will just need to create a big show of force to attract attention. Who among you is willing to join? This time, the Xianjian sect sent not only Fu Honggai but also a junior brother Fang, an inner sect elder, all true Jinden sword cultivators. In addition, there were several Jinden and fake Dan elders from the outer hall, as well as a large number of true disciples, inner sect, and outer sect disciples. Furthermore, all of Zhang's immortal cultivation forces were mobilized. Not only the Black Heaven Monastery's abbot, but also the Qingxuan sect's true master Lulian was present. However, the 2 of them could only stand in the corner, looking at the Xianjian sect practitioners giving orders with bitter faces. Chapter 189, Kindness and Severity. Even if it's the weakest detachment, the commander must be at least at the Jinden stage. The elders and deacons of the outer halls of the sect must accompany me to the main battlefield. Therefore, I can only bring 1 fake Dan cultivator, which is extremely dangerous. Fu Honggai looked at the group of true disciples, his eyes landing on Fang Xing. I'm willing to go to the 5 elements sect, Fang Xing said without hesitation. Okay, it's settled. Leviah will be under your command? Fu Honggai nodded, making the decision immediately. Seeing Fang Xing coming out, Yu Jianzi, who had been eager to try, fell silent. He knew his own business. Although he had deeper foundation building mana and had cultivated sword energy, he could only survive against a fake Dan cultivator at best. Killing a fake Dan cultivator with a single sword strike was absolutely impossible. Encountering a true Jinden cultivator would be a kneeling defeat. Among sword cultivators, the sword is paramount. Fang Xing's strength and reputation made it natural for him to stand up to the enemy. As for why he chose the 5 elements sect, there was naturally a selfish motive. Fang Xing had discovered, after reviewing intelligence, that the 5 elements sect controlled a large 5 elements evil cave, drawing several 5 elements evil ki annually to supply cultivators practicing the 5 elements cultivation methods for foundation building purposes. It was one of the most renowned evil caves in the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. After reaching the golden core stage of martial arts, the requirements for evil ki are low. Any form of evil ki will suffice, but a balanced 5 elements evil ki, born from yin and yang, is the most reliable path. In other words, Fang Xing was determined to secure this 5 elements evil cave. A moment later, a large number of cultivators flew out of Myriad Beasts Mountain and split into 3 groups. The largest group, with spirit warships filing the sky and formations faintly visible, headed for the Wood Evil sect. The second largest group, led by a blue-robed sword cultivator, headed directly for the Sky Waterfall Gate. Fang Xing's side was the smallest, with only a few thousand cultivators, most of whom were from the state of Zheng. As cultivators from the state of Zheng, They were accustomed to his reputation and could be used with some degree of fortitude. Master-in-law gave us 5 spirit ships, which should be able to accommodate everything. Let's go. Fang Xing glanced back at the gate of Myriad Beasts Mountain and gave his orders. Yes, True Person Levi seemed to have become his chief steward, dispatching personnel to board the flying ships one by one. Fu Honggai assigned True Person Levi to Fang Xing not to trick him. Rather, Fang Xing's subordinates were mostly cultivators from the state of Zheng. After the fall of the Myriad Beasts sect, the Qingxuan sect became the dominant force. With True Person Levi, she could suppress the largest group of Qingxuan sect cultivators. The rest would be easier. Sure enough, the biggest shortcoming of sword cultivating sects is their small number of members. The Heavenly Sword sect is better, at least they've established an outer hall. Otherwise, with a few hundred swordsmen in the inner sect, now that the troops have been divided, we wouldn't even be able to find the men to guard the myriad swords returning to the sect formation. Sword cultivation relies heavily on talent, and outstanding disciples are hard to find. Fang Xing sighed inwardly and immediately gave the order, set off. 5 voluminous spirit warships shimmered with spiritual light, their flags fluttering as they sailed southward. Numerous cultivators stood on the decks, some excited, some bewildered, some terrified. After this battle, I wonder how many of these over 1,000 cultivators will survive, Fang Xing pondered. A total of 1,027 cultivators have been allocated to me. Among them is 1 false core cultivator, 48 foundation establishment cultivators, and the rest are key cultivation cultivators. We've had them practice the 5 elements sword formation for a while, and now they were only barely proficient half-path soldiers. By combining the power of the battle formation, Lu Yi might be able to ascend from false core to true core, or temporarily grant me the mana of a mid-stage core. Strictly speaking, they're still useless. Far inferior to the few formation-breaking treasures we've provided as support. He glanced at the deck and then turned into the cabin. Lu Yi, come here. For some reason, True Person Lu Yi blushed, a little girlishly showing a hint of anger. But after a moment's hesitation, she followed him into the cabin reserved exclusively for the general. Seeing this, the other cultivators, though hesitant to say anything, exchanged glances, a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere forming. On the deck, within the Qingxuan sect camp, Han Qingyan and Meng Zijin exchanged bewilderment. Although Uncle Su warned us about this, seeing him in person is still a little unbelievable. That man, he turned out to be the descendant of an old acquaintance from the market town, Han Qingyan muttered, then shook his head. He's just an elder with whom we've had a past. If even Elder Su doesn't even acknowledge him, how can we possibly face him? Now that a war is imminent, we should prioritize saving our own lives. Yes, Meng Zijin sighed. He knew without a second thought that he would have no respect in front of the renowned general of Zheng. For Fang Xing, Han Qingyan was a subordinate recruited by his subordinates before, and they didn't have much relationship. What's more, the two of them later defected to other people. Although, now they follow Suya to join his team, but there is really no relationship. Meng Zijin is even more nonsense. He is just the son of the neighbor who lived in the temporary residence at that time, and he made a deal with his mother. If after this war, they can stand in front of him with their military exploits, maybe he will be interested in investing a little. If they accidentally die in the battle, they are dead. He thought lightly in his heart, and looked at the real person Lu Yi opposite. With this woman commanding the Qingxuan sect, and then using the Qingxuan sect to supervise other Zheng cultivators, it is basically the same. Because the Qingxuan sect is a sect. Scattered soldiers can't beat an organized army. I'll try to win over the Black Sky Monastery's abbot later. Commanding them shouldn't be a big problem, a thought flashed through Fang Xing's mind. He glanced at the blushing Lui's Henrin. Do you know why I summoned you? I don't know. Lui's Henrin felt a surge of grief and indignation. Did she even have to take the initiative in such a matter? Well, as the Grand Elder of the Qingxuan sect, you should be quite familiar with the 5-element sect. Tell me the information, Fang Xing coughed. Just discussing the battle situation, true immortal Lu Yi couldn't tell whether she was relieved or disappointed, but she was, after all, a faked and true immortal, so she quickly collected her thoughts and spoke. The 5-element sect specializes in various 5 elements magics. The current Grand Elder calls himself the 5 Elements Patriarch. This title is an honorary title bestowed upon successive generations of the 5 Elements sect's Grand Elders. It's said that the Five Elements patriarch who founded the Five Elements sect possessed astonishing cultivation, only half a step away from condensing his nascent soul. He also cultivated a powerful divine light that could break all Five Elements' magical powers, earning him a great reputation. Fang Xing listened intently. Although he was always arrogant when drawing his sword, he would never underestimate his opponents, lest he suffer a setback. Fortunately, according to intelligence, the Five Elements patriarch, now in the middle Jinden stage, has been invited to the Wood Demon sect. The Five Elements sect should be led by true man Hoyu, also a Jinden cultivator, probably in the early Jinden stage. His renowned magical weapon is the unimaginable. With life and death at stake, Lu Yi was incredibly dedicated, even revealing the Qingxuan sect's undercover agent within the Five Elements sect. Unfortunately, the Qingxuan sect's undercover agent wasn't doing so well, still struggling within the outer sect, and ultimately useless. These immortal cultivators, each and every one of them has a filthy heart. Fang Xing, after hearing this, had only one thought. If the Qingxuan sect dared to send spies to the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms, they must have also attempted to plant spies in the Xianjian sect. This wasn't intended as a surprise attack, but simply to gather some general intelligence for future self-protection. But if the tide of power were to turn, it would be hard to say. The 10,000 Beast sect must have similar arrangements, but I cut the Gordian knot without any sense of reason, avoiding much trouble. Fang Xing mentally patted himself on the back and offered a few words of encouragement. I intend to hand the 5 Elements sword formation over to you. Don't let me down. While this battle formation could boost mana, it made maneuvering too cumbersome, sapping the flexibility of a sword cultivator. He despised the resulting mana boost and decided to give it to Lu Yi. A flicker of surprise flashed across Lu Yi's face, and she quickly offered a humble remark. Don't be modest. You're the only fake Dan master here. If I don't give it to you, will I give it to the Black Sky Temple to build their foundation? Fang Xing shook his head. You must accumulate merit in this battle. Afterward, I can grant you a magical weapon. Fake Dan cultivators no longer had any hope of advancing in realm. The only way to enhance their strength was through external objects. A magical weapon was perfectly suited. Fang Xing even considered the flying phoenix hairpin that had been gathering dust in his storage bag. It was a relic of a previous Grand Elder of the Qingxuan sect. The two sides share a common lineage. Their primary cultivation techniques and the restrictions on their magic weapons being refined are largely identical, allowing them to unleash 90% of their power. I just wonder what Lu Yi's expression will be when the time comes. Even if she thinks I killed the previous Grand Elder, she'll have to greet me with a smile. Besides, I've personally offered the reward. According to the rules, Lu Yi's battle achievements must go to me. I'll be the one to redeem them, so I can get more goodies. It's a win-win situation. You can leave, and call in the Black Heaven Monastery's abbot. Fang Xing waved his hand, dismissing Lu Yi. Not long after, he saw a skeletal old Taoist priest again. The old Taoist priest came in and greeted him with a respectful greeting. Wu Zhuan of Black Sky Temple, greetings to the Lord General. Well, you've already completed your foundation building. You have a glimpse of the Dan realm. You must not miss it. Fang Xing, as usual, used both kindness and force, concluding with a promise. There might be a giant and spiritual object within the 5 Elements sect you must strive hard. Black Sky Temple is, after all, a giant and sect, and it needs a giant and cultivator to lead it for stability. Wu Zhuan was instantly thrilled. However, this old Taoist priest was a seasoned veteran. It was unclear whether he was pretending or not. But Fang Xing didn't care. As long as he could keep the Black Sky Temple cultivators stable and prevent any trouble, it would be all good. After winning over the 2 major sects, he assigned their disciples to monitor the wandering cultivators. He also placed disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect in several key positions, and Fang Xing was able to barely control these 1,000 people. A few days later, the flying boat passed through the vast mountains and truly entered the chaotic land of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Siege. The 5 Elements sect's main gate is located on Five Fingers Peak. True to its name, Five Fingers Peak resembles a hand with 5 fingers extended upward, each finger representing a different mountain peak. Due to its unique topography, It not only nurtures a third-tier spiritual vein but also boasts a 5 elements evil point at its center. Therefore, it was chosen by the first 5 elements patriarch as the main gate of the 5 elements sect. In order to seize this spiritual vein, they forcibly felled the mountain and destroyed temples, wiping out several Taoist sects that once entrenched themselves on Five Fingers Peak. Today, the atmosphere on Five Fingers Peak is profoundly solemn. Above each of the 5 peaks, a pillar of light, a distinct color, rises into the sky. White, red, black, yellow, and blue. The 5 colors converge, forming a canopy, firmly guarding the entire Five Fingers Peak. Miles away, 5 spiritual ships tower majestically in the sky. 3 figures loom fatally at the foremost decks. Tisk tisk. This 5-finger peak truly lives up to its reputation. Its topography is particularly suitable for setting up a 5 elements formation. Fang Xing sighed upon seeing the dazzling array. Sword Master, this is the 5 elements sect's fundamental formation. The 5 elements returning to origin formation, ranked 3rd grade, superior. The power of the 5 elements is endlessly regenerate. As long as the formation isn't reached once, it will slowly repair itself, making it extremely difficult to counter, Taoist Wu Zhuan said flatteringly. So powerful. What a shame we didn't bring a 3rd grade formation master this time. Does that mean we'll have to fight tooth and nail to break it? Fang Xing sighed. Taoist Wu Zhuan and true person Liu Yi exchanged a glance, both unsure of Fang Xing's intentions. They had been heading straight for the 5 elements sect, having missed several 2nd-grade markets and foundation-building families along the way. If they delayed here for too long, their retreat would be cut off, which would be extremely dangerous. The lack of a formation master isn't a big deal. A few 3rd-tier forbidden-breaking talismans or 3rd-tier earth vein beads will temporarily weaken the formation's power by several times, creating a flaw. Then, with our combined strength, we might be able to break it, true person Levi offered tentatively. No need. True person Levi, lead the 500 cultivators to form the 5 elements sword formation and test it thoroughly. Fang Xing snapped his fingers. Wu Zhuan led the remaining cultivators to set up camp and await orders. Yes, the 2 cultivators obeyed with awe, and true person Levi immediately flew out with the 500 cultivators. 5 elements sword formation, initiate. The 500 cultivators worked together, channeling streams of 5-element mana through the formation, gathered by the formation flags, and flowing endlessly into true person Levi's hand, transforming into a multicolored longsword. With that sword in hand, true person Levi's mana instantly soared from the level of a false elixir to the brink of an elixir. Go. She knew this battle was primarily a test. She formed a seal with one hand, and a small, emerald green flower-shaped magical weapon descended upon her head, unfurling a veil of emerald light that protected her. Then, she slashed with her sword. The multicolored longsword instantly grew immensely. Tens of feet long, piercing the 5 elements returning to origin formation. The formation stirred, and the power of the 5 elements continuously flowed, endlessly dispelling this 3rd-level attack. Within the formation, a young man in white, wearing a multicolored lotus crown, emerged. His cultivation had reached the early Jinden stage. It was none other than True Man Hoyu. He shouted, "My 5-element sect has always remained neutral. Don't fall for their evil schemes. If this is a misunderstanding, why don't you open the formation, and let us in?" True Man Liu Yi smiled softly and summoned her magic power once more. Streams of 5-element sword energy descended upon the formation, resembling multicolored dragons, stirring the ripples within. Looks like it's not going to work. Fang Xing looked at the early Jinden cultivator and noticed he hadn't shown any intention of coming out to fight. He shook his head with regret. Elder Taoist Wu Zhuan, who was directing the construction of a makeshift camp nearby, was speechless upon hearing this. This Fang Xing's battle record had already spread throughout the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. They all claimed he possessed 3rd-rank combat power. Ordinary faked and true immortals were no match for him with a single strike. Even early Jinden cultivators had fallen at his hands. The 5-element sect's patriarch was also in the early Jinden stage. How could he dare to leave the mountain gates to fight? There should only be 2 Jinden cultivators in the 5-element sect. One is the 5 elements patriarch, in the middle Jinden stage, and the other is this person, in the early Jinden stage. If anyone dares to leave the mountain gate, I'll kill him with a single strike. What a shame, what a shame. Fang Xing shook his head repeatedly and said to Wu Zhuan, in that case, Take 5 flying ships and go help Lu Yi. Yes, Taoist Wu Zhuan quickly passed the order down, and soon, 5 flying ships took off one by one, bombarding the 5 elements peak formation. This stalemate will continuously deplete the formation's essence and spiritual energy. When it can no longer recover, it will be time to truly break the formation. However, this process is often very long. While ordering his disciples to cooperate in the attack, Taoist Wu Zhuan quietly transmitted a telepathic message to true person Lu Yi. What does this sword master mean? He's not treating us as pawns, is he? After all, of the over 1,000 cultivators, less than 20 truly belong to the Heavenly Sword sect. The majority are cultivators from the state of Zhen. It shouldn't be that bad, true person Lu Yi gritted her teeth. This time, her Kingxuan sect had sent the most men. If they capsized here, the losses would be devastating. With this thought in mind, she and the old Taoist Wu Xun exchanged a glance. They had both ordered their disciples to attack and attrite the enemy, rather than advancing deeper into the main formation. In a war of attrition like this, relying solely on magical bombardment of the formation, the 5-element sect could hold out for at least several years. Upon witnessing this, Fang Xing didn't supervise the battle or order an all-out attack. His plan was simple: encircle the point and attack the reinforcements. Theoretically, now that they were alone and deep in the enemy's territory, the best strategy was to exert all their might and quickly capture the 5-elements sect. Then use the 5 elements mountain gate as a foundation to establish the main formation. Among the supplies distributed by the Xianjian sect, this time was a set of 3rd-tier formation flags and plates. Harnessing 3rd-tier spiritual veins, they could deploy a massive formation capable of withstanding even a giant and cultivator's siege. Instead of stalling out like they were now, Fang Xing's ability to execute the encircle the point and attack the reinforcement strategy was based on his own immense strength. If they were slightly less powerful, they would surely be strangled by the combined might, becoming infamous fools in the world of immortal cultivation. Half an hour later, Fang Xing yawned, looking at the 5 flying ships and the battle formation still bombarding him furiously. That's enough, come back. Even after fighting for over an hour, with each side hiding within the formation, not a single key cultivating disciple on either side was killed or injured. After Fang Xing gave the order, the cultivators immediately returned, landing in their camps. They took out spirit stones and meditated, absorbing the spiritual energy within to restore their mana. Without spiritual veins in the outside world, it was difficult to quickly restore mana, so they had to draw on the spiritual energy within the spirit stones. While somewhat wasteful, there was no other way. Otherwise, if they depleted their mana in a dangerous area, it would be too late to regret it if they encountered danger again. Inside the 5-finger peak, on the middle finger, the early giant and cultivator, wearing a multicolored lotus crown, observed this scene inside as well. All of you, return and perform your duties. Daily patrols will be doubled, and you must be extremely cautious. After giving his instructions, Master Hoyu returned to his cave abode. He suddenly formed a hand seal and muttered something. Bang! Atop the previously empty cushion in front of him suddenly appeared a multicolored, rune-like light curtain. A large hole in the curtain instantly shattered and vanished. A rugged old man, with wild beard and hair, resembling a white-haired lion, sat cross-legged on the cushion. Senior brother, Master Hoyu bowed, a hint of a smile on his face. This cross-legged elder was the 5-element sect's Grand Elder, the 5 Elements Patriarch. It was unknown how he, who had been reported to have gone to support the Wood Evil sect, had secretly returned to the sect Taha. Which detachment has arrived today? The 5 Elements Patriarch spoke in a voice like thunder. The anthropomorphic puppet provided by the Wangxiang sect is truly remarkable. It can even perfectly simulate my soul and magical aura. This time, we must inflict a heavy loss on the Xianjian sect who is leading the enemy. Speaking of this, Master Hoyu's tone grew peculiar. The two leading the troops today are a Kingxuan sect Fake Dan and the Black Heaven Monastery's abbot. This lineup looked nothing like a ragtag army of cannon fodder. The only commander is Fang Xing, a true disciple of the Xianjian sect who has recently gained fame in Zhen. If senior brother and I join forces, we should be able to easily defeat him. Master Hoyu still held Fang Xing in high regard. However, Fang Xing's record was too terrifying, almost seeming fake in the end. He believed that a foundation establishment cultivator, through certain means, could rival or even kill a fake Dan. But as for killing Lian Laoge, an early-stage core formation cultivator, he suspected Fu Hongai's covert tactics. However, Even if Fang Xing was as formidable as the rumor said, if he and his senior brother attacked together, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator would have no chance of survival. The Five Elements patriarch glared at his junior brother. Old Ghost Leon once thought the same, but then he died. Not only was his body and soul destroyed, but even his sex lineage was annihilated. He suffered a crushing defeat, a laughingstock for the world. True man Hoyu, wearing a five-colored lotus crown, suddenly became awestruck. Senior brother. I was wrong. No, you don't admit your mistake, you're just afraid of me. The Five Elements patriarch shook his head. His junior brother was a prodigy within the sect, his rise too easy. This kind of mentality might sound like unwavering perseverance, but it could easily become devastating at the slightest setback. The foundation of a major nascent soul sect is beyond the reach of us Jinden forces. Even if we could kill the Xianjian sect's true disciple and then draw the attention of their army to fight to the death, wouldn't we just be providing disaster for the Zoo Palace and the Mecha sect? The Five Elements patriarch shook his head. So, what are you planning, brother? Of course. We'll invite another person. There's a fellow Jinden Taoist from the Wangxiang sect nearby. He was a true disciple back then, on par with Jianzi, but he's actually reached the Jinden stage, the Five Elements patriarch said. When the time comes, invite this person. The three Jinden Daoists will attack together. We'll crush this army like a mountain crushing an egg. I wonder, which true disciple from the Wangxiang sect it is? True Immortal Hoyu asked curiously. Lei Jingmeng from the Thunder Division. The Five Elements patriarch pulled a mirror from his bosom and cast a stream of magical power at it. The mirror blurred, revealing a young man in a thunder robe. Five Elements patriarch? What? Is there a problem with the returning keypale I sent you? Lei Jingmeng's face was as handsome as a jade, a purple mark running between his brows, like a forked bolt of lightning, exuding a majestic aura. When Master Hoyu heard this, he was shocked. I was wondering why senior brother changed our sect's previous neutral policy and chose to join the Wangxiang sect. It turned out that he was promised such benefits. The Geki pill is a panacea that helps break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of the Jinden stage and advance to the late stage of the Jinden stage? Haha, fellow Taoist Lei, you are joking. The Geki pill is not easy to refine. It requires several years of seclusion and hard training. Now I don't have such spare time, the Five Elements patriarch said. I wonder if you are interested in the Xianjian sect's foundation building true teachings? Our sect was besieged by the Xianjian sect's army today, and the leader is named Fang Xing. Oh? Is it this person? Hearing Fang Xing's name, Lei Jingmeng immediately showed an interested look. This boy is indeed amazingly talented. I'm afraid I am not as good as him when it comes to foundation building. But I have already formed a Jinden stage. Such a genius must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise after the Jinden stage, there will be another Fu Honggai. Fellow Taoist is willing to take action. The Five Elements patriarch was overjoyed. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this guy is also connected to the disappearance of a Feng Mei messenger. The sect already has a bounty on his head, so we can take it all. Lei Jingmeng smiled. But if I'm going to take action, the Five Elements sect will have to offer some benefits. I heard there's half a meteorite dream thunder crystal in the Five Elements sect's treasury. After the deed is done, I'll hand over the meteorite dream thunder crystal. The Five Elements patriarch didn't hesitate, knowing the devil's character. Even during the Great War between good and evil, even if the opponent was the Heavenly Sword sect, he wouldn't take action without sufficient benefits. Deal. A smile crossed Lei Jingmeng's face. 2 days later. At night. Fang Xing stood silently on a small hilltop, gazing at the moonlight. General, Lu Yi and Wu Zhuan stood behind him, both faces tinged with trepidation. We've been diligently attacking the formation these past few days. While there haven't been any casualties, we've lost a lot of spiritual stones and other supplies. The cultivators below are complaining a little. What's the point? No one's dead yet, and you're complaining. Fang Xing turned, a sneer in his face. This is wartime, and military law. Anyone who dares to disobey orders will not only die themselves, but also the entire sect, disciples, and relatives behind them. Spread this word, and anyone who disagrees can come to me. As soon as these words were uttered, true person Lu Yi and Wu Zhuan's foreheads broke out in a cold sweat. In reality, the greatest dissatisfaction must have come from their own two factions. They had also intended to test Fang Xing, but were so forcefully rebuffed. Just as they were feeling uneasy, Fang Xing's face lit up with joy. Finally, what's coming? Just as a flicker of suspicion crossed Wu Zhuan's face, two beams of Jinden-level light shot out from the Five Elements sect. One of them had reached the peak of the middle Jinden stage, bringing a terrifying pressure. Five Elements Patriarch, he was instantly terrified. Haha. Today we're only targeting the Heavenly Sword sect, not any other cultivators. Kneel down and beg for mercy immediately, and I'll spare your lives. The Five Elements Patriarch's gruff laughter echoed throughout the makeshift camp, and countless Kigan cultivators meditating there looked horrified, their mana diverted and spitting out blood. Meanwhile, at the rear of the camp, a flash of lightning appeared. Unbelievably, it was yet another early Jinden stage cultivator. In fact, its aura rivaled that of the Five Elements Patriarch, closing in on the hillock. Where is Fang Xing? I am Lei Jingmeng of the Thunder Division of the Wangxiang sect. Come out and receive your death. Lei Jingmeng's voice was like thunder, rolling and crushing. Seeing this, Lu Yi immediately formed a seal with her hands, and a flower-shaped magic weapon emerged, protecting her entire body. Wu Zhuan affixed a third-level defensive talisman to his body and fled desperately. Seniors, spare my life. I'm willing to renounce the dark. Swoosh. A flash of sword light passed, and the sword thread directly cut through the third-level talisman's defense, decapitating the old Taoist Wu Zhuan. Surrender to the Ming. The sword flashed so fast that the old Taoist Wu Zhuan's head was still uttering the last two words before falling to the ground, rolling several times. Who says that old people become wise? This is the first time I've seen such an idiotic choice. Fang Xing, wielding the rotten iron sword, transformed his body into a flash of sword light, suddenly soaring into the sky. One mid-stage Jinden cultivator, two early-stage Jinden cultivators. Leave them to me. Lu Yi, you lead the Taoist soldiers and prepare to meet the enemy. These three Jinden cultivators are only the top-level combat force. Behind them are undoubtedly the armies of the Five Elements sect and even the faked and true immortals. Chapter 191 Fierce Fight. Under the full moon, Fang Xing gazed at the three approaching Jinden true immortals, Five Elements Patriarch, true immortal Hoyu, and another Jinden true immortal from the Wangxiang sect. Just a right person to die together, haha. You're only at the Foundation establishment stage, yet you're so arrogant. Lei Jingmeng, shrouded in thunder, resembled a living thunder god. When I was at the Foundation establishment stage, I also killed a fake true immortal. How can we, the true disciples of the great nascent soul sects, be compared to the wandering cultivators and minor sects? True immortal Hoyu's face soured at these words. Lei Jingmeng was insulting the entire Five Element sect as a whole. But the truth was, a wandering cultivator without a lineage could be inferior to a cultivator from a major nascent soul sect, not to mention being at the same realm. Even a few realms behind them could be inferior to a cultivator from a major nascent soul sect. Of course, this specifically refers to true disciples. Furthermore, there were also some ruthless wandering cultivators who were skilled in combat. However, being able to kill a Jinden cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage is truly remarkable, Lei Jingmeng said. When I was at the Foundation establishment stage, I would never have dared to fight you. Now I have no choice but to bully the weak. To speak such shameless words openly is truly worthy of a demonic cultivator. Fang Xing nodded, gazing at the battlefield below. True immortal Levi had barely assembled the Five Elements sword formation and was already engaging the first few faked and true immortals of the Five Elements sect. While he could hold out for a while, once the Five Elements sect disciples formed a battle formation and attacked, he would likely be at a disadvantage. He couldn't help but smile. Death is nigh, and yet you're still laughing. A cocky bowl materialized before true immortal Hoyu. It was his famous Yunun bowl, emanating a barrier of light that protected him securely. Clearly, cultivators who reach the Jinden stage are no fools. Fang Xing was rumored to have slain an early Jinden cultivator from the Myriad Beast sect. Whether true or not, he was the weakest of the three Jinden cultivators, and naturally the most dangerous. Furthermore, sword cultivators excel at single sword thrusts. If a strike misses, they can flee thousands of miles. True man Hoyu naturally had to protect himself. You three are willingly seeking death. The Five Element sect has unleashed its full might. If I can defeat you, this magnificent foundation will fall into my hands. Why shouldn't I smile? Fang Xing roared, and launched his rotten iron sword with a roar. A dazzling flash of sword light, like lightning, ripped through the night sky. Suddenly, the sword light split into three, a true manifestation of the sword's splitting power, instantly slashing towards the three Jinden true men. The condensed sword thread caused the Five Elements Patriarch's expression to change slightly. This is indeed a peerless sword technique capable of destroying fake down with a single blow. The Five Elements Patriarch did not summon any magical weapon, but simply stretched out his hands, and a multicolored light curtain appeared. The five elements circulated endlessly, unexpectedly blocking the sword thread. Elsewhere, Lei Jingmeng casually raised his hand and unleashed the third-tier magical power. Binghuo Divine Thunder. Thunder and fire roared, annihilating the sword's shadow. For a giant and cultivator, cultivating several third-tier magical powers was a given. Coming from the Thunder tribe, he mastered various thunder techniques with ease. Compared to the two giant and cultivators, Master Hou maintained a solemn expression. With a flick of his sleeve, a stream of fiery giant essence poured into the Hunun bowl. Only then did the trembling of the bowl subside. By this time, only a thin layer of light remained before him. Master Hou's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. The rumors about this boy beheading an early giant and cultivator might not be false. Whoosh! At that moment, Fang Xing, merging with his sword, arrived before him. A sword aura, accompanied by a thunderous roar, descended with a crashing sound. In a battle of wits and power, it's natural to strike at the enemy's weakest points first. His sword slashed down in a strange arc, causing the Hunun bowl to wail mournfully, and the light curtain shattered. Then, a sword force penetrated Master Hou's sea of consciousness, causing his giant in consciousness to freeze for a moment. Swoosh! The sword light flared again, ready to slash Master Hou to death. Boom! A flash of thunder. Azure lightning bolts emerged, like a massive hand, striking Fang Xing. While Fang Xing could have ignored the situation and killed Master Hou directly, he was only a sword cultivator, his defenses weak, and he would surely be severely damaged. Compared to a mere early giant and cultivator, his own strength was undoubtedly more important. He drew his sword back, slashing again. Under the sword force of Fang Xing, the azure lightning hand was split in two. Master Hou reacted, ripping a talisman. His body instantly transformed into flames, and retreated swiftly, landing behind the Five Elements Patriarch and Lei Jingmeng. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me. He was filled with fear. If Lei Jingmeng had been even a little slower, he would have been killed. Even so, the third-level sword intent just now had already damaged his sea of consciousness, and might even give rise to inner demons in the future. You've already comprehended sword intent at the foundation establishment stage? Lei Jingmeng ignored Master Hou and instead looked at Fang Xing. You're actually a nascent soul seed. Five Elements Patriarch. Today, you and I must work together to kill this man, or we'll have endless trouble. That's right, the Five Elements Patriarch's expression was utterly solemn. He hadn't expected Fang Xing to possess such talent. Now that they were already enemies, if they couldn't defeat him in one fell swoop, the Five Elements sect would surely be annihilated. Fortunately, you're only at the foundation establishment stage. Even with mastery of third-level techniques like sword intent and the ability to boost mana, you can only kill an early core formation cultivator at best. If we'd wait until you reach core formation, even if it was just a lower true core, we'd be in danger. Lei Jingmeng was both amazed and relieved. He was naturally amazed by Fang Xing's talent, a faint resemblance to the Chu Kuangtu of yesteryear. Fortunately, the Xianjian sect is a sect of sword cultivators. The more gifted a disciple is, the less they value protection, preferring to be sent out to hone their skills across the world. This can easily lead to setbacks. Even swords being broken and people being killed. Even so, the Xianjian sect remains unyielding, truly worthy of being the most resolute sword cultivators. Of course, the Xianjian sect also protects its disciples. If such a giant and cultivator were to kill a foundation establishment cultivator, if discovered, they would surely unleash the sect's might for revenge. But since the Wuxiang sect has already entered a war with the Xianjian sect, why would they fear such a thing? Naturally, the more gifted a disciple, the more they want to crush him at a higher realm level, and then kill him. Yes, this boy is formidable, but for mid-giant and cultivators like me, he's still manageable. The Five Elements Patriarch laughed heartily, his multicolored robes trembling and rapidly spreading outward, as if transforming into a multicolored bowl, falling upside down. The Five Elements sect's Five Elements robes contain the Five Elements mysterious formation, capable of forming in an instant. Today has truly opened my eyes. Lei Jingmeng smiled faintly. Although he was only in the early giant stage, he was a true descendant of a major Yuanying sect, and his strength was comparable to that of the Five Elements Patriarch. If the two attacked now, they would surely slay Fang Xing. When dealing with a sword cultivator, the first priority is to restrict their escape methods, and the second is to destroy their swords, Lei Jingmeng chanted incessantly, chanting to himself. Blue and red lightning converged around him. Jia Wood Divine Thunder, Bing Fire Divine Thunder, Wu Earth Divine Thunder, Zheng Metal Divine Thunder, Ren Water Divine Thunder. The five great Yang-attributed thunderbolts converged, a dazzling display of color and a celestial might. Go, Lei Jingmeng pointed, and the five elements Yang Thunder magical power thundered down. Fang Xing, trapped by the five elements miscellaneous formation, was practically unavoidable. However, a smile crossed his face, and he brandished his sword to meet the enemy. These five Yang Thunders are quite good, and they don't resemble any demonic methods. In the world of immortal cultivation, the distinction between the righteous and the demonic is not always clear. Demonic cultivators are not necessarily those who cultivate evil dharma amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. While such cultivators are relatively common within the demonic realm, there are also formidable figures who diligently meditate daily, subduing their inner demons. These latter individuals are often more likely to become unifying leaders of the demonic realm. Swish! Sword light flashed as Fang Xing unleashed a set of five elements sword techniques, the sword light suddenly becoming feminine and gentle, using Xin metal to overcome Jia Wood, Yu Wood to overcome Wu Earth. The five elements sword light and five elements thunder technique continuously collided and roared. The occasional bursts of lightning and sword energy made Master Hou Yu avoid them like snakes and scorpions. Fang Xing unleashed his heavenly sword intentions, and the five elements yin sword slashed down with a roar, finally severing the five elements Yang Thunder. And within the lightning, a purple lightning cone magical weapon, like a venomous snake, battled fiercely with a wrought iron sword. After exchanging dozens of blows in a flash, Lei Jingmeng's expression changed. He recalled his own magical weapon, the lightning cone, and saw a tiny crack the size of a grain of rice on it. Impossible. My purple lightning cone is forged from 10,000-year-old thunder crystal. What kind of main material is your flying sword made of? Just scrap metal. Fang Xing swung his sword, a thunderous sound echoing as he instantly reached Lei Jingmeng. Lei Jingmeng's expression changed, and his form instantly transformed into lightning, appearing on the other side. Thunder escape technique? As expected, the four divisions of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all have impressive techniques inherited. Fang Xing sighed upon seeing this. His immortal clone's strength was limited to the peak of the early Jinden stage. Now trapped within the formation, facing the siege of three Jinden cultivators, he was indeed gradually losing strength. Moreover, if he couldn't end the battle quickly, his own people would suffer a crushing defeat. After a brief probing, Fang Xing realized that, aside from one weakling, the other two of the three Jinden cultivators possessed formidable skills, making them too powerful to defeat on his own. Unless, he called for reinforcements. Kill, he roared, drawing a blaze of sword light across the sky, nearly blinding anyone. Just as the sword energy roared out, nearly engulfing the three Jinden cultivators, a silver light flashed within the five elements maze formation, and a figure clad in bone armor emerged. HMPH, Fang Xing snorted coldly, the great sun relic between his brows shimmering as a terrifying martial will descended upon him. A flash of light emanated from his hand, and a ghost-headed sword emerged. The ghost-headed blade on the hilt also launched a spiritual attack, slamming into Master Hou Yu's sea of consciousness. Whoosh! Master and sword merged into one, the lower-grade magical weapon-level ghost-headed sword roaring. Jinden Yuan energy infused it, sending a flash of light. With one strike, it slashed the Hunun bowl, and like a saber, it also bisected Master Hou Yu behind it. Clang! There was still a look of shock on Master Hou Yu's face. A line of blood appeared from his forehead, going all the way down, passing over the bridge of his nose and chin. Then, his whole body was split in two. Chapter 192 Five Elements Evil. This, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. It was Lei Jingmeng, performing a series of lightning escape techniques, retreating from the five elements patriarch. What's going on? Why is there someone else inside the five elements mysterious formation? He suspected the five elements patriarch had deliberately let them in. Perhaps, this five elements patriarch had a grudge against Master Hou Yu, needing the help of an outsider to slay him? Or perhaps, even betrayed the demonic path? While the possibility was slim, it was crucial to guard against. Those in the demonic path were like this. Old man. The Five Elements Patriarch was equally bewildered. He didn't understand why a third-level physical cultivator had suddenly appeared within his formation. There were no signs of the formation being breached. Meanwhile, Fang Xing's true form had already charged towards the Five Elements Patriarch. The Five Elements Patriarch frantically activated the formation, but whether it was flames, boulders, wooden spikes, or ice, all were blocked by his mid-grade magical weapon, the 10,000 Beast Armor. This Myriad Beast Armor is a magical artifact inherited from the Myriad Beast sect, a mid-grade magical weapon. Its formidable defense can withstand even a few more hits from a late-stage giant and cultivator. Fang Xing is now an immortal warrior, activating the purple stripe longevity golden elixir, transforming his entire body's ki and blood into mana. He's a true third-level physical cultivator, capable of refining magical weapons. Naturally, he'd already refined the Ghost Head Blade and the Myriad Beast Armor. Physical cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation aren't fools who rely solely on their physical bodies to block spells. Wearing spiritual armor is essential. This Myriad Beast Armor, a mid-grade magical weapon from the Myriad Beast sect, is barely adequate for this deity. Coupled with the sharpness of the magical weapon-grade Ghost Head Blade, his previous slash in 2 against Master Hoyu was merely a testament to his prowess. His true combat power is likely comparable to Fu Hongai's. How fast? The Five Elements Patriarch, with his vast experience in combat, immediately unleashed his trump card upon witnessing this scene. Back then, the first Five Elements Patriarch was proficient in the Five Elements techniques and possessed a hidden power that could suppress destiny. He wasn't as skilled as the first, but he had also mastered a minor aspect of that power. He raised his hand, and a grayish glow emerged. Fang Xing felt the ghost-headed knife in his hand suddenly sink, feeling somewhat unresponsive. This was truly bizarre for a magical weapon that had already been refined. Primordial magnetic relight power, Lei Jingmeng, observing this from a distance, gritted his teeth. While this light can't completely overcome the five elements, it possesses a powerful restraining power over metal and iron. This old deng, he clearly had a hidden card when facing the sword cultivator before, and he never revealed it. He truly deserves death. Fang Xing felt a powerful suction force descend upon the ghost-headed knife. While he could resist it, why would he? He let go, and the knife flew away. However, his Myriad Beast armor, made primarily of demonic beast bones, wasn't made of metal, so it wasn't affected as much. If it were an ordinary physical cultivator, being disarmed would be very troublesome, but I'm not a physical cultivator, Fang Xing sneered inwardly, having already arrived before the Five Elements Patriarch. His golden core domain crashed down, instantly shattering his five-colored true essence shield. Then, he pointed 3 fingers at the Five Elements Patriarch's forehead, still in a daze. Bang! The Five Elements Patriarch's head exploded, and his headless body fell from midair. Blue Star warriors and sword cultivators are actually quite similar. They all rely on a single strike to defeat the enemy. If that doesn't kill them, they have to consider escape. With the Five Elements Patriarch's death, the Five Elements mystery formation that sealed off the heavens and earth instantly disintegrated into streams of light, disappearing into his robe. Fang Xing's immortal clone, riding his sword, caught up with the fleeing Lei Jingmeng. Lei Jingmeng was horrified, unable to understand how a third-rank, superior physical cultivator could suddenly appear, completely ruining his plans. He repeatedly unleashed Thunder Escape, but the sword escape was just as fast. Each time, he couldn't get far before his cultivator clone caught up and held him captive. After several attempts, seeing Fang Xing's true form approaching on the moon, a hint of despair finally crossed Lei Jingmeng's face. I am a true descendant of the Wuxiang sect. If you will spare my life, I have countless treasures to offer. You boy, how ignorant. Fang Xing's true form laughed heartily. First, you, the Wuxiang sect, plotted against my body, and now you're here to kill my descendants. And you still want to reconcile with me? Lei Jingmeng seemed to think of something, but it was too late. Seeing Fang Xing's true form charging towards him, he could only open his mouth in despair. Amidst a flash of lightning, 3 strange needles flew out, piercing the Wanshao armor with lightning speed. They landed on the Wanshao armor, creating 3 tiny nicks. However, the needles, now much less powerful, were completely blocked by Fang Xing's Dragon Elephant Vajra indestructible divine ability. This was his most valuable magic weapon, 3 Yin Thunder Needles, capable of severely wounding even a late giant and cultivator. However, against a physical cultivator, particularly one wearing spiritual armor, it seemed to have little effect. Fang Xing's martial will erupted, leaving Lei Jingmeng dazed. He extended his hand, the first piercing Lei Jingmeng's giant in essence, the second striking his forehead. Lei Jingmeng's head exploded, and like the Five Elements patriarch, he fell to the ground in a headless corpse. After so many years of cultivation, Fang Xing was no longer a face-slapping freak, but a head-exploding freak. Thinking of the wind-type giant and cultivator from before, he feared he might possess some form of life-saving technique like the Thunder Spirit body. He summoned his immortal clone to cleanse the body with his sword intent, confirming its death. So vulnerable, Fang Xing scoffed, and his immortal clone descended, landing directly on the battlefield. Not good. Grand Elder, seeing the situation was dire, the fake Dan cultivators exchanged glances and began to flee. Suddenly, the cries of swords echoed through the air, followed by bodies raining down. We surrender. The Five Element sect leader, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was utterly distraught upon seeing this scene. He led his numerous key condensation disciples to their knees. Even though they had previously pinned the Heavenly Sword sect's forces down and nearly broken their battle formation, slaughtering them en masse, the loss of their own giant and ancestors and the death of the faked and true immortals, even the most arrogant disciples were reduced to quails, most following the sect leader in surrender. A few remained silent, each employing their own methods to escape. Fang Xing casually struck with a few sword strikes, dispatching the Foundation establishment cultivators one by one. As for the key condensation disciples, they were too lazy to take action, leaving it to the subordinates. You're the leader of the Five Elements sect? You're a man of tact. The immortal cultivator's avatar floated down to the ground and shouted, shut down the mountain protection formation and cooperate with us in taking over the spiritual fields, the sutra library, and the treasure house. If you do all of this, I'll spare your life. Within the Five Elements sword formation, Han Qingyan and Meng Zijin exchanged a look, each bewildered. Have we won? The general has killed the enemy's giant and cultivator, so we've naturally won. Han Qingyan felt a pang of hope. If he delayed even a moment longer, he might have given up and fled. At that point, he would surely be on the Heavenly Sword sect's must-kill list, his fate utterly horrible. True person Lu Ai had initially worried that the Five Element sect leader harbored ulterior motives and was feigning surrender. However, Fang Xing, fearing death, refused to enter Five Finger Peak even after the formation was shut down. Instead, he repeatedly ordered his disciples to enter and guard key points within the formation. This way, even if the Five Element sect leader made a last-ditch effort, the only ones left standing would be the cultivators below. Only after finally unearthing the main array disk did he leisurely fly into Five Finger Peak. General, the Five Element sect divides its mountains according to the Five Elements. Earth Peak boasts tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields, planted with abundant Five Elements rice, and the third-tier spiritual medicine garden at the summit is intact. True person Levi's face flushed with excitement as she followed Fang Xing and reported, Fire Peak houses the Alchemy Hall, and the major fire veins have been sealed. The Weapon Refining Hall on Gold Peak contains over 1,000 magical and spiritual instruments. The Scripture Library on Water Peak is also under guard. Most of the Five Element sect disciples are being held on Wood Peak, and they're all very obedient. Are all the Five Element sect disciples here? Fang Xing asked casually. After checking the roster, I found that except for one disciple of the Five Elements Patriarch and several dam-forming seedlings, everyone else is here. True person Levi smiled at the Five Elements sect leader. The Five Elements sect leader immediately knelt on the ground. Master, please allow me to report. Those individuals vanished without a trace long before our sect defected to the demon sect. Their whereabouts are controlled by the two giant ancestors, and we truly have no idea. That's a precautionary measure, even an old fox would. Fang Xingjian's heart moved, knowing the Foundation establishment cultivator wasn't lying. He couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry about victory. Worry about defeat first. It seems that even if the Five Element sect has accumulated giant and spiritual artifacts, they're definitely not here, but in those giant and seeds. In fact, most immortal sects are like this. Before major battle, they must plan for inheritance and a backup plan. While most of those giant and seeds become ordinary people, some endure centuries of hard work, achieve giant and perfection, and then return to retaliate and rebuild their sects. Immortal sects place great importance on the inheritance of their Dao. Even so, The spirit stones harvested this time alone are in the millions, a truly bountiful harvest. Fang Xing nodded. Let's go to the treasury first. Although he knew the truly valuable treasures were undoubtedly hidden in the storage bags of those Jingdan, cultivators, those with fake Jingdan status, and even those with escaped Jingdan seeds, he couldn't underestimate the wealth of a sect's treasury. Yes, the Five-Element sect leader led the way without hesitation. The Five-Element sect's treasury was heavily fortified, with restrictions everywhere. Even without knowing how to decipher them, forcibly retrieving items would only result in the treasures self-destructing. However, this was to prevent petty theft. In a battle like this, one facing a sect-destroying annihilation, there was no solution. Not to mention the Five-Element sect leader, the traitor. He simply drew his sect leader's token, infused it with mana, and with a gentle wave, most of the restrictions within the treasury vanished. Boxes of spirit stones gleamed, and wooden shelves were filled with a variety of spiritual objects. Even true person Liu couldn't help but nod inwardly. The Five-Element sect's wealth seems to surpass that of the Qingxuan sect. Fang Xing's spiritual sense swept over, pausing before a row of strange crystals. These are evil spirit crystals, sealed with the Five Elements evil key, 27 in total. In addition, there are 13 foundation building pills. All are foundation building resources, to be distributed to disciples who have made sufficient contributions. The Five-Element sect leader handed over the account book, demonstrating that he had absolutely no pockets. Only 27 Five-Elements evil key. Fang Xing frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The foundation building pills, however, were of no concern. He wouldn't need them anyway. Although our sect has 5-element evil points, we can only produce a few a year, which is the accumulation of several years. What's more, the other 5-element evil spirits were either taken away by the two giant ancestors for barter, or exchanged by the weapon refining hall and the major foundation building elders. The 5-element sect master didn't know why this Xianjian sect assassin cared more about the 5-element evil spirits, and hurriedly explained. Chapter 193 4 years. The 5 elements evil energy is merely a spiritual object for foundation building. Its increased chance of building a foundation or its effectiveness in protecting the meridians are far inferior to those of foundation building pills. However, this evil energy can be used to refine weapons and even cultivate 5 elements magic. Therefore, it is consumed greatly within the 5 element sect. With a flick of Fang Xing's sleeve, the 27 evil energy crystals vanished. Seeing this, true person Liu Yi, with her eyes fixed on her nose and her nose focused on her heart, pretended not to see anything. After all, the conquest of the 5-element sect was solely the work of the leader, so she had no objection to their decision regarding the disposal of the spoils. The 5-element sect leader even prudently erased the record from the account book, making it seem as if these evil energy crystals had never existed in the treasury. Take out 3 of these 13 foundation building pills and divide them among the 3 best performing key cultivators. Fang Xing picked up another bottle of foundation building pills and examined it briefly, noting the remnants of fire, indicating they must have been refined within the past year. He immediately took the bottle and retrieved the foundation building pill, which had been gathering dust from his storage bag. Elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation also have expiration dates. Theoretically, the higher the rank, the longer the shelf life. Even so, the genuine foundation establishment pill in his storage bag, upgraded from an inferior one, had aged quite a bit, and its medicinal properties had diminished. Furthermore, upgrading it from inferior to genuine meant it was significantly smaller, and its potency was reduced. If a genuine foundation establishment pill had a 30% chance of achieving foundation establishment, then this one only had a 26% to 27% chance. Fang Xing immediately planned to reward this one first, then compensate himself with a genuine one. The foundation establishment pill is of little use to me. How about exchanging it for military merit? Seal this treasure trove for now, and take me to the Shaxu point. Fang Xing wandered around again, finding nothing particularly valuable, and immediately ordered. The 5-element sect's renowned 5 elements Shaxu point is located in the palm of the hand, beneath the 5-finger peak. Fang Xing followed the 5-element sect leader to a cavernous area, where he saw the 5 elements evil cave. Though called an evil cave, it resembled a small lake, with 5 colors swirling within and a terrifying malevolent aura. It was pitch black, as if reaching deep into the underworld. Even the Dan ancestor couldn't penetrate this evil cave. It produces 4 or 5 elements evil kiss each year, the Five Elements sect leader explained. Too little, too little. Fang Xing shook his head. If you don't hesitate to expend the evil cave's inherent energy and force it to function, how many can you expect to produce in a year? Well, probably 7 or 8, maybe even 90. Sweat streamed down the Five Elements sect leader's forehead. While he didn't mind surrendering to save his life, he still felt a certain unease at this act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Let me think about it. Luai, Fang Xing called over true person Luai. I'll stay here, while you handle the formations, rewards, and punishments. As you command. A hint of joy lingered in true person Luai's voice. She had already decided to ensure the Qingxuan sect cultivators obtained at least 2 foundation establishment pills. Furthermore, the new third-tier formation must be deployed as soon as possible. It was essential for survival. This swordsman seems to value the Five Elements evil energy, very much true person Luai wondered, but remained silent. She simply bowed and left with the Five Elements sect leader. Fang Xing was now the only one left in the Five Elements evil cavern. A moment later, Fang Xing's true form, having finished searching the storage bags for the core formation and fake pills, entered. The two exchanged a smile and sat down face to face. Fang Xing then began to count his main gains. Another pile of high-grade spirit stones, and a few magical artifacts, aside from the Five Elements robe and the purple thunderall, which are somewhat interesting. The rest are average. As for the cultivation techniques, they were basically no match for the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Manual. There were, however, a few interesting secret techniques, which Fang Xing felt he could have his immortal clone study in the future. He toyed with a pill, his eyes gleaming. Is this the Yucai pill? Although both are top-grade third grade, in terms of value, it should be even more valuable than that suppressing evil pill. It'll undoubtedly fetch 1,000,000 spirit stones at auction. The suppressing evil pill only drives cultivators who have reached the perfect foundation establishment stage crazy. How many spirit stones do foundation establishment cultivators have? If it were just for healing, ordinary giant cultivators wouldn't be willing to part with so many. But this single Yucai pill is enough to drive even many mid-giant cultivators crazy. I can't believe the Five Elements Patriarch has such a valuable item. He must have acquired it recently, otherwise he would have already attempted to refine its medicinal properties and break through to the late giant stage. It's all about timing, fate, and luck. After checking that this pill is fine, why not keep it, preserve its medicinal properties and use it when I reach the mid-giant stage? His heavenly spiritual roots only faced no bottleneck before the giant stage, but the situation was more uncertain afterward. Fang Xing had to consider the resources he would need after the giant stage. He then looked through the other people's storage bags, comparing them and discovering that the Five Elements Patriarch's bag was the richest. It must be said that the ancestors of such giant stage sects were even more prolific at plundering than the giant stage cultivators of the major nascent soul sects. Perhaps Lei Jingmeng still had a considerable fortune, but it was likely stored in a sect's cave dwelling, not carried on his person. Fang Xing rummaged through the Five Elements Patriarch's storage bag, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he pulled out a jade box. Opening it, he saw 3 crystals shimmering with a multicolored glow. At the center of the stones was a viscous, sinister essence. Five Elements Evil Key? No. It seems even more concentrated than the Five Elements Evil Key in the warehouse. Is this the refined Five Elements True Evil? This kind of Five Elements True Evil, if refined by a foundation establishment cultivator, would only cause their bodies to explode and die. It's no longer suitable for foundation building, but it can be used by core formation ancestors to cultivate spells or refine magical weapons. 1 Five Elements True Evil is equivalent to 10 Five Elements Evil Key. With this haul, Fang Xing hurriedly rummaged through Master Hoyu's storage bag and found another identical Five Elements True Evil crystal. Great! Add to that the previous 27 Five Elements Evil Key, that makes 67 Five Elements Evil Key. With a little more pressure on this evil acupoint, I'll have 72. It won't be difficult at all. Fang Xing thought of the graduate research team at Blue Star University, who had worked themselves to death, only to be rewarded with a few evil energy crystals. He felt a sudden surge of disdain. As expected, the world of immortal cultivation is rich in resources, and destroying sects, especially wealthy ones, is the perfect opportunity to become rich overnight. Fu Honggai's advance was clearly intended only to bluff, but Fang Xing turned it into decisive battle, all for the sake of this 1 Five Elements Evil point. Excellent. With these resources, Condensing 72 evil points within 3 years will be a piece of cake. After condensing the evil points, I'll channel the heavenly gang ki through them, condensing them into the gang veins. Only a giant and true person can gather heavenly gang ki from the 9 heavens gang fin. It's even rarer and more valuable. However, with enough spirit stones, collecting 12 shouldn't be a problem. Now that I've taken down the 5 elements sect, I wonder how things are going on the main battlefield. Fang Xing looked towards the Wood Evil sect, his eyes darkening. The Wood Evil sect. This sect stood within a vast canyon. At that moment, the canyon was surrounded by lush greenery. Endless phantoms of lush, ancient trees stretched out in a continuous expanse, resembling serpentine dragons, encircling the vast canyon. And above the canyon, a towering phantom tree loomed, its branches drooping like countless tassels, firmly guarding the wood demon sect. Even a massive golden sword hundreds of feet long could strike at it, rendering it powerless. Haha. Fu Hongai, I'm afraid you'll return empty-handed this time. A young man's laughter suddenly echoed from the sky. Fu Hongai's clothes were a blood-red hue, the ancient sword already unsheathed in his hand. Facing him lay a lake of blood. Within the lake stood a red-haired youth with a wisp of vicissitudes in his eyes. He was the Grand Master of the Blood River Hall, a late giant and cultivator. If it were just him, Fu Hongai felt confident he could slay him with his sword. But beyond this sea of blood, a cyan wooden dragon puppet emerged. Atop it stood an elderly man, the Grand Elder of the Wood Demon sect. This Grand Elder had somehow broken through a bottleneck, entering the late giant realm. He also controlled the Wood Demon sect's most precious treasure, the divine Wood Demon Dragon puppet, surpassing the average late giant and cultivator in combat power. Furthermore, his constant presence, like the erratic wind, yet still emanating a subtle, threatening demonic aura, forced even Fu Hongai to be wary, as a single inattention could result in serious injury or even death. You two late giant and cultivators, plus a hidden Wangxiang sect expert. Fu Hongai watched as another golden sword fell, unable to do anything to the phantom of the ancient tree. A flash of blood crimson crossed her eyes. 3 late giant and cultivators in total, and a near 4th rank formation master. It seems you're prepared for a decisive battle here. If the Xianjian sect is willing to withdraw, we can also call it a day. The Blood River Hall's Grand Master and the Musha sect's Grand Elder exchanged a glance. The interests of Zhang State can be completely ceded to the Xianjian sect, even if a mid-giant and second hall master was killed. The Blood River Hall's Grand Master, given the choice, would not have fought a war with the Yuanying sect. Even if the Wangxiang sect ultimately won, 90% of the 5 sects would have been annihilated. You underestimate sword cultivators. The sword cultivator's blade is unyielding. Brother Fu, if you are willing to surrender your sword, I will respectfully escort you out. Zhang State's immortal cultivation world is no longer needed. A sweet laugh drifted on the wind. Fu Hongai flicked his sword. Zhang is originally righteous territory. Since you've chosen war, you must at least cede the lands of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms, then there's no room for negotiation. The Musha sect's Grand Elder's face was as gloomy as water. Let's go. Although they had 3 late-stage giant and cultivators, they didn't want to fight Fu Hongai to the death. After all, he knew that the Blood River Hall's Grand Master and the Wangxiang sect's giant and cultivators were only there to lend a hand, not to fight for the Musha sect in times of danger. He had to face the danger himself. The 3 late-stage giant and cultivators slowly retreated. Fu Hongai sighed as he gazed at the vast shadow of the giant tree. Even with his invincible swordsmanship, he didn't dare to single-handedly break through this quasi-4th level formation. This time, our sect has only provided 3rd level meridian breaking beads. Breaking a quasi-4th level formation is truly difficult. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for reinforcements with 4th level meridian breaking beads to arrive. Fu Hongai glanced at his own Taoist sword formation and ordered the troops to retreat. At that moment, a sword's cry suddenly rang out from the sky, and a flying sword descended like a carrier pigeon. Fu Hongai executed a magical gesture, catching the flying sword. A voice emanated from it. This was the secret of the Heavenly Sword sect, the flying sword's message. After listening to a few words, a mixture of relief and resignation crossed his face. Things are going fine with my junior brother. But I didn't expect junior brother Fang to give me such a big surprise. By comparison, I'm a bit incompetent. Musha sect within the valley. The Musha sect's Grand Elder controlled a divine wood dragon to descend and bowed to the Blood River Hall's Grand Master. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. It's all for our sect. The red-haired youth waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. At that moment, Another fake Dan Zenrin approached. He was a white-haired old man, unkempt, his clothes tattered. The Grand Elder of the Mecha sect was extremely polite. "Master Long has arrived. Are our disciples able to serve us effectively? If there is anything you are dissatisfied with, please feel free to ask." Even the nearby Grand Master of the Blood River Hall beamed, addressing him as a fellow Taoist. This Master Long hailed from the Fang sect. It was said that he originally possessed mediocre spiritual roots, was even relegated to slavery, and nearly sacrificed for cultivation. However, by chance, he displayed an unparalleled talent for formations, and was selected by the sect master for training. While still cultivating Qi, he was able to construct second-level formations. After building his foundation, he even reached the level of a third-level formation master. To this end, the Fang sect spared no expense and treasures to help this person achieve elixir formation, granting him a golden elixir and several elixir-forming spiritual objects. However, this formation master was only gifted in formations. His spiritual roots were far from perfect, and he expended countless precious resources to only manage to form a fake elixir, nearly failing. However, after his cultivation saw no progress, he instead pursued ever-increasing perfection in formations, achieving the rank of quasi fourth-rank formation master. This time, he was dispatched by the Fang sect to upgrade the Mecha sect's grand formation. In the world of immortal cultivation, there's a hierarchy of disdain among the various arts. Formations, elixirs, instruments, and talismans are ranked in descending order. A third-rank talisman master is at best on par with a false-stand true person, while an instrument refiner is only marginally better. But a third-rank alchemist is already treated with the same respect as a giant and true person, let alone a third-rank formation master, who is simply impossible to cultivate without a powerful faction. A quasi-fourth-rank formation master? His status is enough to earn a smile from a late giant and cultivator. "Well, I need to inspect a few formation points." "You don't need to follow." Master Long, hands clasped behind his back, began to examine the spiritual energy nodes within the valley. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by, revealing a graceful figure beside him. "The sect master has ordered that the Heavenly Sword sect must be delayed for 4 years, the same female voice echoed again. 4 years, Master Long frowned slightly, then relaxed. "So, I'm afraid we'll need to add several more formations to reinforce the earth veins to deal with the possible arrival of the 4th-tier vein-breaking beads. The cost is increasing. The Wood Demon sect, the Blood River Hall, and the 5 sects, no, now the 4 sects, are the warehouses, at your disposal," the woman began. "A giant insect has fallen so quickly." Master Long was slightly surprised. "Persistence for 4 years will lead to turnaround, of course. If the Supreme Elder and that madman Chu don't intervene, in 4 years, the thing in the Myriad Law's secret realm should be mature." The woman's voice faded, eventually fading away. Chapter 194. 2 years. Time flowed like water, and in a trance, over 2 years flew by. On Five Finger Peak, in the underground caverns of the 5 elements evil acupoints, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, clutching a crystal imbued with the 5 elements evil energy. Within the cavern, a faint roar echoed like the roar of a dragon or elephant. His skin was a crimson gold, and from within came a sound like the mighty Yangtze River. The surging energy and blood, like a furnace, steadily heated the cavern. A pinprick of golden light emerged from Fang Xing's abdomen, expanding like a golden sun. Within the golden sun's radiance, his form became faintly transparent, and 71 points of multicolored light appeared within him. After acquiring a vast supply of evil energy crystals and cultivating for over 2 years, he had successfully condensed 71 evil acupoints. Even the last point of light began to flicker. An indescribable amount of time passed. Boom! As the last multicolored dot emerged, 72 more shimmered within Fang Xing's body, forming a crisscross pattern like the vast starry sky, imbued with a mysterious allure. He opened his eyes, and all the strange visions vanished. All 72 evil acupoints, all achieved. Martial arts truly surpass the immortal path in advancement. A faint smile crossed Fang Xing's face. More importantly, I'm still an immortal warrior. Once I achieve a breakthrough in martial arts, I can contribute to the immortal path. My original form's cultivation has far surpassed that of my clone. The immortal clone had been diligent in the past 2 years, relying on third-tier spiritual veins and top-grade elixirs to cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment, a pace worthy of a peerless genius. However, It still fell short in the face of martial arts. He glanced at the attribute bar. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 28. Occupation, immortal warrior. 6th realm, golden core, 72/84. Gate of the heavens. 99 out of 100, possibly positioning. And there's the gate of the heavens. It's just a matter of a few days. I wonder what kind of world it will lead to. Fang Xing felt a glimmer of anticipation. 5 Fingers Peak, atop the gold element peak. This peak, rich in gold-attributed spiritual energy, is a favorite retreat for his immortal clones. One day, after his original body achieved a breakthrough, his immortal clone emerged gracefully, a flick of his sleeve. A golden, magical hand emerged, grabbing several sound transmission talismans. I never thought, ever since establishing the 5 elements sword formation, I'd be stationed here. Fang Xing examined the sound transmission talismans and discovered that most of them contained battlefield intelligence. Despite the unwavering support of the Myriad Elements sect, the mechas sect's siege remained unsuccessful, and Fu Hongai's swordsmanship was frustrated. Conversely, the Xianpu sect had finally been defeated a year ago. But with the Wood Demon sect as a major obstacle, no legitimate commander dared venture deep behind enemy lines to attack the Blood River Hall, the True Return sect, or even invade the southern territory until it was removed. My position is considered a flank battlefield, while the Heavenly Sword sect and the Myriad Aspects sect are the flank battlefields of the entire war between good and evil. After joining the Heavenly Sword sect, Fang Xing's horizons broadened, and he began to understand the vastness of the universe. For example, in this cultivated wasteland, if Qi Kingdom went further east, it would reach a land called Daijing. The Daijing cultivation world was far larger than Qi Kingdom's, with incomparably rich cultivation resources. It even boasted several nascent soul sects coexisting, where both good and evil alike engaged in relentless battles. In comparison, Qi Kingdom's situation was merely a minor skirmish. Of course, with a Heavenly Sword sect's strength, even in the Daijing cultivation world, it would be a top-tier sect. Even Chu Kuangtu had a vague reputation as the righteous path foremost nascent soul cultivator, earned through his flying sword. If the Grand Elder had defeated the Wangxiang sect's nascent soul demon earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Unfortunately, defeating a nascent soul cultivator is difficult, and killing him is even harder. The Wangxiang demon is no weakling among the other nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, in this world of immortal cultivation, where immense power is vested in the individual, nascent soul monsters are mere chess players. When would they ever need to personally engage in combat? To risk their lives, a nascent soul's lifespan is 1,000 years. Wouldn't it be a great loss if they died? Therefore, at most, they would engage in a tentative duel. As long as the difference in cultivation level is small, a life and death struggle wouldn't occur. Thus, as the war drags on, it becomes the norm. Even if the Wangxiang sect is ultimately defeated, it's likely they'll only cede a few resources without much pain. The worst off will be Zhang State in the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. Therefore, after Fang Xing secured the 5 elements evil point he desired, he'd been slacking off. The sect respected his opinion and ordered him to stay in one area, not transferring him to the Wood Evil sect's front lines. It's said that while large-scale battles are rare there, low-level cultivators frequently hunt each other, and the battles can be extremely brutal. Not to mention key training and foundation-building disciples, even giant and true immortals have fallen. I'd better stay here and earn merit in battle, so I can exchange it for Xiangang Qi from the sect. Now that Fang Xing has perfected his Shazu, he's already considering penetrating his gang meridians. Xiangang Qi is even rarer than Disha Qi, but the Xianjian sect, a major nascent soul sect, still has some reserves. Fang Xing can exchange it for merit in battle. Furthermore, he can also auction off a large amount of spirit stones and purchase them at auctions in major immortal cities. He already has 5 carefully selected Qianshan Qinggang. If he wasn't limited to a specific Xiangang Qi, his progress would be even faster. But for a Fang Xing, purest Qi is best. While pondering this, he grabbed another J talisman, and his expression shifted slightly. A moment later, a small sword flew out of the cave and landed somewhere on 5 Finger Peak, half a day ago. Kill, don't let him get away. Dozens of miles away from 5 Finger Peak, a fierce chase unfolded. The fleeing cultivator wore azure robes bearing the insignia of the Qingxuan sect. The cultivators pursuing from behind wore blood-red robes and were from the Blood River Hall. Although Fang Xing had already conquered 5 Finger Peak, completely wiping out the numerous foundation-building forces that had previously submitted to the Five Elements sect was no simple task. Consequently, over the past 2 years, the territories formerly under the Five Elements sect's jurisdiction had been plagued by not only widespread fighting but also frequent unrest, resulting in numerous casualties among Fang Xing's own cultivators. The severity of the situation was only slightly less severe than that of the main battlefield. Numerous cultivators perished, and even more were drafted from Zheng State. A truly unpolished jade, after undergoing rigorous polishing, was now radiating a brilliant light. Go, Han Qingyan, gliding his flying sword towards Five-Finger Peak, snatched several azure spider puppets from his storage bag and scattered them behind him. Squeak. These thumb-sized science spiders rapidly expanded in midair, becoming immensely larger, blocking the way of the Blood River Hall disciples. They were surprisingly all first-rank, low-grade puppets. A mere first-rank, low-grade puppet, the leading Blood River Hall disciple sneered, unleashing a blood moon-like magical weapon from his side. Puff. With a flash of blood-red light, as if slicing tofu, the blood moon magical weapon easily bisected the science spider puppets. Their pursuit didn't even slow down. Follow us and we'll reach Five-Finger Peak. There are often law enforcement patrols around here. The leader must be a Foundation establishment cultivator. How dare you chase us? Han Qingyan shouted as he frantically fled. As expected, the title of Foundation establishment cultivator proved more effective than that of a puppet. The Blood River Hall disciples hesitated, slowing their flight. But the leader's gaze was resolute. Today, you must die, he bit his tongue, spurting out a mouthful of blood. The blood-colored escape light accelerated again, almost catching up to Han Qingyan. Seeing this, Han Qingyan could only sigh and flung back another science spider puppet. Haha. You've even used up your puppets. Let's see what you have next. Without a second thought, the Blood River Hall disciple manipulated the Blood Moon magical instrument, tearing the science spider puppet apart. But this time, within the science spider puppet's belly, there was a talisman. A second-level treasure talisman. The Blood River Hall disciple was horrified. Why hadn't he seen this Kinksuan sect cultivator use it before? He tried to turn around, but it was too late. Then, a dragon's roar was heard. Countless streams of water emerged around him, like a whirlpool, sweeping him in. A low-grade second-level talisman, Water Dragon Roar. Han Qingyan sighed and released a spell. His magical aura rapidly expanded, reaching the perfect stage of key training. Furthermore, talismans flew out from Han Qingyan's sleeves, the various talismans combining to form a faint formation. Ah, a master who has reached the perfection of key training. And there's a talisman formation? This is nearing the foundation building stage. The remaining Blood River Hall disciples immediately turned and fled. Each of them was deeply frustrated. It was clear that this young key cultivator had been easy to deal with before. Had they known he was so well hidden, they would have given up chasing him. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. A large number of talismans rained down, and terrifying waves of magical power spread far and wide. A moment later, the ground became pockmarked. Han Qingyan, with his butt sticking out, laboriously dug a slightly deformed token from the soil. Blood River Sect, Inner Disciple Token? Finally, it's worth more than outer disciples. It can be exchanged for a lot of military merit. His eyes were filled with excitement. With this wave of military merit, plus his existing savings, if he borrowed some money from fellow disciples or Uncle Sue, he would already have a total of 10,000. On the merit list, the exchange price for a Foundation establishment pill was only 10,000 merit points. Just then, a group of law enforcement cultivators flew over, led by a short, stout old man with a mustache and a perpetual smile. Taking in the surrounding landscape, his pupils narrowed slightly, and then, sweeping his spiritual sense, he said with a smile, "Is it Han Qingyan, Junior Marshal Nephew Han Qingyan, greetings to Uncle Zhang." Seeing it was his own uncle, Han Qingyan felt a pang of pain in his heart and stepped forward to salute. "No thanks." I sensed a fluctuation of mana nearby and rushed over immediately, intending to help the needy. "I didn't expect it to be you, Junior Marshal Nephew Han." Uncle Zhang was incredibly approachable and even invited Han Qingyan to board their flying boat and return to Wufang Mountain together. Oh no. If it were any other independent cultivator building their foundation, I, as a Kinksuan sect disciple, could easily challenge them and at least protect myself. But my fellow disciples, Han Qingyan grumbled inwardly, the ones I've betrayed the most are my own people, Because his biggest supporter, the Kingsuan sect's Grand Elder, is also this person's supporter. Furthermore, he's a native Kingsuan sect cultivator, and has always looked down upon outsiders like us. But now, he greets us with a smile, which is simply chilling. Whoosh! A strong wind whistles. Uncle Zhang, with a pleasant expression, discusses the battlefield situation with Han Qingyan. Then, with a hint of worry on his face, he says, "Your uncle has been assigned to guard the mines and will be leaving next month. Alice, the only thing I'm worried about is that nephew of ours. He already has 5,000 military merits. With another 5,000, he can apply for Foundation establishment." Chapter 195 Processing. Master, I see you've made quite a bit of money this time. I wonder if you could exchange some for me? Don't worry, I'll definitely pay the market price, 3 spirit stones for each victory. Master Zhang switched to telepathy. Han Qingyan's face remained expressionless, his mind racing with calculations. Although the Xianjian sect officially forbids lending victory merits on credit, it's unavoidable. Furthermore, it's not a direct transfer of victory merits, but rather a private exchange of heads. For example, what Master Zhang has his eye on are the inner and outer disciple tokens of the Blood River Hall. Such transfers, as long as both parties remain confidential, are difficult to detect. The Xianjian sect wouldn't engage in such thankless tasks, often turning a blind eye. But, 3 spirit stones? These days, disciples are secretly trading them for 4 spirit stones per victory merit, or even 5. Master Zhang's nickname of a smiling tiger is well deserved. Han Qingyan pondered rapidly. Is he threatening me just now? Is he going to transfer me to guard the mines if I don't agree? Compared to Five Finger Peak, protected by a 3rd-tier formation and garrisoned by the powerful Fang Xing, the scattered spiritual mines and markets are the most dangerous places. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could be brutally murdered. Han Qingyan naturally didn't want to go there. Could he expect anything good from this man? He sighed inwardly. In this world of immortal cultivation, it's truly difficult for independent cultivators to rise to prominence. Even if they've joined an immortal sect, exchanging their strength for Foundation establishment pills would force them to reveal their abilities, drawing covetous attention from all sides. Well, Uncle Master, I'm afraid my limited military exploits aren't enough. Besides, I've known for a while that Uncle Master Su wants to exchange for a pill to break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Uncle Master Su saved my life, and I owe him a debt of gratitude, Han Qingyan pondered before replying. Uncle Master Zhang's eyelids twitched at this. If this key training disciple didn't have the backing of a Foundation establishment cultivator, why would he be so polite? Now that the insignificant leader has delegated all chores to true person Luai, the Kingsuan sect has practically dominated Five Finger Peak. Coupled with his former connections, even if he kills a few low-level cultivators, he can cover it up with war. With this thought, he said with a forced smile, since junior nephew Han is so loyal and righteous, then so be it. But before I left, I heard junior nephew Su had already accumulated enough military merits and gone to exchange them for elixirs. Oh no, Han Qingyan's face paled, a look of dismay. He had been away for some time, unaware of the sect's movements. He hadn't expected that junior nephew Su had already accumulated enough military merits. His intention to use her as a shield was now obvious, and it had been pointed out. This had not only greatly offended junior nephew Zhang, but if word got out, it might have also offended junior nephew Su. But junior nephew Su has always been magnanimous and generous. She and I are from the same place, former subordinates. We are both considered outsiders in the Kingsuan sect. He shouldn't do anything to me. Future reputation means nothing to a key cultivating cultivator. The only thing I have to worry about is Uncle Zhang. If he insists on transferring me to guard the mines, I really can't resist. If we encounter another invasion, I'm almost 90% sure I'll die. Han Qingyan gazed at the Five Finger Peak, which was becoming increasingly clear in the distance, and finally made up his mind. After disembarking from the flying boat, he first went to the rewarding and punishing the evil hall to hand over the token. Looking at the military merits in the jade pendant, he immediately found another person. Brother Han, you want to borrow military merits? Meng Zijin pursed his lips tightly. Why so urgent? To be honest, once outer disciples like us have more than 5,000 military merits, we become coveted. I'm forced to do so now. I'm preparing to immediately accumulate 10,000 military merits and then apply for Foundation establishment. Han Qingyan planned to use Foundation establishment as an excuse to avoid Uncle Zhang's call-up. It was the most feasible plan at the moment. Meng Zijin glanced at Han Qingyan and gritted his teeth. I'll lend it to you. I still have 1,200 merits left. I'll lend them all to you, senior brother. Huh? You actually? Han Qingyan was surprised, yet also touched. In that case, I'll immediately send a communication talisman to the general. Han Qingyan gritted his teeth. What? Send a communication talisman to the general? Meng Zijin's eyes widened. Uncle Zhang has a complex network of connections within the sect. Now, key positions in the Reward and Punish Evil Hall are controlled by my Qingxun sect. Even if I manage to accumulate enough merits, he can find an excuse to hold me back. Han Qingyan sneered, his bachelor demeanor from his days as a free cultivator returning to him. We do have some connection with the general, albeit a shallow one, but we'll give it a try. On Jinxing Peak. Fang Xing fiddled with a jade talisman in his hand, lost in thought. As expected, the foundation of any system lies in people. No matter how strict a system is, as long as it's implemented by humans, there are always room for flexibility. Alice, what a pity for Master Wu Zhuan. He naturally knew the downsides of being a hands-off boss. As the only fake elixir cultivator, with a Qingxun sect as his backer, Master Lu Yi could easily be manipulated. But for a Fang Xing, his most important priority was his own cultivation. Even if the Qingxun sect poached him, so what? He wasn't the one losing out anyway. On the contrary, if Lu Yi dared to tamper with a resource he valued, like the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Evil Key, he would surely destroy that fake elixir with a single blow. Originally, Master Wu Zhuan of the Black Sky Temple had disciples as his backers, so he could have been a check and balance, or at least a candidate to oversee the Qingxun sect, but he's courting his own demise. He's just like his family's giant and master, Fang Xing complained. The Black Sky Temple is a Taoist temple, with some elements of a descended temple. The temple master's family, including the Grand Elder who perished in the Myriad Law's secret realm, all bear the surname Wu. However, he had chosen his own fate, and even if he wanted to support him, he was powerless. Life is full of helplessness. At this moment, a flash of green light appeared. And a female cultivator appeared. She prostrated herself before Fang Xing, saying, "My name is Lu Yi. I greet the true sword master, take a look." Fang Xing casually tossed the jade slip in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi, with a sweep of her divine sense, immediately knelt. "I am guilty. Very well. If you dare to quibble, I will kill you." Fang Xing snapped his fingers, causing beads of sweat to break out on Lu Yi's forehead. She knew that if the sword master attacked, she wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow, and escape would be a luxury. "I put you in charge of miscellaneous matters out of trust, but you're pursuing your own selfish interests for the sect. You've even started bullying our own disciples. Isn't that funny?" He believed that after this incident, there were dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of more similar, even more brutal murders. But now? It was just material to criticize Master Lu Yi. After all, he was still used to being a hands-off boss and didn't really care about this. It's time to purge the Qingxun sect members in the Reward and Punish Evil Hall. You do it yourself. Also, summon a few Foundation establishment cultivators from the Black Heaven Temple and the Five Elements sect, as well as independent cultivators, to work in the hall. It's better to have a good deed than a bad one. Fang Xing delivered his final verdict. Yes, Master Lu Yi, though distressed, breathed a sigh of relief. She almost thought her life was in jeopardy. And, that little Han who wrote the letter had some friendship with my elders. I don't want to see any retaliation later. Fang Xing waved his hand, letting Lu Yi leave. Go and handle his affairs yourself. If you mess up, no matter what the reason, I'll hold you solely responsible. Go. At his current level, a mere key cultivating cultivator wasn't worthy of his personal audience. Just leave it to Lu Yi. Elsewhere, Han Qingyan had been feeling uneasy ever since he sent the letter. He feared a Foundation establishment cultivator would arrive at any moment to capture and punish him. Within this third tier 5 elements sword formation, even running was impossible. Just as he and Meng Zijin were trembling with fear, they suddenly heard the chimes of bells. The yellow dragon bell tolls 3 times, summoning everyone for a meeting. Meng Zijin wondered, is another battle imminent? He and Han Qingyan didn't dare to delay and hurried to the rewarding the good and punishing the evil hall. Nearly 1,000 cultivators were already scattered across the square, with dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators at the forefront. Suyi, dressed in a green robe and a golden belt around his waist, a trace of worry on his face, stared ahead. Soon, a streak of green light flew in, revealing the figure of true person Levi. Strangely, she held a turquoise rope in her hand, strung with several Foundation establishment cultivators. Isn't that Elder Zhang, and Elder Liu, Elder Zhang? Numerous cultivators pointed in disgust. Han Qingyan, seeing Elder Zhang, who had previously threatened him, among them, was filled with awe. These seemed to be powerful figures in the hall of rewarding the good and punishing the evil, the most direct descendants of our King Sun sect. And Elder Zhang, it said, is related to true person Levi. How come he's been kidnapped? Nearby, Meng Zijin exclaimed in shock. I've been ordered by Jianzi to oversee all matters. Now, there are scoundrels who are abusing their power, preventing the good from being rewarded and the evil from being punished. They deserve the death penalty. True person Levi's voice reached the ears of every cultivator present. Then, she pointed her jade finger. A stream of fake elixir magic condensed into a flying sword, instantly piercing Elder Zhang. The remaining cultivators, unsure whether they were under the restrictions or simply stunned by fear, remained silent. Isn't this tantamount to cutting off one's own arm? Why did the Grand Elder do this? Look at the sect master's expression. How else could it be except for that person giving the order? Now they're just sacrificing pawns to save the king. If they don't act ruthlessly, they might be the ones killed. The cultivators discussed the matter, and the most suppressed independent cultivators even cheered. True Man Luya killed several Foundation establishment cultivators and promoted outsiders to the hall of rewarding the good and punishing the evil. Only then did they disperse. However, Han Qingyan suddenly trembled and fell to the last. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and entered the hall of rewarding the good and punishing the evil. He was met by the beaming Lui's Henren, who hurriedly bowed with deep respect. Greetings, Grand Elder. Though there are many weaklings in our sect, there are also many talented individuals. Lui's Henren seemed very pleased with Han Qingyan. You have earned enough merit to exchange for a Foundation establishment pill. In reality, if the ancestors of the Foundation establishment families had earned 10,000 merits and exchanged them for this Foundation establishment pill, Lui's Henren would probably have told them to wait. They would only have a chance when the furnace was next opened. If the Foundation establishment ancestor tragically died in battle during this period, there would be even more trouble to deal with later. But with Han Qingyan, the merits were met and the pill could be exchanged immediately. The difference was like heaven and earth. Thank you, Grand Elder. Han Qingyan was overjoyed upon receiving the Foundation establishment pill and prepared to return to seclusion. True Man Levi gave some further instruction on the secrets of Foundation building, then casually asked, I wonder what your relationship is with that person on Jinxing Peak. Han Qingyan's expression suddenly became solemn as he replied, I only have a passing connection with that senior. Actually, it's through his elder. I once had the honor of working under his elder in the market town of Shenhuang Land. I see. True Man Levi, unsure whether to believe it or not, smiled softly. Little Han. I've had my men prepare a third-tier cave-dwelling to aid you in Foundation building. If you succeed, you can join the rewarding and punishing hall, specializing in the treasury. What do you think? Thank you, Grand Elder, for your kindness. Han Qingyan bowed repeatedly, a wry smile lingering in his heart. How could a young dragon slayer like him be transformed into a dragon? Chapter 196 New World. Interesting, Fang Xing had actually observed everything that transpired at Five Finger Peak. To him, it was simply a matter of following the flow, a slap on the King's insect. He even knew the effect would only last for a short while, making Lu Yi subside slightly. It was hard to say whether things would deteriorate after that. After all, occasional slapping only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. But by that time, he would have long since left. A few days later. 5 Elements Evil Cavern. Fang Xing opened his eyes and glanced at the stats. Gate of the Heavens. 100/100, very good. I wonder what the world will be like when I absorb the power of that school's master this time. He had waited for the Gate of the Heavens to recharge for 3 years. The first time the Gate of the Heavens opened, it seemed to have its own energy, transporting me to this world of immortal cultivation, the second world. I'm really looking forward to it. Fang Xing waited a moment longer before a figure entered. It was none other than his immortal cultivation clone. As his mind moved, 3 seconds later, a flash of silver light vanished, and the immortal clone vanished. It seems like a relatively safe world. At least, there's no immediate danger. It's just a little disgusting. After confirming with his immortal clone that it wasn't a hopeless place where he'd die, Fang Xing immediately decided to personally intervene. After all, there were frequent battles here, and the immortal clone had to intervene. Conversely, after being admitted to graduate school, his original self had a lot more free time. He could even take a month or two off without any problems, because instead of working like a slave in the research group, he'd lose his own evil spirit crystal. The sky was gray, and it looked like rain was coming. Fang Xing stood on the gray-black ground, gazing at an ancient tree in front of him. It was completely bare, without a single leaf. It was pitch black, with many branches, giving it the appearance of a giant ear's antlers. What surprised Fang Xing even more was that a person was impaled on the branching tree. It was a man with dark features, brown hair, and some mixed-race features. At this moment, the skin on his hands and feet had been pierced by the ancient tree's branches, and blood was dripping continuously along the trunk, some of it already turning black. This was the reason Fang Xing had felt a little nauseous earlier. Strangely, this scene also seemed strangely beautiful, like seeing a tree of life. Even more surprising was that his spiritual power spread out and landed on the man's body, with a subtle sense of targeting. This feeling reminded Fang Xing of the ritual, of the evil god's followers. It can't be your low-level servant. He's very weak. Mostly human, but with some signs of transformation into follower, because the door was opened by sacrificing the leader of an evil god sect. We were brought directly to an evil god's world. Sure enough, in places like this, the original body is much more useful than a clone. Fang Xing watched this scene, feeling a surge of emotion. He wasn't even sure if this was still in the main universe. The humans here are showing signs of becoming semi-clan-like, perhaps the product of long-term coexistence with the evil god's contamination. There are footprints and wheel tracks on the ground. They must be not far from the human gathering place. Fang Xing touched his brow, then looked at the man's coarse linen clothing. His nanosuit immediately began to transform, becoming a similar style to the man's. After walking along the wheel for over half an hour, Fang Xing came upon vast expanses of farmland. Turnips, wheat, and crops resembling onions appeared to be growing poorly. A small river flowed through the fields, a windmill nearby, and a mill below. Fang Xing's giant and magic domain unfolded, enveloping several farmers working. They were short and thin, but with massive muscles, a sign of exhausting their physical potential. Fang Xing felt they wouldn't live past 40. And they also had some of the semi-clan-like characteristics, which made Fang Xing feel a little uneasy. Even according to the laws of the Blue Star Federation, these semi-factionalized humans could be expelled from the ranks of humanity, but none of this is the most important thing. Fang Xing's martial will surged. Unlike before, this time, it wasn't a forceful assault, but rather a gradual infiltration into the farmers' consciousnesses. Soon, scenes from their lives were extracted: daily life, language, religion and culture. After achieving the golden core of martial arts, I feel increasingly inhuman. Fang Xing sighed silently. His brain could now rapidly extract useful information and learn it in an instant. In other words, he had learned a new, alien language. Of course, he couldn't write yet, because these farmers were illiterate. Fang Xing continued forward until he reached a village. Small and dilapidated, mostly made of thatch and wooden planks, some even dug into the ground. The few intact brick and stone houses must have belonged to the local landowner, Master Bai. Master Bai held no title, merely a common landowner. Of course, in this impoverished village, he was a truly influential figure. Yet, the finest house in the village wasn't Master Bai's residence, but a church. The church looked as if it had just been through a war. The grounds were in disarray, its windows and doors slashed and broken. A massive stone tablet, its inscription shattered, lay spread out in front of the church, seemingly intended for trampling. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the same tablet that once stood above the church, bearing the emblems of the sun and moon. Within the church, something inexplicably terrifying seemed to be gaping, its maw wide open, ready to devour its prey. Outside the village, Fang Xing touched his forehead, a wry smile etched on his face. This place is truly unbelievable. It's tainted everywhere by evil gods. Survival is truly difficult without transforming into a half-follower. As he entered the village, he was immediately met with scrutinizing and hostile gazes. Stranger, a high-pitched voice rang out, followed by a woman, clutching her child, sprinting into the house and slamming the door shut. I'm not that scary, am I? Fang Xing walked slowly toward the church. Halfway there, a burly, red-nosed white man stopped him. He had burgundy curly hair, and his chest, half exposed and covered in thick hair, resembled a gorilla. "Stranger, where are you from?" He looked Fang Xing up and down, a malicious smile on his face. "From where I should be," Fang Xing smiled. Clearly, his zen-like words hadn't piqued the interest of the thug. Instead, he felt provoked. The white man spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground, his voice becoming sinister. "Outsider, you've set foot on Master Bai's land, and you must pay him a blood tax." "Tax?" Fang Xing nodded. "How much?" After experiencing the dreadful practice of collecting spirit stones just to enter the immortal city, Fang Xing was quite accustomed to this. "The blood tax doesn't require your money, only your blood and flesh." The man's expression was a little frantic. One eye, one ear, and a bowl of blood. He was clearly not trying to scare anyone, but rather pulling out a dark red dagger, ready to actually collect the tax. Furthermore, judging by the filth lingering in the grooves of the dagger, it was clear this wasn't his first time doing this. "Sorry, I lied to you. Even if I had to pay, I don't have the money." Fang Xing suddenly smiled. Then, with a flick of his finger, the dagger shattered, and he launched a kick, striking the man in the chest. Crack! With a sharp crack of bone, the burly man flew backward, slamming into a dirt wall. Had Fang Xing not held back, he would have been a corpse. "You're collecting a blood tax? What's the point?" Fang Xing approached the severely injured man, realizing his internal organs had been pierced through his ribs and he was slowly dying. His psychic powers instantly suppressed his resistance, creating a hypnotic effect. The Sadhu wizard, the white man's eyes were glassy, a hint of fear on his face. The Sadhu wizard killed the church servant and hung him from a tree as a sacrifice to the nature spirit, the deer-headed spirit. He appeased the deer-headed spirit's wrath, and so Master Bai converted to the Sadhu religion. The Sadhu wizard required 10 ears, 10 eyes, and a pot of blood to sacrifice to his spirit, the church servant. Fang Xing understood, recognizing the unfortunate man hanging from the tree, his limbs pierced. He ignored the thug and turned towards the church. According to the information, the sorcerer from the Sadhu cult should be living in the church. Amid the wailing and screaming of the thugs, the village fell into an eerie silence, and no one ventured out to investigate. Fang Xing stood before the shattered stone tablet and spotted a figure inside the church. It was a strange figure with slightly dark skin, tattoos all over his body and face, and silver rings piercing his lips and nose. "A sorcerer from the Sadhu cult?" Fang Xing exclaimed. "How dare you be so rude?" The dark-skinned sorcerer was simmering in a large cauldron. Inside was a pool of dark red liquid, bubbling and boiling. Along with the blood-red broth, so too were human organs like eyes and ears. He paused and stood up. His posture was strange and stiff, as if he were no longer a living person, but a stiff corpse. There was even a stench of corpse-like cadaverism. To Fang Xing, he looked like the living dead. Furthermore, Fang Xing's psychic senses revealed a translucent humanoid figure behind the Sadhu wizard, like some kind of ghost. Is this some special lower-level servant? In spirit form, coexisting with humans? Fang Xing pondered. "How dare you, a mortal, look upon a great Sadhu wizard?" The Sadhu wizard flew into a rage, suddenly pulling a handful of pitch-black sands from his bosom and sprinkling it at Fang Xing. He muttered to himself, as if chanting an ancient incantation, "I curse you. I curse you to be bitten on the wrist by poisonous snakes, stung in the eyes by mad bees, and your corpse devoured by beetles." In Fang Xing's vision, the sand suddenly transformed into venomous snakes and bees. Furthermore, it carried a strange, oppressive aura. Even a warrior at the third realm of unpolished jade would be unable to resist, and would, as the incantation demanded, be entangled by the serpents and blinded by the bees. This, witchcraft? No. This is the first time I've seen a human being so capable of exploiting the evil god's taint. Fang Xing touched his brow, and a surge of martial will, like the blazing sun, surged into the sky. The venomous snakes and bees instantly vanished into thin air. "What other moves do you have? Use them all, and let's see." Fang Xing hooked his finger at the Sadhu wizard. "Impossible." The Sadhu wizard's face was filled with disbelief. "I'm a wizard who sacrificed my own children to bear the nature spirit. How could I possibly lose to an ordinary person?" He tore open his robes, revealing a skeletal frame covered in bizarre, intricate tattoos. At that moment, the tattoos squirmed like insects, causing the transparent, ethereal spirit behind him to practically merge with a shaman. "Wind. I call upon the wind. Scatter my enemies. Blow away their flesh and blood. Exterminate their souls." A fierce gust of wind emerged from the church. "No," Fang Xing sensed that the black wind wasn't just air, but a terrifying evil contamination. A human face even emerged from the contamination, gnawing at him. Those are the things warriors like me fear least, Fang Xing sighed, somewhat disappointed. He clasped his fingers together, forming a fist. His martial spirit imbued his fist with the power of his sword, allowing him to easily punch through the black wind. The force of his fist continued unabated for 10 steps, landing on the shaman's forehead and knocking him unconscious. Whoa, something happened that made Fang Xing's brows jump. The wind that had been dispersed by his martial spirit reunited in the next instant, transforming into a transparent, ethereal humanoid figure. It crawled out of the Sadhu wizard's back, landing on all fours like an animal. Suddenly, it leaped to the edge of the cauldron, seemingly consuming the offering. The cauldron quickly decayed, rust forming. The flames died, and a foul odor of decay emanated from the cauldron. Even a low-ranking follower would die if struck by my blow. This back spirit, at most a low-ranking servant, possesses the trait of immortality? This world is truly fascinating. Fang Xing looked at the unconscious Sadhu wizard. He noticed that after consuming the offering, the back spirit returned to his back, no longer agitated. Before, this back spirit intended to attack the Sadhu wizard, but was restrained by the tattoo. This is my psychic observation. An ordinary villager would probably only hear the wind, see the cauldron suddenly decay, and be terrified, thinking it was some evil spirit at work, and judging by the results, it seems to be correct. Fang Xing nodded, his purple-veined golden elixir swirling. His aura shifted, and traces of magical power emerged. He reached out, grasped the head of the Sadhu wizard, and activated the God-destroying soul-searching technique. His previous martial arts willpower could only search the souls of ordinary people, a skill inspired by this spell. But against a true transcendent being, he still had to transform his mana and use the soul-searching techniques of the immortal realm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Immortality Characteristics. Inside the church, as the Sadhu wizard's facial muscles twitched and he rolled his eyes, his life force rapidly weakened. On the contrary, Fang Xing gained a lot of information. The Sadhu cult is a religious group that emphasizes the worship of all spirits. They believe that all things have spirits and they worship the original spirit, the Great Lord. The Sadhu cult can be traced back to the period of the Empire of Light. Well, this land is quite chaotic and dark, and there is no way to record years. We only know that countless years ago, there was an empire beyond imagination, the Empire of Light, which ruled this land. Later, the empire collapsed and turned into countless principalities and dominions, and the Church of Light rose up, spreading its light to every corner. Both the Empire of Light and the Church of Light regard the Sadhu cult as an illegal cult. If caught, they will be sent to the stake and burned alive. It doesn't look very civilized, but in the last few hundred years, the situation has changed. A prophecy has arisen in the Sadhu cult, saying that the light is gone, and the influence of the Church of Light has indeed declined significantly. Therefore, the wizards of the Sadhu cult and various other extraordinary sects have begun to come out and act openly, competing for territory. This wizard had just arrived in the small village of Bai, following orders from his superior, the Medusa wizard, but he had also killed the divine servant and begun collecting offerings. After a long pause, Fang Xing set the wizard's body aside and pondered silently. After gaining a brief understanding of the world's background, he became even more concerned with the extraordinary paths this world held. In the Sadhu cult, the emphasis is on the worship of all spirits. They divide spirits into 3 levels: spirits, great spirits, and origin spirits. The origin spirit is unique, and only the Great Lord they worship. They believe that it is the Great Lord's spiritual energy that flows, bestowing spirits on all things. Even the lowest spirits have a terrifying characteristic: immortality. Spirits can never be destroyed. This is almost an iron rule, and according to the different natures of spirits, they can be divided into natural spirits, object spirits, soul spirits, and elemental spirits. Natural spirits are various natural things, such as trees, insects, and beasts. Object spirits are various objects, such as candles and swords. Soul spirits are related to humans and are believed to be the spirit of the dead. They may also be only a part of it, such as a pair of hands, a string of intestines, an eye, etc. Elemental spirits are wind, fire, thunder, rain. The extraordinary way of the sadhu cult is to please a certain type of spirit through various bloody sacrifices. Then, they carry the spirit on their backs, merge with the spirit, and enhance their spirituality. Then they can cast various sadhu witchcrafts. Such people are called wizards. The more powerful the spirit, the harder it is to carry, and the more sacrifices it demands. This sadhu wizard carries a soul, one of the weaker spirits. Rumor has it that further north, there are special humans living in a tower. They specialize in studying elemental spirits and have developed a highly sophisticated seal. They can draw upon the power of elemental spirits, effortlessly casting all sorts of elemental spells, and call themselves mages, souls, immortal. For Fang Xing, this was, of course, what he cared about most. Immortality. Such a trait would drive scientists bald. Woohoo. Even after the sadhu wizard died, his corpse continued to twitch. Even his limbs began to twist at illogical angles, like a spider twisted in reverse, its mouth widening. In Fang Xing's psychic powers, the spirit the wizard carried had completely merged into his body. Indeed. Although this spirit was subdued by my martial will, it did just resurrect. Or rather, it wasn't dead at all. No, it's not a spirit, but a product of some kind of evil deity's contamination. That's why it can be subdued by my martial will, but it won't be completely destroyed, which is strange. Fang Xing was a college student after all, and possessed a wealth of knowledge. He pondered for a moment, then vaguely concluded, although its power is relatively weak, its status is high. Is that why this strange phenomenon occurs? If the so-called original spirit is truly the source of everything, then could it be an extraterritorial evil deity, with a blessing of an evil deity's status? While I can easily dispel these contaminations, I can't destroy its essence. It seems to be immortal to some extent, Fang Xing pondered, reaching out and stepping on the transformed shaman. It's easy to verify. I actually have some status, and even a fairly high one. He touched his brow. Previously, he had mastered the Great Sun Tathagata mantra to the master level, condensing the Great Sun's divinity and transforming it into a Great Sun relic. Within the evil god system, those who possess divinity are all descendants of the evil gods. Their status is higher than that of even the higher-ranking followers. Even some powerful descendants of higher-ranking rulers can rival weaker lower-ranking rulers. With this thought in mind, he pressed his brows. The Great Sun relic shone brilliantly, rays of light descending, binding the hidden spirit within the sadhu wizard. That light swept back, landing between Fang Xing's eyebrows. The Great Sun Tathagata mantra slowly circulated, like a rising sun furnace, constantly refining the hidden spirit within. A sensation, albeit difficult, arose, as if food were being crushed and chewed for easier digestion. Fang Xing felt as if his Great Sun relic had consumed something profoundly nourishing, and even his proficiency in the Great Sun Tathagata mantra began to rise. Mahavakana mantra. 33 out of 400, Master, it's indeed contaminated by a powerful evil deity, of high rank, but without divine attributes. He lowered his head and saw that the shaman's body had completely stiffened and was even rapidly decaying, but otherwise showed no other abnormalities. The immortal spirit behind him seemed truly dead. Very good fuel, Fang Xing sighed and turned to leave the church. He was actually quite interested in the so-called glorious church. It was a pity that the divine servant had been made into a piece of body art, leaving no one to discuss it with. Just then, he noticed a group of people approaching, surrounding a fat man. The leader was fair-skinned, with kind eyes, brown hair, and dressed in fine fabric. Upon seeing Fang Xing, a smile immediately crossed his face. Dear guest from afar, thank you for removing a threat to our village. I am Bai, the lord of this village. Please enjoy some honey and white bread. He clapped his hands, and a maid came forward with a tray. The maid was dressed quite roughly, though her breasts were rather ample. On the tray in her hands were several slices of white bread and a small dish of honey. The surrounding villagers swallowed unconsciously at this sight. They were content with the daily rye bread, thick with sawdust and bran, hard enough to be a brick. White bread was an unimaginable luxury. Not to mention the sweetness of honey. Is this a guest's right? Fang Xing suddenly smiled at this. In this land, a lord offering his guests bread, salt, or honey, signified a contract, with both parties having their own obligations and rights. Yes, may we not come to blows, Master Bai said aloud. Fang Xing could see he was nervous. He smiled, dipped a piece of white bread in honey, took a bite, and then frowned. It wasn't poisoned, but the taste was simply bland. Compared to later improvements, with generous amounts of eggs, cream, and soft, sweet cakes, white bread was barely edible. Alice, the productivity of this place is about the same as in the Western Middle Ages. Fang Xing took a bite and felt that Master Bai had visibly relaxed. He then heard him say, guessed from afar. I wonder if you have a place to rest tonight? If not, you can come to my place, please. Fang Xing nodded and followed Master Bai to his villa. It was called a villa, but it was actually just a few decent-looking rooms. Master Bai acted like a friendly host and introduced Fang Xing to his wife and children. Then he ordered the cooks to prepare dinner. Candles were quite expensive at night, so they chose to eat before darkness fell. Fang Xing glanced at the table and found the food unremarkable: vegetable soup, white bread, jam, and a roast chicken in the middle, specially added by Master Bai. He picked up the glass, saw the cloudy wine inside, and took a sip. Fortunately, he had now reached a high level of martial arts, his stomach as strong as steel, able to digest even raw stone. He could also go without food and drink, with no restrictions at all. I heard, there's a deer-headed spirit roaming near the village, Fang Xing asked, picking up his wine glass and casually swirling the crimson wine. Master Bai, who was watching his two children eat, paused with his knife and fork. Yes, a terrifying deer-headed spirit. It likes to roam the wilderness and has already claimed the lives of several hunters. The divine servants were helpless against it, but thankfully, it was dealt with by the Sadhu wizard. Alice, it was only for the sake of the village that I had to submit to that evil Sadhu wizard. According to the Sadhu cult's classification, deer-headed spirits should be classified as nature spirits, and are among the more powerful of the spirits. I heard, this Sadhu wizard has a subordinate named Menbisa, Fang Xing asked casually. That, we haven't heard of that. A hint of confusion crossed Master Bai's face. Oh, I see. Fang Xing didn't ask any further questions, but buried his head in carving the turkey. After dinner, he retired to bed. Master Bai's guest room was small, with a single wooden bed. Well, when most villagers slept on straw bales, having a bed was already a luxury. He complained inwardly and sat cross-legged, meditating instead of sleeping. Knock knock. At night, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 198 Voodoo. Who? Fang Xing asked. It's me, Master Bai's maid, Maya, a girl's voice rang out from behind the door. Come in. Fang Xing paused for a moment, then spoke again. The door opened, and a maid, looking only 17 or 18 years old, bursting with youthful energy, walked in. Did the Bai send you here? Fang Xing asked casually. Yes, no, I came of my own accord. Maya, gazing at Fang Xing's handsome face, seemed to muster up courage. I want to give you my most precious gift, not just let some master take it away. Fang Xing fell silent. In a territory, the Lord wields almost unlimited power. For example, there's the infamous right of first night, the power to arbitrarily enact criminal laws, and even the power to levy taxes. Some eccentric lords even decree that any goods dropped by a passing caravan belong to them. Beyond that, marriage taxes, shoe taxes, grass taxes, chicken and duck taxes, all sorts of concocted taxes are commonplace. In this world, the situation is even more terrifying. They could casually offer suitable sacrifices to the altar under the guise of worshipping a particular spirit, even resorting to lynching and removing organs. Thank you, but no thanks. Fang Xing felt pity, but his taste had long been spoiled by the fairies of the immortal world and the internet celebrities of the interstellar era. Perhaps this Maya was the dream lover of most of the young men in the village, but to him, like those coarse foods, she was truly unpalatable. Maya's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she turned and ran away. Alice. I've broken another innocent girl's heart. Fang Xing inexplicably felt that if you were to twist a rose in his hand, it would be more appropriate, perhaps, not some innocent girl. In the study, a precious candle burned slowly, casting a warm glow. Master, Maya stood trembling before Master Bai. He refused. With your beauty, how could he refuse? Master Bai looked at Maya, his expression suddenly ferocious. Come here. Maya immediately dropped to the ground, crawling under the desk like a dog. A moment later, Master Bai let out a long sigh. Tomorrow, you go clean the bedroom and get his hair. Maya poked her head out from under the table and nodded gently. After the maid left, Bai's expression darkened. Although human blood is most suitable, hair will do. I hope the wizard won't blame me. The next day, at the breakfast table, Fang Xing casually picked up an apple, his spiritual power radiating. He watched the maid rummage through his bed, finally finding a few strands of hair and giving them to the Bai. Master Bai immediately went to the stables, had the groom bring the only horse in the stable, and once mounted, he rode away. This guide is quite good. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he looked at the middle-aged woman across from him. Madam, after breakfast, it's time for me to take my leave. Where are you going, my guest? The Bai's wife asked curiously. I'm a stranger from a distant land, and I'll probably be wandering around. Fang Xing glanced at the Bai's two children. The boy and girl were both as delicate as dolls, only 4 or 5 years old, full of innocence and childishness. He patted the girl's head, said goodbye to the family, and headed in the direction the Bai had left. The Bai rode at full speed for half a day until he came upon a small town. He bypassed a town and arrived at a manor on the edge of the city. Please inform me that the Bai has important business to attend to. I seek an audience with the great Menbisa. The Bai arrived at the manor gate, a flattering smile on his face, and addressed a yawning servant at the door. The servant had slightly dark skin and a head full of dreadlocks. He glanced at the Bai. With just one glance, the Bai's breath nearly stopped. The servant's eyes lacked pupils, only whites. Wait, fortunately, after just a few seconds, the servant's eyes returned to normal, and he walked into the manor. He soon emerged. Bai. The Honorable Menbisa Great Shaman has granted your request. This is a gift. Yes, yes. The Bai bowed and pressed another gold coin into the servant's hand. The coin was ancient, minted by the former Empire of Light. The portrait on it had long since faded, but this in no way diminished the gold's value. Seeing the coin, a hint of satisfaction crossed the servant's eyes. Come in. A flicker of pain flashed across the Bai's eyes, and he hurried into the manor, arriving outside a room. The aroma of various precious incense filled his nostrils. Come in. He stood respectfully for half an hour before an old voice echoed from within. The Bai bowed and entered the room, immediately seeing strands of colorful silk hanging freely. Incense burners burned in all 4 corners of the room, emitting a variety of aromas. A gaunt old man, dressed in silk, sat on a woolen blanket. Bai, I greet the noble great wizard Menbisa. The Bai quickly knelt, performing a profound salutation similar to prostrating himself. Bai, the crows told me that Pablo is dead. The wizard Menbisa spoke, his voice unmistakable, yet a chill ran through his heart. He quickly said, a foreigner, with ruthless means, murdered Pablo. I have obtained the foreigner's hair as the basis for the curse. Not enough. The old wizard Menbisa shook his head. Remember, only the great lord can save everyone. You must dedicate everything you have to the great lord, your flesh, blood, wife, children, land, wealth, everything. Yes, everything belongs to the great lord. I'll bring my wife with me next time, the Bai said hoarsely. Whoever kills a sorcerer will be cursed by the Lord. Menbisa stood up, his eyes gleaming with venom and cruelty. I will transform that outsider into a voodoo corpse, trapping his soul within it forever, watching it rot and labor for me. Master Bai felt a chill run down his spine. He followed Menbisa closely, entering a small, secret chamber lit by a single candle, emitting a shimmering green glow. Suddenly, Bai saw a head, eyes still open, emerge from the darkness, startling him. Stepping back, he realized it was a wild boar's head. The massive head lay upon the altar, its blood flowing, filling the indentations on the gray-white base. The sorcerer Menbisa reached for a black leather pouch from his waist and opened it, a scent of alcohol wafting out. It was absinthe, the sorcerer's drink. He took a sip and pulled paper, wax, cloth, straw, and other items from his pockets. With his hands, as old and delicate as chicken claws, he fashioned a pitch-black doll. Hair, Menbisa suddenly spoke. Master Bai shuddered, feeling as if countless eyes were watching him from the darkness. He quickly handed over a small paper package. Menbisa opened it and mixed a few strands of hair into the doll. Then bound it tightly with red string. Great Master, please bring down your power and punish this outsider who disrespects the sorcerer. Menbisa's voice was clear at first, but then gradually faded, as if 2 people were speaking at once, their voices muffled and complex, difficult to read incantations. Above the altar, the scent of various incense blended, making the Bai feel as if the wild boar's head had come alive, giving him a mocking smile. I curse you. Suddenly, while chanting an incantation, Menbissa pulled out a pitch-black needle and stabbed it into the doll's liver. Master Bai suddenly felt a piercing pain in his stomach. He screamed, writhing on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Mixed in with the blood seemed fragments of internal organs. I'm cursed. Master Bai looked at Menbissa. Great wizard, save me. I'm willing to give you half the territory of this village, idiot, fool. Your head is dumber than a pig's. How dare someone replace your hair? Menbissa looked at Bai and cursed fiercely, but then a strange expression appeared on his face. I accept your offering. I will avenge you. Your wife, your children, you must give them to me. No. Master Bai's face was finally filled with regret, but it was too late. His throat was throbbing, and he could no longer utter a complete sentence. As time passed, his expression gradually became dull and lifeless. If it weren't for the still-moving eyes, one would almost think he was a corpse. After reciting the incantation, Menbissa stepped forward, pried open Bai's mouth, and stuffed a variety of strange objects into it. These included unknown medicinal powders, live spiders, centipedes, and more. In the end, Menbissa even engaged in a bizarre dance around Bai. He twisted his limbs into uncanny movements, his face trembling violently, as if masked. Suddenly, he seemed a completely different person. No, not a human, but an evil spirit. This spirit had human features, and a purple-black tongue shot out from its mouth, growing longer and longer like a venomous snake, before biting Bai's neck. A strong contamination emerged, and through this ritual, Bai was completely infected. A moment later, the great wizard Menbissa recovered, wiped his face, and transformed himself into the emaciated old man again. He looked at Bai, nodded, then shook his head. This hastily crafted voodoo corpse is no match for those that truly require a lot of effort. Go, find your enemy. As Menbissa spoke, Bai's voodoo corpse retreated a few steps, disappearing into the darkness and gradually fading away. Chapter 199 / Stranger, wizard Menbissa paced a few steps, a sinister look crossing his aged face. Perhaps, you've also come to fight for a faith? Otherwise, why would you kill the wizard the moment you arrive? One Bai is certainly not enough. He approached the altar, removed the pig's head, and gave a few instructions. Soon, two strong men entered the secret room, carrying a massive deer head. This deer head, likely from a male deer, its forked antlers resembling a crown, was exceptionally beautiful. It now replaced the pig's head and landed in the center of the altar. Menbissa scooped up a handful of oil and sprinkled it on the altar. Spirit of nature. Deer-headed spirit. I offer you with blood, I offer you with human souls, I offer you with earth and water. He lifted a large bowl and filled it with water. Through the water, a faint glimpse of a dark jungle loomed. Amidst the thick fog, a figure with a human body and a deer's head appeared, its massive antlers prominent. I call upon you, to follow the guidance of the voodoo corpse and slay the enemies of nature. The Sadhu cult has a special ritual where offerings are made to attract the spirits of the wilderness to their cause and eliminate their enemies. Of course, this is essentially like luring a tiger with fresh meat. If you're not careful, it could backfire and be extremely dangerous. However, Menbissa is a great sorcerer and has extensive experience in controlling the deer-headed spirit. Previously, it was he who deliberately lured the deer-headed spirit to the vicinity of the small village of Bai, creating chaos and then taking advantage of the chaos to install a Sadhu cult sorcerer. This is a secret even the Bai master doesn't know. Fang Xing was still on his way. Suddenly, he stopped, a thoughtful look on his face. The spiritual imprint I left behind has been washed away. Was I discovered? Or am I dead? Developing spiritual powers grants warriors incredible abilities. It's said that ancient martial arts masters could lock souls 1,000 miles away, accurately locating individuals from afar. This was actually due to pre-existing spiritual imprints. Fang Xing naturally used the same tactics against Bai. He'd sensed something was amiss last night, so he used Bai's own hair to make him reap what he had sown. Under the influence of his psychic powers, Bai couldn't detect any flaws. You can go and see where the mark finally disappeared. Now that I possess the great Sun Tathagata palm, even if I encounter the offspring of the evil god, I can at least strike back and then run away, and, as long as I'm not afraid of the great Sun Tathagata mantra's level skyrocketing, this world can effectively replenish divine power. After his previous experiment with devouring the spirit behind him, Fang Xing knew that while the various spirits here couldn't match the divine power contained in the essence of the Overlord, in large numbers, they could still replenish the Great Sun's divine power. Not to mention, he'd only devoured the weakest spirit before. How much richer and more delicious would those greater spirits, even the original spirits, possess? Delicious? Something's wrong. Fang Xing touched his forehead, speechless. Is it the influence of this world that's slightly shifted my subconscious? Blue Star warriors possess an incredibly strong martial will. Those with advanced skills can even gaze directly upon evil gods from other realms. But the prerequisite for all this is self-belief and self-examination. Fang Xing immediately prepared to find a place to rest and analyze his inner thoughts. Actually, a Blue Star warrior in this situation might choose to see a therapist, but I have too many secrets, so it's clearly not for me. Fang Xing passed a hill and suddenly saw a commotion ahead. A group of men, resembling beggars or mountain dwellers, were wielding pitchforks, clubs, and other weapons, robbing a carriage. The carriage appeared quite luxurious, engraved with noble insignia, clearly belonging to an owner even more noble than Master Bai. But then, with the two guardian knights defeated, the robbers cheered as they rushed into the carriage, first seizing a woman in her 30s or 40s, dressed in a black robe. Although the mammy's face was covered, her veil was quickly torn off, and she fell into the crowd, with a sound of ripping clothing. "No, let the dragon take you all," a mournful and indignant voice rang out from the carriage. The voice belonged to a very young girl, probably 16 or 17. Tramp. Fang Xing watched with interest as a horse charged towards them. The knight on horseback wore leather armor, his martial skills far superior to those of the two knights who had previously guarded the carriage. He held a sheathed longsword, and with a simple strike, the peasants' pitchforks and clubs flew back at an even faster speed. Many were covered in blood, and they screamed, "It's a knight, a real knight, hurry!" They abandoned the exposed mammy and quickly fled with their spoils. The knight did not pursue, but simply guarded the carriage. "Thank you. I am Sophia of Baron Soren's family. The Soren family is a vassal of the Grand Duke of Tulip. We are about to respond to the Duke's call and travel to the Golden City to participate in the selection of the Holy Maidens of the Glorious Church." The carriage door opened, and a blonde girl stepped out. Her skin was as white and delicate as milk, her golden hair aflame, and her eyes were as clear as a mountain spring, calming anyone. Combined with her delicate features and beautiful appearance, she was truly a beauty. "You're welcome. Fighting to protect the weak is my knight's motto," the knight replied politely. Wandering Knight Wall, "Greetings, beautiful lady, Wall. You should be a powerful knight who has already condensed his Daoki seeds, yet you haven't even been recognized by a lord and granted a fiefdom." Sophia was surprised. There are many types of knights. For example, her two guards were not given knight attendants. A true knight must cultivate a breathing technique and then condense his Daoki seeds. Only then can he fight in heavy armor and become a formidable force on the battlefield. Faced with such a killing machine, even 1,000 ordinary peasants would be no match for a single knight. "Not really, I just enjoy wondering." A single smile crossed Wall's face, yet it seemed to conceal a deep sadness. Just then, they saw a young man approaching. What a hero saving a beauty, Fang Xing simply sighed, and at the same time, had some thoughts about this knight. Well, anyone else would have surely hoped for something to happen with a beautiful noble lady. But he was somewhat intrigued by Wall's knightly training methods. After all, everything this world could offer him required his own exploration. "Who are you?" Wall looked at Fang Xing, inexplicably wary. A foreigner traveling far away. Fang Xing nodded in greeting. "Also, I'd like to learn some knightly techniques. Could you teach me? I can pay the tuition. My training methods are not passed on to outsiders." Wall naturally declined. He was actually quite wary of this sudden appearance on the street. "Then there's nothing I can do." Fang Xing scratched his head. The other party wasn't a bad guy. If he attacked directly, wounded him, and searched his soul, he'd become the villain. While becoming a villain wouldn't be a problem, if he lost his moral integrity, he'd certainly lose his moral compass. Then, when the evil god's contamination returned, he might not have the same pure will for martial arts. Never mind, there are certainly knights who have committed many evil deeds. I'll just find one. Fang Xing waved his hand, preparing to leave. Just then, Sophia bit her lip and asked Wall, "It's very inconsiderate, but could you please, Lord Wall, take me to the nearest Duncan city? It would be my honor." Wall smiled and agreed. Suddenly, he and Fang Xing frowned, looking around. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the smell of decay. The sky darkened, as if darkness were about to descend. "This is..." Wall's eyes were filled with solemnity. He drew his cross sword and stopped the carriage. "There's a wandering wilderness spirit. Miss Sophia, please stay inside the carriage and don't come out." He scratched his head again. "Excuse me, has your Baron offended anyone?" Of the three present, this noble girl was the most likely to attract an attack. Of course, it was also possible that she was simply unlucky and encountered a wandering wilderness spirit. Is this evil god contamination? Sure enough, the people of this world utilize evil god contamination to perfection, even reaching a certain pinnacle of mastery. Fang Xing glanced at Wall. He could sense that his so-called battle spirit seed was also a form of evil god contamination, but it had been completely tamed. It had even generated entirely new evil god organs and tissues within its body. If those research enthusiasts at the university knew about this, they would definitely go crazy, especially at the Nine Swords Academy. The developments in this world seem to be somewhat similar to some of the cutting-edge research at the Nine Swords Academy, Fang Xing thought to himself. As a warrior, the research groups he could join naturally didn't involve advanced technology. They primarily focused on studying ancient martial arts. For example, a previous group he joined explored the possibility of integrating 2S-rank martial arts. As a researcher, he needed to personally practice and provide suggestions for improvement. Strictly speaking, as a graduate student, he was more of a research tool. Just then, a figure gradually emerged from the darkness ahead. It seemed neither alive nor dead, shrouded in a terrifying taint of an evil god. Fang Xing's appearance was surprisingly familiar. It's Bai. What the hell has he been transformed into? A voodoo corpse from the Sadu cult? Wall's entire body burned with a translucent layer of fighting spirit, and his physical abilities experienced a terrifying boost. This evil being must be purified. Radiant cross slash, he sprinted before Bai's voodoo corpse, his cross sword gleaming with a holy light. A flash of white cross-shaped sword light seemed to flash through the air. Sizzle. The cross sword in Wall's hand sliced down like a hot knife through solid oil, splitting the Bai voodoo corpse in two. This voodoo corpse, crafted with a vast amount of materials by Mendoza, was cleaved before it could even unleash its full power. It's not just a physical fighting spirit. According to the Sadu cult's classification, that cross sword should be sealed with a spirit, so it can slash evil beings. Fang Xing observed this and nodded inwardly. It seems that all transcendental paths in this world are inseparable from the spirit. Is the only thing that can restrain the evil god's pollution the evil god's pollution itself. This is a cross sword. Cross slash. Miss Sophia saw this scene as if she had seen an idol. Are you from the legendary Holy Knights of the Holy See? There are many knight cultivation methods in the world, but those who can perform the glorious cross slash are extremely rare, and each one is renowned. This sword technique originated from the Radiant Holy See and is the standard of the Holy See's most famous holy knights. A wandering nobleman, there must be a story behind him, and a big-breasted, brainless noblewoman. Fang Xing glanced at Wall, then at Sophia, feeling as if they were almost complete with the ingredients for an adventure story. Be careful. Although the voodoo corpses are dead, the surrounding anomalies haven't been resolved. Wall gazed into the still dark night, sword in hand, warily observing his surroundings. Because the voodoo corpses are just the side dish, the main course is next. Fang Xing's eyes shone deeply, as if he saw a figure slowly emerging from the darkness. A ray of light emanated from the cross-sword in Wall's hand, causing his expression to change slightly. A true evil spirit is approaching. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, knowing that his sword was blessed by the gods, capable of warning of powerful evil spirits nearby. This light now indicated that the approaching evil spirit was extremely terrifying. It was beyond his ability to deal with. Lord, am I going to abandon my oath before the gods once again and flee alone? No. Never. Wall seemed to recall something, his expression firm. He pulled a silver jewelry box from his bosom and opened it, revealing a layer of black, foul-smelling grease. He carefully applied oil to his cross sword with a silk handkerchief. Hey, stranger, Wall continued his work, calling out to Fang Xing, it's extremely dangerous out here. If you don't want to die, get back to the carriage. Just then, a scream rang out. It was the nun who had followed Sophia. She had been lifted high by a pair of deer antlers, her limbs pierced, blood dripping down. It's the deer-headed spirit. After applying the holy oil, Wall also spotted the spirit looming in the mist. I'll hold it back, you guys go. He stretched out his hand and slashed the cross sword, and it burst into flames. Furthermore, the flames were no ordinary flames, dispelling the darkness and causing the original mist to recede. Glorious cross slash, Wall charged at the deer-headed spirit. He knew full well that he was no match for it. Furthermore, the spirit was impossible to kill. Without the cooperation of the divine priest, even if he could inflict heavy damage, he wouldn't be able to seal the spirit. Staying would be a sure death. But for the oath he had sworn, he still chose to stand before the civilians. Chapter 200 Defeat. Light. A pure white glow condensed, forming a massive cross. Beneath the cross, the original deer-headed demon vanished without a trace. In the name of the Holy Spirit, Wall's face remained unfazed. He held a cross-sword in one hand and a necklace around his neck in the other. Evil, retreat. The surrounding darkness seemed struck hard, retreating slightly, but it didn't vanish. On the contrary, the ground trembled, and a vast vine erupted, wrapping around them like a python. These vines were covered in barbs and had a metallic hue. Even more terrifying, they carried a strong contamination of the evil god, rendering even transcendent beings unable to resist. With a stomp, Fang Xing stomped his foot, and a surge of force seeped through his shoe into the earth, shattering the gathering evil god aura beneath the surface. Unless this evil god aura was shattered, the vines would continue to grow. He leaned against the side of the carriage, his expression relaxed and at ease, like a spectator at a play. Come on. Wandering knight, draw your sword for justice, druid? Or wizard? Mage. A thought struck Wall, and he swung his crossed sword, severing the vines entwined around him. He knew he had misjudged him. This stranger was no ordinary man. Fair enough, a stranger who has managed to wander around and survive must have some skills. Wall took out a bottle of holy water and anointed his eyes. A light seemed to emanate from his eyes, and with this radiance, he saw through the black fog and saw the deer-headed spirit with a human body and a deer head. I swear to be pious, I swear to protect the weak, I swear to repel evil. Wall muttered the knight's motto and brought the cross-sword's blade to bear on his palm. The blade was sharp, and even the slightest cut drew blood. After blood soaked the blade, he lunged forward like a giant bear, sad cross slash, swoosh. The cross-shaped glow reappeared. This time, it was tinged with a hint of blood. This crimson wasn't voluptuous, but rather possessed a masculine quality. The blood-red cross-shaped sword light slashed at the deer-headed demon, forcing it to retreat until it vanished completely into the darkness. Swoosh. The sword light seemed to simultaneously split the night, allowing light to penetrate and revealing the original path. Praise the light, praise the Holy Spirit. Sophia, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but murmur a prayer. Hurry, Wall glared. The spirit is immortal. I can only temporarily repel it, but I've also angered it. He looked at Fang Xing. I'll drive. Young druid or mage, would you like to come along? Let me correct you. I'm not a druid or a mage. Strictly speaking, I'm more of a knight, a wandering knight like you. But thank you for your invitation. Don't worry about the rest of the journey, because I'll take care of it. Fang Xing, who hadn't yet used his golden elixir to transform his mana, was a pure warrior. He smiled faintly and also got into the carriage. Wall said nothing more, but cracked his whip. The carriage moved forward. Within a few dozen meters, they came upon a shocking scene. Corpses had been strung out from the trees on both sides of the road. They were spread out in a large spread, their limbs pierced by branches, and blood flowed down the branches. Oh my God! Those robbers who should have been taken away by the dragon. Sophia covered her mouth, her face pale. Should be taken away by the dragon. What does that mean? Fang Xing asked curiously. It's the tulip territory proverb, something like damned. Wall shrugged. Anyway, that's the correct interpretation. The nearest city here is Duncan City, where the Cathedral of the Radiant Light is located. If the deer-headed demon dares to pursue it, we will unite with the divine priests there and seal it beneath the cathedral. The Radiant Light Church, of course, also possesses extraordinary powers. Furthermore, its promotion system is very clear, starting from the lowest-ranking divine servant, meaning servant of the gods, to the divine priest, who can perceive the gods and perform divine arts. Then, to the bishop, who presides over the affairs of a region's church, and finally to the cardinal, who sits at the heart of the church. Most of them wear black robes, hence the nickname Black Archbishop. At the pinnacle of this system is naturally the Pope of the glowing church. He is regarded as God's spokesperson on earth, the one closest to the divine spirit. I actually have a question in my mind. What is the relationship between the God worshipped by the glowing church and the great Lord worshipped by the Sadhu cult? Fang Xing asked curiously. In fact, he wanted to ask whether the glowing god was the original spirit. but even asking about such things would be offensive. Even now, Wall seemed to want to hide him. My lord is the only god. The others are false gods, in other words. Glowing believers tacitly assume that the glowing god is a level higher than the great lord, a being above the origin spirit. Fang Xing nodded inwardly. I heard a wizard say, the glory is gone. Oh my god, what blasphemy is that? Sophia couldn't help but say, you should have been captured by the dragon. The glory never faded. Wall shook his head. As a wandering knight, after leaving the holy order, he had met more people and was no longer as mindless and fanatical as before, drawing his sword at the slightest insult. Moreover, the deer-headed demon was ready to attack at any time, and the person next to him was so unpredictable. Of course, he couldn't add a new enemy. As for the previous talk about whether to attack or not, just listen. Just as the deer-headed demon was forced to retreat, inside the manor, on the altar, 2 lines of blood and tears suddenly flowed from the dark eyes of the original deer-head. Damn it! How did a radiant knight suddenly appear? Wizard Menbus's aged face grew horrible. The people of the Radiant Church. All of them deserve death. Someone, he shouted, and the gatekeeper outside entered, his eyes completely white. Go. Prepare enough sacrifices, Menbus commanded, and the gatekeeper immediately left. Shortly thereafter, screams emanated from the manor. He soon entered the secret room, carrying a tray. On the tray lay a human head, its skull peeled back, 2 branches inserted into it, blood oozing from its features. Deer-headed spirit. Please accept my sacrifice. Wizard Menbus began his strange dance again, his body twisting in a way that defied mechanics, his face contorting, seemingly transforming into something else entirely. Prick. A purple-black tongue shot out like a snake, swiftly burrowing into the elk's skull. The great wizard Menbus's eyes rolled back, and his body began to convulse violently, as if his soul had left his body. Here it comes, atop the carriage. Fang Xing suddenly smiled faintly. A moment later, Wall, belatedly realizing what was happening, finally drew his cross sword. Seeing the radiance from the blade, he glanced at Fang Xing with a hint of doubt. The road had grown hazy, a thin mist spreading. From the forest beside the road, the deer-headed spirit emerged again. Now it's certain this nature spirit is being controlled by someone. Fang Xing stood up and casually stretched. Boom. With his movement, a furnace-like fire rose from the surroundings. A vast amount of white mist evaporated, even the darkness dispelled, revealing the true form of the deer-headed spirit shrouded in mist. It was a spirit with a deer's head and a human body. Its human form was wrapped in animal skins, and its elk-like head bore 2 massive horns. These fan-shaped horns were almost larger than its body. At this moment, amidst the antlers, a human head emerged. This head was incredibly old, its hair like ropes connecting the forked antlers, making it hang like a web-spinning spider between the antlers. It's sad witchcraft. A wizard is cursing us. Wall's face changed. It's coming for me. Fang Xing was now certain. He had seen this aged face in the wizard's memories. The man should be called Menbus, the great wizard of the Sadu cult. What a pity, only one person has been attracted. Fang Xing sighed, and a golden light emerged from his body, transforming into a massive golden sun. Under the golden sun's shroud, countless dark vines instantly transformed into torches. Furthermore, the golden flames even enveloped the deer-headed spirit. Ah, the human head atop the deer-headed demon screamed, and Menbus's aged voice echoed, this, whose spirit's power is this? Outsider, don't think you've won. How can I win if I don't kill you? Fang Xing leaped lightly from the carriage and reached the deer-headed demon's side. His spiritual power reached far and wide, seemingly following the connection of the old head, and he saw a manor, an old wizard, and the altar where blood flowed. Die? Fang Xing gently pointed his finger at the center of the old head's eyebrows. His martial will, highly concentrated, like a spear, followed the mysterious connection within his mind and reached the manor. Ah! A sudden scream echoed from the secret room. Great wizard! The gatekeeper immediately entered to see the great wizard's body lying on the ground, a bloody hole in his forehead. The great wizard is dead. The gatekeeper's expression was strange, first disbelief, then a hint of ferocity and ecstasy. Haha, you old man, finally dead. I can become the new great wizard. Unfortunately, his joy was premature. Menbus's corpse suddenly shed a mask, and a purple-black tongue suddenly shot out, burrowing into the gatekeeper's mouth. The gatekeeper fell to the ground, his body twitching. After a few seconds, he climbed back to his feet and touched his face. Who is that person? 2. 2. Recalling the finger, a look of disbelief crossed Membus's face. In his memory, the figure seemed to come alive, standing before him again, extending the finger. No. I can't think about it. I can't remember. The gatekeeper, possessed by another body, looked terrified, yet he could hardly stop his thoughts. Finally, bang! A bloody hole appeared on his forehead as he collapsed to the ground, his body transformed into a corpse. This time, there was no purple-black tongue. Instead, as time passed, a corrosive darkness gradually enveloped the entire manor. A masked figure, stripped of only the upper body and covered in paint, emerged and began to roam the manor, killing indiscriminately. This was after Membus's death, when his spirit was freed and began to wreak havoc. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.